He cold. She belongs to the streets.
Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby, and twist myself better. spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just treat your body and mind. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak just my mind. Oh. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, 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 oh,
Good evening, Cart Before the Horse Nation. Live show starting soon. Make sure you get your popcorn, get you a glass of wine, roll your doob, whatever you got to do. Show starting shortly.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Welcome. Live Regal Rumble Saturday, brought to you by Cart Before the Horse Productions. How you feeling tonight, Mr. Walker?
Yes, sir. I am feeling freaking-tastic per usual. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. El Nug Nugs, and Le Bonquishas. Welcome to Cart Before the Horse Regal Rumble in affiliation with the Bougie Negro Podcast, and also, as all you Negroes know, in association with Ain't No Fun Once the Rabbits Got the Gun Entertainment. What's going on with you this fine Regal Rumble Saturday?
I got beans and bologna. Yeah.
Welcome in SBC, Cart Before the Horse Nation. Make sure you jive chickens, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel as you come in.
That part there. Come one, come all, this fine April 26, 2025. We still alive and feeling fine as we report to you, Jive Chickens, live from this wonky ass Dayton market.
That part.
In the big name of Jesus, you hear me?
So here we go. We're going to get it started. Shout out to TG, became a member.
Appreciate you, TG.
And Frederick Howard gifted a membership.
Brother Frederick.
And Brother Lee Turner.
Brother Lee, per usual.
And shout out to 3 a.m. Thought Club.
3 a.m. per usual.
Appreciate y'all coming through.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
So here we go. We got a lot to talk about tonight. As y'all know, it is Open Panel Saturday. So at some point here this evening, we will drop the link. You have to be cammed up. You're welcome to come up.
If you scared, go to church. And if you don't go to church, don't worry, because Leon King gonna take us this evening, I'm sure. Church, got to put that in some quotations. Church.
That part. So here we go. Without further ado, I see my girl backstage. Shout out to Raquel.
Hey y'all. Happy Saturday, everyone.
Happy Saturday, Mrs. Raquel Rose. How you doing, sister?
Good. How are y'all?
We good. How's it going over there with the rosebuds?
It's good. It's coming along. I got 904 rosebuds.
Look at that. That's crazy. That's awesome. That's
Yeah.
crazy in a good way.
Yeah.
That part. And shout out to HQ.
Hello all.
Well, welcome our dear friend, our favorite is Auntie HQ. HQ, you would make one of the best aunties. I swear. If you was one of my aunties, one of my mama's sisters, I would come to every cookout just to come and antagonize you.
I'm the best aunt.
I just said it.
I'm the best aunt. I'm the best gift giver. Everybody who gets it, I always think of the person, the kid, what they would like. What
Me
would be
too,
comfortable,
HQ.
and it don't matter how much it is, I'll buy it.
See that? And HQ, we can sit around, you know what I'm saying, have some drinks, talk some mess. I'll get HQ drunk.
I'm the best aunt and present giver all the time.
There you go.
Right.
I know it.
That part. Huh.
You a liar!
Shout out to HQ. Here we go. Make sure y'all hit the like button. All right, y'all see the thumbnail? We talking about accountability is kryptonite for everybody in modern times. All right, not just the men's, but the women's too.
Okay, and not just the women's, the men's too. HQ like that. You know what? So accountability is kryptonite for everybody.
Yeah.
All right, that may be true. Let's give some context, please, HQ. I think it's worse on the women's side, and here's the reason why. There's a reason why. Listen. Because men, we don't have the luxury of having what you ladies have, and that is a gynocratic echo chamber. We don't have the luxury of being around our respected peers and just living and diving into a world of delusion without being checked. So with that understanding, I say, because of the gynocratic echo chamber, accountability is worse on the lady side.
And I say that we're even. But if I have to pick a side, I'd say the men. They are steeped in patriarchy. They are steeped in a system that favors them
and they don't have to do anything because I'm the big, strong man. So I don't have to explain. I don't have to do anything. This is why I feel like men have the least amount, and they don't have accountability. And since all the men think the same, they don't check each other.
Okay, right quick. You said men are the big, strong boys, and they say I can do whatever I want. There's a theory, right quick. It's called earn your leisure. Is it possible that through all these years of working, sacrificing, and building, that men at this point, it's like, you know what? Now, since we've built this amazing infrastructure for our lovely ladies, now we can relax a little bit? Or do today's women still want to see their men riding off into the sunset on horseback, you know, to go and fight and perish for their country? Like, what can we not have times of peace, HQ?
Yes, you can, but you have to make my nest and the place that I rest before you come back. I have to be able to have a place that's just for me, just mine, and I have to be delusional and all those good things in that. I have the luxury of being delusional, but it's a good delusion. Because I'm waiting.
Good delusion. That's a bet.
Yeah.
Fuck is you talking about?
Here we go. Shout out to Tony. Tony says, HQ, I loved you in Orange is the New Black. Amazing.
Oh, dude, I love Tony.
And HQ's missing lamp. HQ, why are you keeping me away from Carpet Before the Horse Nation? Salute SPC panel.
It's right there. It's right there. Oh.
We don't free the lamp. We don't believe you. Free the lamp.
Goodness gracious. Awesome. Shout out to old school Gavin. Come through with 25 in the Cash App. He says, I appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you, old school Gav.
Appreciate you sponsoring the show, brother.
Yeah! Boom shakalaka!
So while HQ gather her lamp, we'll get into it. We got a lot to talk about. So, like I said, do the right thing is the message of tonight. We will drop the link.
Why is Red Fox catching strays? Like, what did he do? What did he do?
I don't know. So,
Y'all remember in that Martin episode when those girls were working out and they were like, what did we do? Like, what did Red Fox do? What did Red Fox do?
I don't know how we got here, but here we are, folks.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm here to find out as well.
All right. So, okay. HQ
there you go. Lamp. We love Lamp. We're not on the movie with that Ferrell guy, Will Ferrell. I love Lamp.
So there you go. HQ's missing lamp. It's back.
Nah, it's back. Got the screen looking all foggy now. Appreciate you.
He says, found me. You've been found. So here we go. Like I was just saying, we'll get into it. I'm gonna pull this first video up. All right. We're gonna go from here. We're talking about accountability. This sister here.
Why can't she have some sense? She about to have no sense. Watch.
I don't even have to look at my phone for this one. But the hot take is, where's your baby daddy? And I cannot stand baby daddy. Where is my son's father? Okay. Can we all just take a second and recognize that everybody's situation is different and not one person is the same or have the same experience to the next person, right? So I'm going to say this as gracefully and tactfully as I can, because bottom line, my son's father will always be my son's father, and I do wish him well because he's my son's father, right? But sometimes things don't work out, and sometimes you have to make tough decisions in terms of relationships.
Fuck is you talking about?
Here we go. This woman, she's a baby mama. She says she don't like being called a baby mama because she's a special snowflake. She ain't like Bonquisha. You know, there's a story behind it. It ain't what y'all think. She's actually a good woman.
Okay. No, 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 situations are different. I understand. You know, she looks like most likely she came from a good household, and she most likely got with a guy in college. All right, let's try to paint the rest of this picture here. And things ain't work out. And I've spoken about this. That there's no reason why I'm not agreeing with everything she's saying, but there's no reason why folks can't get together, you know, but you should get married before you had a kid. Then things dissolve. Because there you go. I can't justify because she's supposed to be married. And then going your separate ways ain't so easy, you know. But nah, something's up.
And I would say the term baby mama, baby daddy, we done talked about it, is supposed to be derogatory for a reason. So you can't be out here making mistakes and then get to dictate the punishment or the terms or the shame that comes along with it. You know, you made the mistake. People are going to judge you accordingly.
There you go. Yeah, you ain't going to get rid of that baby mama thing. It's supposed to be offensive. Stop doing it. But yeah, if you get married and things, you know, fall apart, dissolve, things happen. That should happen respectfully and cordially, but just hunching, having, you know, bastard babies and then trying to make it make sense, wrong answer.
Son's father, right? But sometimes things don't work out. And sometimes you have to make tough decisions in terms of relationships, in terms of other people, because you can only control yourself. I cannot control another individual. I will do what I can to try my best to work it out. But bottom line is I have to make a decision, and my son is my priority. So when I made the decision to separate myself from my son's father because I needed to prioritize my safety and my son's safety.
Here we go. She gonna say it was DV. Then she gonna say he was zesty, you know, etc. And tonight we are talking about accountability. It's like kryptonite. We gotta accept it.
Come on. She came up here trying to act like she got it all together. And why should HQ, you know, would have made this sound good if she'd have came up here and started talking about stuff that if she would have started off before you ladies crucify y'all baby daddies, first let the world know things that you could have or did do wrong too. Give yourself a leg to stand on. That's how you win. Too many modern women HQ don't know the science behind debating. You got to give a little give and take. Y'all just be take, narcissist, take, abuse. What you got?
Well, I mean, the young girl, I mean, she is coming out and she is saying there was something wrong in the relationship. See, I never would have came out and said anything, period. I just would have said that it just didn't work out. We weren't compatible, and I would have left it at that, period. But she's going to say something against the father, or she's implying something against the father that she has no need to do that. Oh, well, I wouldn't be a baby mama if he wouldn't have did this. This is the argument she's going to have. I wouldn't be a baby mama. You wouldn't be called me because he did this. This is why I'm a baby mama. Otherwise, if you wouldn't act like this, I wouldn't be a baby mama. So there is the accountability that she's not taking. Okay. That's how she frames it. That's how it's going to be framed, or it is framed. If he wouldn't have did this, I wouldn't be a baby mama.
Yep.
That part. So what you got, Raquel? What's your take?
She wouldn't have been a baby mama if she would have just not had the baby before marriage. I mean, she controls when she has the baby. You know, it was her responsibility to say, I'm not going to have your baby until I'm married. And then it was her responsibility to make sure that she didn't get pregnant until she was married, just like the rest of us who don't have children before they're married do it. So it's not that we're not out there hunching. We're hunching. We're just saying we're not going to bring a child into the world before that we get married. So yeah, like this happens to my friend. She had an ex-friend of mine. She had a baby in high school, and you know, when it was time for all of us to go to college, she was wondering why her parents didn't want to pay for her to go to college. And her dad came out and just flat out told her, you had a baby. our priority is now our grandson, and like you should have thought about that when you were 16 and pregnant, because we've been helping you take care of this baby through high school. What would make you think that we would be excited to take you to college on our dime when you couldn't have even done high school correctly without mucking it up? So I was wondering why she was even trying to go to college. And my thought was, now you're out of high school, you need to go to work. You need to find a job because you had a baby. I mean, I don't know. My parents wouldn't have been taking care of me. So the box that you're in is because you did things backwards, and there's no changing the box. So that's my 2 cents on it.
Exactly. I agree. Yeah, most likely you see this sister, ain't nothing bad looking about her. She most likely was in almost perfect shape before she popped out that baby.
But even if you're so beautiful, there has to be a difference in the women that hold off and do things the right way versus the women that do it however the hell they choose to do it, regardless of traditional standards or not. There has to be a difference between us. We are not the same. Exactly. It is not the same. Like having a baby with one man versus having children with one man is not the same as having multiple children with multiple babies' fathers. Like there's a difference in that too, y'all. Like it doesn't matter that you don't like the box. Like,
exactly. Yeah, this sister, she up here, and we're talking about, having kids within the confines of marriage. She most likely was hunting on the guy she desired. She liked. That's why I was saying she ain't a bad looking sister. And we have learned up here, I know I have, that standards are not for select men. They're more for the simping brothers. And this dude got what he wanted. And it's unfortunate, but she alpha widowed. It's all in her face. I guarantee you her baby daddy is tall. Everything they asked for, guarantee it.
And she's not going to move on to find a new man until she lets go of this, like,
over
crustiness that she has, like, okay, you're the one holding on to the stigma and projecting it the way you're telling the story. See, if you would tell the story in a different way, then we wouldn't be looking at you like you're alpha widowed, but it's something that you're doing that's putting off the context clues that you're not over the situation you put yourself in.
That part.
So when I made the decision to separate myself from my son's father because I needed to prioritize my safety and my son's safety, I don't think I should be punished for that. And I know there are so many women that are in the exact same situation, but people are just willing to write it off as, oh, why don't you work it out with the baby daddy? Why don't you work it out with the baby daddy? There's no working anything out if I'm in a body bag, right? Like, we're just gonna, plain and simple, let's just put it out there that not everybody is contentious. People do try, but sometimes it's a more serious matter than what people would like to believe or imagine. So that's my response to that. Where's my baby daddy?
So there we go. I would say she didn't take very much accountability at all. A lot of deflection. Modern woman here, but she ain't bad looking. She got collarbones. She fit. Somebody gonna go in there and find out.
I love the way she came up here. Hey, presentation is everything. But she definitely gave this prim and proper. I thought she was somebody's wife, the way she came on screen, man. And then she started talking, and then aggressive hand gestures. I knew it coming. Then somebody said, what's wrong with her neck? She about to stroke out because she trying to hold back that bitterness. She biting her tongue, blood running down the back of her throat. Man, she wanted to talk some mess, HQ.
I told you she was going to say, I'm a baby mama because of this. I mean, I get it. Nobody wants you to stay in a manipulative, abusive relationship. Nobody wants you to do that, okay? But the whole point is you put yourself in that bag. You put yourself in that bag. You decided that you weren't going to get married first. You decided you were going to have a baby. This is all you're doing. So you should have just owned up to all of that and then left baby daddy out. I have a baby daddy because I. Not I have a baby daddy because of him. And then that's what she did. So here's what it is. No accountability right there.
That part. So with that being said, we're gonna send her to Glaze Galaxy.
Enjoy. Your baby daddy up there.
We got us the gun line.
Tell them about the gun line, boss.
We may not know which way to go.
Oh Lord, see this shit is finna be dangerous. Some dark-winged duck shit. Let's get dangerous. I play the fool for the fool. Everybody plays the fool sometime. And no exception to the rule. Listen, baby, you hear me? I played the fool for a fool.
Yeah, accountability, man. Accountability is key. You know I spoke on it briefly a while back. I said every now and again, but yeah, shout out to Kevin Samuels. Like being accountable and figuring out what I had to fix in my marriage as far as me, man, that was the catalyst to greatness, man. Got to take accountability, self-reflect, look within, stop looking at outside sources. I don't care if it's your mama, your wife, your husband, your kids. Stop looking at outside sources for your bad outcomes.
And shout out to Alfonso in the Cash App. Says, shout out, fellas. Shout out Miss Rose and HQ.
DQ. Delusional Queen.
And shout out to DeMarcus in the Cash App. Says, SBC Nation, we moving, man. Gavin X Mr. Walker, y'all wild for sexy Fred on the thumbnail.
Get it, sassy.
And Tony says, Mr. X a real ninja. He ain't changed his fridge water filter since he bought his house. The nerve to talk about Bonquisha smoke detector.
Yo, we just changed ours, Tony. Shut up.
And HQ's missing lamp. I've checked in safe. I've been found.
We see you shining bright.
And true as due, HQ's Fruit Loop lights are the real MVP.
Look at that.
And Mr. Ali says, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And HQ says, these weirdo women in the States don't want men to consider their screw-ups, but we don't get the same grace. Can't hear you. You muted, Mr. Walker.
My bad. I said, shout out to Mr. Ali with the unfortunate hoodie on. I see you, brother.
Okay.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Appreciate you. He got the whole collection. He got the Nug Nug. Unfortunate. We appreciate you, brother.
For sure. Shout out to everybody getting the gear, man. Gotta love it. Too dope.
And Mr. Rose says, good evening, ladies and gents. Just getting in from some egregious work. Now checking in for more chaos. Hit the like button or you ain't black, ninjas.
We got you, brother Deshaun. Stay tuned.
So here we go. Our next subject. All right. I know it's about to be a controversial one, but we're talking about accountability is kryptonite. All right. Do the right thing. Shout out to this sister here, Michelle Obama, and her latest podcast ventures. I see she warming up on these YouTube streets. Michelle was turning into quite the podcaster.
Egregious on all accounts. I see you, Miss Raquel. Let her cook, Miss Raquel. Let her cook. Shout out to Big Mike.
So here we go.
I have so many questions, but I'm going to reserve them for the email to not get in trouble. But yeah, egregious. You're
hit the email. I want to hear. Hit the email. I'm responding to you. I want to hear.
So here we go. If you're just coming in, hit the like button.
We need to change. We need to turn that cycle on its head.
Yes.
And we have to talk about our stresses openly, you know. And also as Black women, we are so easily labeled as angry and bitter. And let me tell you some of the most hurtful stuff that I experienced, you know, entering this life of public service at the heights that we entered into was during my husband's presidential campaign. And just me telling the truth of who we were, you know, just humanizing him as a man, saying he's a great man, but he's not perfect. You know, he's got his foibles and his flaws, trying to humanize him. The first thing that some female journalist said was that I was bitter. I was emasculating him just by sort of trying to tell the truth about what life is, right? And then you get labeled as angry, because you talk forcefully or passionately about something, even if it's in the context of great joy and pride. That the first label they put on us as Black women is that we are angry.
So here we go. Man, I don't know how Barack he must be a simp on the level of like Boyce Watkins and them. The more we hear about this woman, there's no way. Like, she said, I'm trying to humanize my husband as he's running for the most important, powerful job in the world. He's trying to be the president. She said, I'm trying to humble him as he's trying to become the president.
Are y'all not hearing this? Alert, alert. This is a PSA to the whole sexual marketplace. This is wild. Yo, man, how do I add to that? Yo, man, running for the highest honor, the ruler. Come on, man. Let's go back to that time when Barack was going for his first presidency, and all of us ninjas thought we was about to be free. Talk about it now. Come on. And he going. They're fighting for the highest office, the leader of the free world. And your wife, the woman that lays next to you, it's on her mind to humanize you, not buying it. You're not supposed to humanize that man. You're supposed to make him seem like he got no flaws. He's Superman. He about to be the president of the United States. Shoot, shut up. Even this is supposed to be a bias in his favor, HQ. Whenever T Money got in that trouble, talking about grabbing ladies by the, you know what they did in response to that? What the women did? They started making shirts saying he can grab me by the, you know what?
Yeah,
you gotta. I said this last show. It's a lot of hurt and malice between our folks. You know what I mean? But you're not supposed to be trying to humble your man. You're supposed to uplift him, build him up. HQ, not humanize. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I understand why she did what she did and what she said. I get it. Because every time people looked at Kamala Harris, everybody was like, she's so fake. I can't relate to her. So this is why Mrs. Michelle was trying to have people relate to Obama as a regular, ordinary individual. That's why they try to humanize the politicians, because you have people hollering at them saying they're so fake, Kamala's so fake. That's why she was trying to make him more human, more likable. That's why she did that.
So you're saying now Kamala came after him, so I don't really see how that correlates.
They do it to every politician.
But at the very same time, if that is true, like, so you said that she came up trying to humanize Barack because they were saying how fake Kalama was.
No, I'm saying every time you get a politician, people say, I can't relate to that politician.
So you're basically saying Kamala should have done that so she could have been more relatable to people.
Yeah, maybe she would have been more relatable.
I'll say this, and I'll get you in, Raquel, if I let it go. She did it in a bad way where she was trying to, air his dirty laundry. She wasn't telling people like positive things like, oh, he got a wicked jump shot, or he could, you know what I mean? He's a great basketball player or something like that. She was trying to air out his dirty laundry.
Yeah, but here's the thing. If she was really trying to air out the dirty laundry, the publicist and every person that was in that camp would have said, no, you can't do that. Don't be doing that. But they didn't. So it wasn't a matter of airing out the dirty laundry. That wasn't what it was. And her publicist and his publicist and everybody else said that was okay. Otherwise, she wouldn't have did it.
That's not true. Indeed,
people get fired in comms all the time for making mistakes like that. Right. Because they had a little team that thought that doing something like that was a good idea, and then there's an onion that happens where there are bigger layers that come undone, and then that whole team is fired. So,
right.
I don't think that person's got to stick around long after that lady who she's talking about, who she's giving a lot of credit to, because now whoever that writer is like,
ain't that Taraji P? Ain't that Taraji P sitting across from her?
Yes, I'm gonna let this keep playing. It's a long interview, so yeah, make sure we land in our planes. Make sure we land in our planes. Make sure we mute it. I'm gonna let it go.
And you know, the irony is like, yeah, I am probably less light than many of my white female friends. I see that. Less light.
Not
you know,
light.
Light, because I say this a lot. I mean, I see the difference in some of my white female friends. I see a lightness, an ability to be in the world and see what's going on, but still be not as burdened about it as I think I am. You know, I think that what I see happen in the news, you know, the assault on immigration rights, the challenges that face our community, the inequality, I think it burns at me in a different way.
Because it affects you.
Yeah.
It affects your children.
Yeah.
It affects you.
Yeah. So imagine, you know, we wake up every day just carrying that.
Yeah.
You know, even if it doesn't directly affect me, sometimes I just have to stop reading the paper.
Yes.
So that I can stop thinking about all that's wrong. Sometimes, I don't know about you, Taraji, I can't stop thinking about it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. That's why I'm not on social media that much. You know, as you get older, you realize what's important and how to protect your peace. And honestly, social media, we're not supposed to feel all of the emotions that we feel in that short span of scrolling. 1 minute you're laughing, the next minute you're angry, the next minute you want to cry. That's not right.
Yeah.
Something is wrong about that. But, you know, a lot of times that's where you get the news. Or you see something disturbing and I'm an empath. So I take things on. I stopped watching the news a long time ago.
Yeah.
I had to, because sometimes I feel like, are they trying to scare us? Like, is there?
Yeah. Just an old gatekeeper. Y'all got to start watching the news. And Michelle's sitting up here acting like she's a victim. Like, this is the first lady to the first Black president. All right. You have such a privileged position in life, and she's walking around acting like a victim.
But he was a senator before he was a president. So it's not like she didn't have a practice run. It's not like she was just dipped into the deepest water she's ever swam in. She had a taste of it in Chicago, in that state already. So I don't understand. I don't understand why she's acting like this. And to speak on what you said earlier about her bringing up the things that aren't so good to highlight, when she was talking to Tracy Ellis Ross, she talked about the time he busted his lip playing basketball when he wasn't supposed to be playing basketball. And it's just like, why are you like?
So what was so wrong about that?
No, you can, here's
because it's the way she set it up. It's not, it's always like a heavy darkness behind what she's saying about
exactly.
If it was a lighthearted, he busted his lip, but we had such a great time, and the Secret Service, oh my goodness, they have their suits off, and like there's a way to tell a story. But every time she paints a picture, it's doom and gloom. It's like, come on, man. You work in public service. Like, we all worry about
things. Do know that they have teams that they run these things by, and the teams say, okay, you can say those things, right? So otherwise she wouldn't be saying them, right?
So I think that if she had a team
one second, Mr. Rocket, it's still his wife. We can't now see, here we go. Accountability is kryptonite. Now we're gonna blame it on the team. As a wife,
anything. Walker, I'm sure the team told her not to do this podcast.
You keep talking about the team. So,
I'm saying she ran it by the team,
above politics, above running for office. As a wife, one of your number one things you need to do, one of your number one rules is protecting your husband's head. That's why these sisters come up here day in and day out, and they can write off what a man's supposed to do. What's a woman supposed? What's one of y'all responsibility? Protect y'all husband's head. Don't be out here talking about that time he doo-dooed on himself. Don't be talking about that time. You know what I'm saying? They
do this all the time. And
no, you don't. It's not okay. You can't justify it.
You can't do that with a Jeff Bezos or a Barack Obama. You cannot humble men like that, where all of the people in the world are their enemy. Do you see that?
They do it all the time in politics.
I'll say this, HQ.
But your wife shouldn't do it to you as your intimate partner.
Let me get in here. I'll try to tell you, it's a long discussion. All right. So it's going to be a lot. I know y'all very passionate about this stuff. But listen, I'll say Michelle Obama, she's the new Jada Pinkett. Shout out to the Chadish brother. He says, look like Michelle was trying to ruin her family reputation and public image. Transitioning. This is what they do. And I would say it's on Barack. I tell y'all this all the time. I don't feel the need to feel sorry for some of you grown men. I started this off by saying Barack is a Dr. Boyce level type simp. So Michelle has always been this woman. When she was in college, she's always been this masculine woman. And he's always been her lapdog. So I'm not going to sit up here and defend him. That he is who he is.
I would want to get into that as well. That is true. This, and shout out to the first sister came on screen. There are different dynamics, and this is one: simp and the boss chick.
Anything good happening out there? So I had to stop to protect my peace.
We're not even halfway through the year, and as a Black woman, I feel burned out. It's not just the world and politics, but it's also the expectations of myself and others as it pertains to my personal life, like career, family, issues at my job, obligations I feel pressured into, and more. I don't know you personally, but I imagine you might have been here before. Any advice?
Better learn the word no.
Yeah.
Well, I know this hits both of you in a different way or in a similar way.
Well, you embarked upon an interesting journey to find your peace recently. Can you share some of your tools for trying to find that peace?
Well, I'll tell you this: no is my favorite word.
Yeah.
No. No is, and I found out how powerful no is, especially in this town. This is a town of yes. Yes, men. Yes, I'll do it. Yes, whatever you need. Just make me a star. You know, make me rich. You know, but no is so powerful because that is you taking up for yourself.
Right.
No, I don't feel like coming to dinner. No, I don't want to do that role. I don't. That doesn't serve a purpose for me.
Yeah.
I know the check is great. Maybe that's someone else's blessing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the relief that I get from saying no, because I know I'm protecting my peace. I know I'm doing a good thing, because for a while I was the yes girl, the people pleaser. You know, and I just couldn't do it anymore because it wasn't servicing me, and I wasn't feeling fulfilled. Because why am I doing this? I've had to cut people out of my life. It's okay. You weigh me down. You know, I can't carry your load and mine. You know, family members even.
Yeah.
Sorry. And you don't learn that. It's unfortunate. You don't learn it until you get older.
That's
right.
You
know, because in your 20s, I'm ready to do it all. Even in your 30s still. But as I'll say about 45, I was like, yeah, I'm not going to do that anymore. That doesn't serve me.
Yeah.
That doesn't make me happy inside. And if I say yes, that person's happy, but then I'm left to carry something that doesn't feel comfortable to me.
Yeah.
So here we go. We got Taraji P. Henson. She's 55 years old, single. She got kids. That's one thing I never knew is Taraji has children, at least one. She got like a grown kid, like a 30-year-old son. She had a grown son. I know that. So
that's smart. That's smart of her to, there you go. That's one thing I will say she did smart, keeping family out of the media, because this ain't safe. This ain't a safe place for too many anybody. But they up here talking about, no is powerful. That's true, but too many things get taken out of context today. You know what I mean? Like saying you say no to strangers. Pretty sure we're talking about the confines of a relationship. And this is the issue with today's modern dating. There is no difference between how a modern woman such as a Taraji is going to treat a boyfriend, hunch buddy, or a candidate that's going to be a husband. They don't treat them any different. You can get told no, you know what I mean? You ain't important. I don't need you. I just want you around a little bit. These are not wives. We got wives. It's amazing. We got two women up here, I guess, talking about, what they would do or do as wives, and ain't none of them really wives by observation, HQ.
I mean, they chopping it up. See, I haven't seen this. I've only seen one before. I've only seen one of her podcasts, and that's only a couple snippets from that. So I'm not really familiar with the format is on here. I'm assuming it's women empowerment, Maybe, I don't know. So I'm not really familiar with what they're doing here and what the point is. Why is the first lady interviewing movie stars? Why not interview regular, ordinary people? Maybe that, because I don't get the point of her doing that. We know everything we need to know about Taraji P, Tracy Ellis, Ross. We know all we need to know about these stars. Why not?
Well, I think you answering your own questions. I think it's feminism 101. You know, it's just a hyena circle jerk. We talk about this stuff.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, here we are. Let me get these super chats. Shout out to Old School. He says HQ found her lamp. Now she needs to find her new trophy husband. I'm back in the gym. I will be put in my application.
Oh, candidate.
I ain't got no time to play. I'm just gonna make that goddamn money and keep it moving. You hear me? Just stack, just stack, just stack, just stack and stack and stack. You hear me?
Shout out to Don Jeter. Come through with the 100 ball. Says, send me Mr. Walker hoodie in black and send my baby. You tripping, Don.
Shout out to Don Jeter. God damn.
Reggie Howard says, a president signing same-sex marriage. No, ma'am. And Brian C says, sup SBC, you can tell she didn't like playing sidekick role of first lady. She is trying to shine with her podcast.
Hey, listen, who said it? Chris Rock said it. Michelle, the first lady that ain't standing behind her husband, she's standing in front of him doing push-ups.
And Treya, I am confused. Why the need to point out his flaws before, during his presidency, especially when a lot of people hated him just because?
So Mrs. Raquel just said.
And Rainbow Kid says, Michelle tried to humanize her husband by showing his flaws. She's horrible.
Terrible.
Shout out to Mr. Ali with the 20 ball. Says, just because this washed up broad on my screen, time out on your head, HQ. Mr. Walker, Mr. X, discretionary use. He says, send HQ to the madhouse if she gets saucy. And let's not forget, Michelle was FUBAR. If Bo not good enough, who is?
That part. You on thin ice, HQ.
What? What? I gotta think like you. I don't do circle jerks, bro. I think for me. I don't think for you. The way you think is how you think. Otherwise, I'd be you if I thought like you. I don't think like you. And what I think is not wrong. What you think is not wrong. So stop thinking what you think is righter than what I think. Stop.
What HQ said. Shout out to Michael Mack. Says, good evening all. I think Michelle Obama and Kendra G would be a good pay-per-view cage match.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Bring back celebrity deletion matches. Remember that? The claymation? Oh, please. Come on, man. Y'all slacking.
That part. And Team Peterson, been a member for 20 months, says, F Michelle. He says, you make Barack look bad daily.
It's unfortunate.
And Kareem come through, says, you want any other first lady moving like this. You won't see it.
Zero.
That part. Shout out to Jerea, come through with the 20 ball. Says, for Taraji, saying no is freeing, but he says there are consequences for saying no, like not being offered things, not getting the yes person paychecks. He says, so she shouldn't have complained about her results of saying no.
There you go. She also always talking about being broke, Jerea. There you go. She complaining I have no money, being underpaid by Oprah and them, and now you like saying no. Man, that's what you get.
That part.
Straight like that, straight like that, straight like that, straight.
And also, shout out to my girl Danny Nicole. She come through with the $50.50 in the Cash App. She says, passing the plate on this good Regal Rumble Saturday.
Shout out to the silent assassin, Danny Nicole. Appreciate you coming through, sister.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
So for that, shout out to Danny Nicole and Don Jeter. Come through sponsoring the show.
Come on, just bring it. I need you to stand up. Why y'all not moving? Come on. Don't make me push. Don't make me push. Thank you, sir. There go money. She touching you. Where they get that money? Where they get that money? I can see money from a long way.
Elder Gregory Kelly,
That's right. Come on.
$100.
Everybody get something in your hand. Come on and put it right here.
If I get 1,000 in the sanctuary to give this, that's $40,000 tonight. Now, everyone up here, we've all sold and seeded, but I need everyone standing up here with us, with me, to plant a seed of $100. Because again, it costs to sit up here.
Hey, them preachers be sweating through them suits. Shout out to Don Jeter and Danny Nicole coming through. Deacon and Deaconess.
And shout out to Cooking with Carlos. Says Michelle was looking like Predator on her pic. He says, what do you expect? Very masculine, just like Jada. Mr. Walker said it best.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, so she's doing it. You know, I guess this is a real thing. You asking, what is she doing, HQ? Same thing they was asking Jada with her. It's a high in the circle jerk.
They all turn into the Joker. They like, can't nobody have fulfillment? You know, they said they can't have fulfillment. They husbands and men can't either. The Joker.
Nah, here we go.
How have you shared this with your young son? And I say young because 30 is still young.
Yeah, very young.
Do you encourage him to therapy? Because I'll
Absolutely.
tell you,
He's
you know
in
how
therapy.
black men are with their, we ain't really feeling the therapy thing. Like,
no, he's not like that at all.
Oh, that's great, because
No.
we need to educate our young black men that therapy is a good thing.
We go to therapy together. You think a mother-son relationship is easy?
Yes.
Without a dad?
That's right.
Yeah,
It's not.
Yeah.
All relationships need work. You know, even the relationships with my girlfriends, you know, we get in our little stuff sometimes, but, you know, we're in a place where we're all in therapy.
You know, when I hear you talk about the practice, what I'll call the practice of no, because you're absolutely right. And I know that everyone struggles with disappointing people, with trying to set boundaries. But I particularly relate to, you know, what you were saying about it takes you a while before you know, maybe as a woman, as a black woman, where we feel comfortable saying no. And I was sitting here thinking, well, why is that? And why was that for me? Because this is something that I am working on right now. You know, I like you, I have believed in therapy my whole life. You know, done couples therapy with my husband. Both my girls they believe in therapy. This generation, thankfully, I think our children
more open.
are way more open to it. They understand the importance of self-help and all of that. I also sort of realized that, you know, even Michelle Obama, I am still trying to tell myself that I am doing enough, right? Because there's always that feeling. I think we practice that striving because in order to be successful, I always felt like I had to be smarter, faster, work harder because somebody was going to doubt me. Somebody was already telling me why I couldn't do something before they knew me or I even tried. So you get, and I don't think this is unique to just women of color. I don't think it's just unique to men. But when you get in that habit of that constant striving and constant proving that, you know, it's enough, it makes us overachievers, but you don't ever turn that off. And at 60, I had to convince myself that I had done enough. After all that I had done in the world, I still felt a guilt, right? Struggling with like deep guilt that maybe I needed to do a little bit more. So I'm at this stage in life where I have to define my life on my terms for the first time. So what are those terms? And going to therapy just to work all that out. Like, what happened that 8 years that we were in the White House? What did that do to me internally, my soul? We made it through. We got out alive. I hope we made the country proud. My girls, thank God, are whole. But what happened to me? Right. And going through therapy.
I remember when I lost my mind.
What happened to her as she was being first lady, eating the finest dinners every night, eating the best breakfast every night, flying on Air Force One, living a life of luxury? Y'all don't know how bad that was to be pampered to and to be a first lady.
You know, shout out to my father-in-law. We were talking a while back. I love the saying, be careful what you ask for because you just might get it. And everything that comes along with it, you shut up. You and your husband took the world, all but literally. You think that come with no stress, responsibility, accountability? You think being a leader, the wife of the man that's the leader to the free world, you think that come with no stress, no responsibility, no trials, no struggles? And that's the thing. It's gonna happen. But my gripe is, why do we have to play this victim card? As a melanated man, I understand, respect wholeheartedly our unique path through life as melanated folk. At the very same time, that victim card is tired. It's so exhausted. Just put it down.
That part. Yeah, Michelle, she is 61 years old. You know, what you got, Raquel?
I think it's so sad. I think that she keeps weighing her success using Barack's ruler. And it's his bar is his bar. It doesn't have to be your bar. Like, you're never, if you're constantly comparing yourself because you're in competition with your husband, there's something wrong with that. You need to go to therapy, because that's what it sounds like to me. There is no topping the presidency. And so she is freaked out about the fact that he's one-upped her in a way that she would never could be one-upped, I mean, because she's so close in proximity to the highest bar she'll ever know in life. You know what I mean? Like, so I think that is what her problem is. And HQ, to what you said earlier about her team, there is no way in hell her team that comes with the team that's connected to the Secret Service and Barack Obama has advised this stuff right here, because this is just a trauma dump. Like, she could write a book. She could just write another book of this, but she's doing a petty ass podcast. Like, I just, she's out of pocket, y'all. She out of pocket. Look at her nails. Look at all of this stuff is like so costumey. I'm trying to be a superstar. When you're above that, you're the first lady of the first world country. Like, what the hell? Like, Trump's wife would never do this peasantry. She would never do this. Like, this is so, Beyonce wouldn't even do this. Like, the reason why we love Beyonce is because there's an allure to her. We don't know what she thinks about politics. We don't know that she cries over the fact that she'll never be Jay-Z. Like, we don't know nothing. We just all speculate everything. So she's stupid.
That part.
Is getting me to look at the fact that, and maybe finally I'm good enough, right? And unlearning some of those messages that I've been saying to myself, and then trying to actively practice something different to rewire those neurons in my head that make me keep pushing and keep striving. And so practicing no in a very different way intentionally. But then this is what makes it hard, because, my decision to skip the inauguration, what people don't realize, or my decision to make choices at the beginning of this year that suited me were met with such ridicule and criticism. Like, people couldn't believe that I was saying no for any other reason, that they had to assume that my marriage was falling apart.
Right.
It's like, while I'm here really trying to own my life and intentionally practice making the choice that was right for me. And it took everything in my power to not do the thing that was right, or that was perceived as right, but do the thing that was right for me. That was a hard thing for me to do.
So this is feminism. HQ asked earlier, what is this for? This is feminism 101. She wants to be equal to her husband. She is in seek of equality. She like, the reason I didn't go to the inauguration, because I made that decision for myself. I'm not up under no man. We got equal say so. And if I don't want to go, I'm making my own choices. I'm no longer a submissive wife. I am your equal. We are partners.
Egregious. I say the top thing, ladies, all the married women out there, take heed to this old married man's message. The number one thing y'all should be worried about and concerned with when y'all up here talking, dealing with anybody, is making your husband look good. Forget all this, I did it for me. It ain't just you. Too selfish. She just said it. You got to listen to him. She just sat up here and said that she had to reprogram herself from telling herself negative things. She had to convince herself that she was enough because of what she was telling herself. You want to know who helps work through these thoughts, negative thoughts, because they happen? Your man, your husband. Yeah, he helps you get past those negative thoughts that creep into the back of y'all's head. But whenever y'all about me, my self-care, my happiness, this is why Michelle now is on the island by herself. I believe this is a heck of an observation for us. Now she on the island by herself, and her man wasn't no bum. He was the leader of the free world. This is hardcore data, my baby.
That part. So what's your take, HQ? What's your take on her? She says she got the ability to say no, and she's making her own choices. Is there a problem with that?
Well, if she's going to stay with Barack, I think, she has to converse with him before she does any of those things. I mean, I'm pretty sure she's still she's still under certain things. You still have Secret Service, you still have security protocols. There's still things that you have to go by, even being the wife. So, I mean, I'm just assuming this stuff. I would never do it. It's just, I would never do it. That's all I'm saying. So I'm saying this has been okayed. However we want to look at it, it has been okayed. Because you just don't go out and say any old thing. You have to have ran some of this by people before you do it. They don't just do anything they want to do. You still,
well, do we think that she has said anything that I don't think she has said anything that was like top secret or that was going, be like a cause for national security or anything. Right. So I don't think she need anybody permission to talk about the stuff that she's talking about now.
Right. And that's between her and Barack. How he take a pair. I'm pretty sure he knows these things. He would have said, "Don't talk about them," and he ran them past him, and he said, "Okay, fine." So if he's okay, then everybody else got to be okay. That's that man's wife. You picked her. He picked her. He picked Michelle. So you know what your wife gonna do. So you came out. She said she gonna say what she gonna say, and you the one approved it because that's your wife. So all of us, we don't have to like it. I can care less.
Shots fired, Mr. Walker.
I would say Michelle, just like most of the women we bring up here, this is more of a cautionary tale for younger men, especially at college age, to know what type of women to avoid. I would say more or less she just confirming like, okay, we done told y'all about this prototype. Now look.
Resistance is futile. It is, shout out to Mr. X. It does not behoove any of us to try to come up here and try to change certain folks' mind, especially cantankerous heathen queens and the such.
No,
all right.
You don't want to do that.
Michelle gonna be Big Mike until the day she perish. That's it, fellas. Listen and know that you can, that's my point. You could be the biggest, baddest man in the world, but if you get a sister like this archetype, this is what you're gonna get.
Wait, now I know you're not standing there saying that Michelle Obama is not a decent wife. Now, I know that's not what you're saying, that she's not a decent wife. She's been a very decent wife to Barack Obama. It's not a wife that you would pick, but that's a wife that he picked.
Can't hear you. Muted, Mr. Walker. But
she's a good wife to him.
Not in this moment. We talk about this moment. We don't know what they did in the past. In this moment,
every wife is not a wife. Every minute of every day.
She was the only wife that didn't come to the inauguration. She was the only wife that has a podcast. So she's doing things that are clearly not of a traditional first lady.
She's a business partner. She's
clearly approved by the husband.
She's a business partner. She's a business partner. You hunch.
Approved by the husband. Clearly approved by the husband. If my husband agrees that I can wear a swimsuit and I wear a swimsuit, that's approved by the husband. She is out here talking, it's clearly approved by the husband.
False.
Therefore, that's his choice.
False.
What do you mean false? What do you mean false?
That's not necessarily true. That's what I went on to say earlier. She's not up here discussing anything that's top secret. She don't need to get his approval to do this.
She got to get approval to say what she says. She don't just say
she
anything.
hasn't crossed any lines yet.
Okay, so therefore she hasn't crossed any lines. So why is everybody
as far as needing approval, she ain't talking about some that went on in a war or taxes or something.
I'm saying she would have had some kind of pushback from Barack.
Here we go. I'll let it go.
Okay.
I had to basically trick myself out of it. And it started with not having anything to wear. I mean, I had affirmatively, because I'm always prepared for any funeral, anything. I walk around with the right dress. I travel with clothes just in case something pops off. So I was like, if I'm not going to do this thing, I got to tell my team, I don't even want to have a dress ready. Right? Because it's so easy to just say, let me do the right thing.
But then you become a shock absorber.
Yeah.
And that's what women are, shock absorbers.
Yeah.
And that's exhausting. And it's not healthy.
Yeah.
It is not healthy. You've had to be shock absorbers for your husband, for your children, for your mom, for your family, your loved ones, because of where you were sitting in the public eye. That's not fair to you. When do you ever get to live for you? I applaud you. I'm happy that you are taking care of yourself in the way that you need to.
Yeah.
You know, I've been talking to Misha about this, and opting out might be that's a great prognosis, or a great suggestion or strategy for.
No, I see y'all been asking, who is this ninja? So this is Michelle's brother. I know he was a basketball coach. I don't think he ever played in the NBA, but he was a Division I basketball coach. You know, so he coached D1 hoops back, in the late 90s, early 2000s. And I don't know much more about him than that.
I know one of their parents got some strong genes. I don't know who they look like. They mama, they daddy, but they don't look like both of them. They all got the same face. Tell you that.
For folks who are feeling the way we're talking about here.
Because you can't keep pushing through. That's detrimental. That could end very bad. Because you're not paying attention. I mean, I had a girlfriend one time. She was taking on so much. She didn't even realize she spilled hot grease on her chest.
Wow.
She just disfigured her entire chest doing too much. I mean, physically, it's impossible. You have to stop and go, whoa, what's happening with me? I have to check out. I'm sorry, everyone. I have to check out for my own safety and sanity.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's a hard thing to do, but you must. I don't know if that's sending the kids away for summer. I used to get on my mom because that last day of school, my bag was in the trunk. And she was driving me down south. Right. And I
now you understand.
I totally get it. I understand that woman needed a break. And I was a lot as a kid. I was very rambunctious, probably undiagnosed ADHD, but here we are.
Found a way to turn lemons into lemonade.
Exactly. Yeah, but like you're saying, you're just learning. I'm just learning. It's something that you have to do. And hopefully, Shantae, you will get this message from hearing from me and from Queen Michelle that you have to take time for yourself. In spite of making people happy, at some point you have to make yourself happy.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's that simple.
And one of the ways I've started thinking about this, because this is the habit. It's like maybe I'm still working on being able to do things just solely for myself and being okay with that. I'm still working on it.
Yeah.
Through therapy and conversations like this and talk.
Oh man, this is just a rough conversation. I understand us as humans, we never truly stop learning. Every day you should wake up and learn something. But this stuff that they are talking about is elementary. So if y'all haven't figured these things out about yourselves at 60 years old, just go buy a dog. Leave men alone.
I can't speak for Taraji, all right, because she is a single woman. She out here. She expressed that she had to go to therapy with her son because it's difficult raising a son without a father around. All right. But Michelle needed to just flat out come out saying, and all of these boss chicks, I've spoken on this. Married women like Michelle can have two lives. You get married, have your kids, and then the way the system is set up, you leave your husband and you can go and be whatever you want to be now. Michelle gonna do whatever she want to do. And she ain't got to ask or inquire with Barack about nothing, HQ. She gonna do what she want. Today's boss chicks wants two lives. And I ain't mad at her. I have no gripes against Michelle. She was a wife, a mother. Now she a boss chick, CEO.
And most people are speculating that they are not even together. So I would say, probably true. While we sit here saying she need permission to do this, Michelle may be married but separated.
Like I imagine the Clintons is like that. All right, the Bushes. They all see that. Shout out to Leon King in the chat. Wait, no. Big Mike and Barack are not the only folks going through this. You know, freaking Clinton, Hillary had to find out her man was getting gawk in the Oval Office. Pretty sure they together.
She was still at that inauguration, and she's been at everything she was supposed to be at during, before, and after. She knew about Monica. She knew about all of them. What? Come on now. She was playing the long game because that's what real wives do. We play the long game.
Raquel, that's because she weak. She ain't no strong black queen. If she was a strong, if she was a look, HQ, am I lying? HQ, if she was a strong black queen, HQ, she wouldn't stand for nothing. She would have,
A wife has duty.
I can't speak for rich people. Rich people do stuff I wouldn't do. So I can't speak for rich wives. I can't speak for rich husbands. I can only speak for us poor folks. She did what she needed to do, however she needed to do it. I would have kept up my appearances and all the other things that I have to do, but that's just me. She has other things that she want to do. Let her do whatever she gonna do because she gonna do it regardless, right? So, and I'm assuming that Barack is okay with it because otherwise she wouldn't be doing it. So,
listen, I would say Barack is okay with it because he's laying up with another woman right now. He don't care.
Could be true. That could be true.
In Italy, and he's somewhere crazy. Barack's somewhere in Italy, overlooking the Dead Sea or something. Boy,
listening to house music on the yacht, just like hair breeze in the hair. Yes.
No cameras, no phones. Barack out there smoking some herb. I see you, Barack. Get it?
Yes, drinking some Douce, smoking some herb. Shout out to Barack. Here we go.
Talking to my friends, but I'm still thinking about the example I'm setting for my daughters, right? So I am trying now that they are 23 and 26 to talk to them about my menopause brain. I'm like, how old are they? Is what he's referring to. I want them to start practicing now the art of saying no.
Yes.
Because I see it in them, pleasing, excelling, not wanting to take anything for granted, always showing gratitude, right? Feeling like they're enough right now, right? It's a practice.
It is.
Right? It's a muscle that you have to build because if you don't constantly build it, you don't develop it. And I think we suffered because it's almost like we started training late in life to build that muscle, right? I am just now starting to build it, right?
Yep.
I want our daughters, I want the young women out there. And I know we're talking about women of color, but we're talking about women and we're talking about all people who take on too much. I mean, we can identify and relate to our why as Black women, but I don't presume that other people aren't dealing with these same struggles.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? So I want my girls to start practicing different strategies for saying no, right? I don't want them to, because if I'm showing up at this stage in my life and they are seeing me still wonder whether I deserve to say no, what does that teach them? If after all that I've done in this world, if I'm still showing them that I still have to show people that I love my country, that I'm doing the right thing, that I'm always going high all the time, even in the face of a lot of hypocrisy and contradiction, right? All I'm doing is keeping that crazy bar that our mothers and grandmothers set for us. So I'm trying to teach them just like, Shantae, you got to start practicing your nose so you build that muscle.
The sooner the better.
The sooner the better. And
you a lie and the truth ain't in you.
Listen, she's such a liar. I don't know, man. I guess, listen, she can raise her kids however she want, but it's not this traditional thing that she's talking about. Her kids are free spirits. They are out here scissor and timbers and all type of stuff, but Godspeed.
See, this is another case of rebellion, Mr. X. She just said she is teaching. This is sick. I'm trying not to yell. She said she is teaching her daughters that the crazy bar that their grandmother set before them, they don't have to honor that bar of duty, responsibility, and accountability, Mr. X. No, y'all don't have to take on this stress for greatness. To me, my opinion, this is a form of abuse. How in the world, as a mother, you done married the most successful man in the world? If your husband in the President of the United States, you married the most successful man on earth. I don't care. And you're going to tell your daughters, don't put in the work to acquire said man. God dang it. Like, what is the full thought process behind these teachings? Don't do a big mom said because that's too difficult. But look at the outcome. Look at what Big Mom built saying, yes, look at your ass up here on this podcast.
That part. And shout out to Old School. He says, I'm sick of the victim Olympics. I appreciate y'all not making excuses, doing big things, no excuses.
Appreciate you.
And James Burton says, Joan Rivers told you what the whole situation was. Yeah. And Cooking with Carlos, HQ, you cool, but off on this one. He says she's totally wrong, doing more harm than help now. She's emasculating and out to prove a point.
Yep.
And shout out to Mr. Ali. Says, I'm saying she's a terrible wife, typical old washed up, beat up foolishness. No one would know who this broad is if it wasn't for Barack. It's your fault, HQ. And shout out to Black Silver Chair. Says, when did Big Mike become relevant in any convo?
Big Mike.
And Michael Mack says, yes, cautionary tale of the type to avoid. And Jay Tillman, been a member for 16 months, says Michelle's net worth is estimated 70 million. Victim.
I'm a victim, Jay. I'm a victim.
And Dane Nicole, been a member for 23 months, says hit the like button on both channels, you jive chickens.
Day one since day one. One more month, Danny Nicole, you get 2 years.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
And Mr. Ali says, B-dubs like this run us off, HQ. Says, I'm the son of a black Muslim, and look at me. Your fault, HQ.
Your fault.
Money, 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 money.
And shout out to Odd Job with the 10 ball. Says, Michelle Obama is playing above her division. What she is being criticized for is not being Michelle Obama. It is the role of a wife and first lady. Those roles have responsibility, not attention only.
Amen.
Straight like that, straight like that, straight like that, straight.
And shout out to Alfonso in the Cash App. He come through, says, hey, Big Mike. He says, hey, Big Mike, your teeth, get your teeth fixed, man.
Why y'all calling this woman Mike? What's that about?
And shout out to Mo Benjamins in the Cash App. Says, Big Mike and HQ, put y'all meats up, man. And shout out to Rainbow Kid. Says, Michelle sitting up there looking like bootleg version of Queen. Who was that?
Oleon?
Coming to America.
Alien. Yeah, right. That was the lady from Coming to America.
The barking? Doing the barking?
The mother or the one that was barking. Yeah, or the mom. Right? The mom of her. I don't know. But I definitely know it's a reference from that movie.
And Roosevelt been a member for 6 months. Michelle looking like Diva Top.
Shout out to Brother Roosevelt.
Here we go. Hit the like button.
Here's the thing. What I've realized in practicing no a little bit, people can handle no.
They really can. They have no choice.
That's right.
They have no choice, really.
And we're not all that important. You know, the world doesn't
stop spinning
because I said no to your event. They usually just move on to the next thing. Right?
Yes, absolutely.
You know, so you know, life goes on. You know, and if we stop carrying the load, maybe we set it down, somebody will pick it up.
Absolutely.
You know, somebody will pick it up.
I just celebrated, my family just celebrated my grandmother's 101 birthday.
Oh, congratulations.
Wow. Thank you. And this woman who raised 8 of her own children, one niece, raised 9 children, was married for 61 years before my grandfather passed away. I see her living her life finally.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's
what
why
does
she's
that
still
look
around.
like when you
Oh
say,
my
what does
goodness.
that look like at 101?
She's been with me to the Oscars. She's been with me to the Emmys twice. Wow. She's come out here. She's seen every house that I've owned out here in LA. She's traveled. She's been on cruises, and she prepares for the next day. Not only does she look forward to the next day, she prepares for it.
I love that.
And she was like, what y'all gonna do for my birthday? She loves to celebrate it. She loves to bring people together and to have a good time. I see her living for herself finally. You know, she gets, it's literally about what she wants to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I know that's why she's still here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a second birth.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. Y'all heard it.
So here we go. She says her grandma, 100 years old, raised 9 kids, including, I'm guessing, your mama or daddy. That's the reason you are here. It's called a legacy. She built a legacy. And Taraji said she's finally get to live her life and be happy. It's not about that. Taraji, if your grandma lived a life like you wouldn't be here, because she wouldn't be a mother with these 9 kids, building a legacy. She would have been a selfish woman with no legacy, like you, no husband, no man that she was married to for 60 years. How you gonna determine? She gonna say she finally living her life after this man passed away.
Devaluing and disregarding the work of our elders, especially the male elders. We talk about this. These sisters, they don't mind recalling the greatness of their grandmothers, as they should. The grandmothers back in the day, the traditionals were awesome, but they don't even honor their sacrifice by following their rules and where they set the bar. But again, your mom get to live this life. She get to come with y'all and with you and see you buy your houses. What role did your father play in that? Do we not understand the way she just told this story? Her grandmother was living a less than life until the father passed away. And now, since Taraji is a movie star, now she can finally live her life, going on the trips to LA and looking at new houses and stuff. But the father's sacrifice, she didn't say nothing. Nothing about what he did. Just mama did it. Look at what mama did. Mama living now, the daddy dead. We need to start honoring our deceased. It is a curse in not honoring those that came here before us and set this up for us. It's hubris and madness. I swear to goodness.
That part.
And we don't want to have to.
Go ahead, Raquel. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, if it wasn't for her grandfather choosing her grandmother and all of the great grandfathers that chose all of the great grandmothers, she wouldn't be sitting here today. It's just period. Her grandmother of 101 years wouldn't be able to experience those cruises because she wouldn't be here. So I just like, they don't understand how dumb they sound or how bitter they're coming off, but it comes off very bitter, very, why didn't anybody pick me? When I'm sure there were plenty of men trying to pick you, but you just had your head up your butt. Like,
it's like a second birth.
Yeah. And we don't want to have to wait till we're 100.
No, we don't.
To do that. Or 61 to do it.
Yeah, or 55.
Right.
Shantae, I don't know how old you are, but you better start saying no.
I love that. So now let's think back to, what you know now, you go back to your younger selves. Besides just saying you got to say no earlier, what are you telling your younger self so that you can start this work earlier?
I wish I had known about therapy younger.
Okay.
I didn't find that until late 40s, 50s.
Okay.
I didn't. I wish I had known about therapy earlier. I mean, I knew, but not only I didn't know, but I couldn't afford it.
Yeah, really.
Couldn't afford
that
it.
part.
Yeah. And what kind of strategies are you learning that we can help Shantae with, or that have helped you
One
outside
of the things
saying no?
I heard of.
And think about this real quick, because this is their message is so damning. Their message to younger women is to not start families. Do not sacrifice. Say no to marriage. Say no to what a man wants or what society wants, i.e. her daughters, Scissor and Timbers. They can do what makes you happy. So if people keep following their theory, the society would collapse.
Let's find out. It's over. I'm over it. Resistance is futile. And I think that's where we are. Go ahead, sisters. Follow through with this and report back to us. We'll be back. We'll be here years after, like Mr. X said, and we'll be waiting on y'all sit rep situation report. Go and let us know how searching for your individual happiness and your individual joy builds anything. Selfishness is of the devil. I swear to goodness. I'm so triggered this evening, man.
about that I thought was about you, Taraji, is that you play
a lot.
Tell us about, you got a playroom?
I have a play. I always, okay. So when I grew up, my mom couldn't afford a lot of this stuff. Remember the catalogs? You get the big Sears catalog? We would go in, rip pages, circle.
Exactly.
And so I always...
Bathroom reading for us.
Yes. I couldn't,
reading.
I loved when we got those big catalogs. And I would go in there and I would circle. And I would always promise myself, I don't care how old you get, but you're going to be successful. And when you do, make sure you have your little girl's room. That's what I used to call it.
Okay.
And in that room was going to be all the things that my heart desired. You know, back then it was dolls and the things that in the toy book. But as I got older, it became the salon. And in the salon is where I play. I have doll head. I have prosthetic hands where I practice doing nails. And during the pandemic, they called me the quarantine queen because I was teaching myself how to do nails. I was teaching myself how to cut and color hair. And that's where I would go. And anytime I'm in distress, you will find me in my salon.
Wow. And what you're doing is doing what you love doing for yourself.
For myself. People think it's a little creepy because all the doll heads are looking.
Here we go. Taraji, at 55 years old, she says she got a playroom like a kid, where at this age, you should be married. You should be pouring this. You and your husband should have this companionship, traveling. She said, whenever I get bored and lonely and frustrated, I go into this room and start doing mannequin hairs and painting fake nails, and and breaking out my roles. Listen, she called it the toy room. Don't play with it. Yeah! Y'all know what's going on in there. Taraji in there beating that thing down, and it go down in the toy room.
Listen, and these celebrities HQ, so these ain't your average toys. I'm pretty sure they got, you know, some, you know, more advanced things made straight from Tesla, things of that nature. That's wicked. Did you hear this grown woman? She's 55.
Did you say made from Tesla? I cannot.
Listen, she said during Cooties 19, the lockdown, this grown woman with Lisa's son, decided to create a room with fake hands and mannequin heads. Sound a little weird, but nevertheless, that's depressing. During Cooties, locking you by yourself. You don't want to know what married men like me did during Cooties? Me and my wife became beekeepers. Yeah, we became beekeepers and made a baby or two. That's what we did.
I was going to say, let me tell you something about beekeepers. Sorry, Gavin, but beekeepers, they have like very low stress because the bees, they are full of like a happiness dust. Because they go around and pollinate everything. So that's why you had a couple of babies while you were out there beekeeping.
That's it. Shout out to the bees, man. But yeah, like, see, this is another story. During Cooties, listen at this. Listen at the single woman's cry. She out here painting fake nails. That one's painting fake nails and drinking cheap wine. That is not how you want to spend your nights.
What you got, HQ? What's your take?
I mean, they can't help it. If you single and nobody wanted to marry you and you didn't want to marry nobody, it is what it is. I said earlier, this is just the fate of some women and some men. Some people are not going to want to marry you and you ain't going to want to marry them. So we're going to have people like this all over the planet. And just because you have a lot of money and you have the options, they think because they have a lot of money, they have a lot of options. You only have the same options as I do. If we're the same age, you have the same options as me. Just because you got money don't mean you got more options. See, that's the thing. When women think they got money, and poor women, if we're the same age, we still had the same options. We still had the same turn downs. We still had the same everything. Women with money just seem to think they have more options and they don't. It just is what it is. And you can tell by all the celebrities that are single and don't have kids because they thought they had more options than they did. And your money don't mean anything when it comes to relationships.
That part
is.
But it's my happy place.
It makes sense. It makes sense. Yeah. I would be remiss if I didn't ask both of you. When we don't know what Shantae's situation is, but how can we as men help you all with this process?
Remember I said at the convention, do something.
See, this is what I got to do.
Well, I mean, you have a point.
do something. Okay. Any suggestions, my dear? Just a couple.
Do something.
But you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I know
because we as guys are trying to help, but we don't know how to help. We can barely get ourselves to therapy, right? And we're trying to thug our way through this by, I'm here for you, but I don't know what to do.
Sometimes
so
just saying
fix me
that.
breakfast.
Right? Literally, sometimes just saying that because I feel seen. Okay. You're not just ignoring me. You're not just going on about your way, thugging your way through things. You're going, you know what? I see you're in distress. I just don't know how to help. Then that allows me to go, this is how you can help.
Okay.
Open dialogue.
And you know what I also want? You know, if you're not going to therapy, then I want you to find the place where you're going to keep growing too.
Yes.
And you can't grow in your own mind alone, right? So if there are issues, you know, and you see me struggling, you know, you can't always fix my struggle, but I would want the men in their lives to take a look at themselves too.
Yeah.
Because if we're doing all this work as women, figuring it out, going to therapy, you know, finding our peace, you know, trying to heal our trauma, then you got to be doing the same thing too. Because it's not just me. It's both of us. It's all of us. So I would say to the men, you know, do the work too. And find the way to do the work in the way that you can do it. And if you can't go to therapy because you're thugging it out, then talk to somebody.
Somebody.
Talk
Pastor,
to each
somebody.
other.
Each other.
Talk to each other. That would be something if that helps. And then, you know, throw a load of laundry in it, you know. Make breakfast.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I'm not okay. If it's not you, then it doesn't apply.
It doesn't apply. But for the brothers out there, if
he
you
did
can
say
do,
the Airbnb, he washed the dirty uniforms. I heard him say that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
It's nice of you to remember that. No, this has been extraordinarily helpful for me as a man to hear you all be so vulnerable and so authentic with this. So,
also, there we go. This they ain't done but him. His role is just to sit there and be a lapdog, more or less. He ain't gonna give no pushback. You know, you see Michelle, she jumped at him. I'm sure she used to beat him up when they was kids. Probably still do. I can see her backstage putting him in the headlock, you know.
Yeah, it looked like her feet kind of bigger than his. That's so unfortunate. God dang it. Where my boy Bill? I hope Bill watching this. He'll get a kick out of this. But that's it. He just up there being a lap dog. And it's a bad look all around. And Big Mike over here talking about doing more. And somebody said in the chat, your man was president of the United States. Again, I feel and I believe that this is a pivotal point in the dating market. Why? Because your man could be president of the United States and he still have to do more. I mean, where's the grace? I understand life ain't fair. I understand, but god dang, president of the United States, he can't be doing enough.
You can be vulnerable as well.
Yes, yeah.
Be vulnerable. Don't thug your way through everything.
Yeah, right.
And I think we have to talk. We have to rip the veil off of these conversations.
Yes.
And talk about what we struggle with. Talk about the help that we're getting.
And the help you need.
The help you need. And we have to learn how to articulate our pain.
Yes.
And not be afraid to say we're hurting, that this is hard, that I'm scared, that I'm tired. And then, we want the men in our lives to, give us a safe place to land when we do that. Right?
Yeah.
Maybe there's nothing to fix, but maybe it's just, don't make us feel like we're crazy.
Right.
Right.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
So this has been some heavy stuff. I would like to know, how do you spend your leisure time? Like, what does Taraji P. Henson do when she...
Are you in your toy room?
I'm in the toy room.
But when you're not in the toy room,
no,
do you watch anything? Are you reading anything? What are you doing?
I just got a new puppy. Well, I already have a dog, Buddha. And Buddha just seemed lonely because I can't chase Buddha around. He's a little French bulldog.
Okay.
And so I got him a friend. Zen, Buddha and Zen. And so right now, that's what occupies my time.
You can't make this shit up. Y'all heard it.
Rest in peace to the Godfather. Taraji said, I already got one dog and I went and got another dog. So I spend most of my days in my toy room, all right, playing with my toys and playing with my dogs. A lonely existence that the Godfather prophesied.
What's the chances? We can do a speculate. This is funny. What's the chances it's a random jar of peanut butter in this toy room for the, what's the chance? Shout out to the toy room. I dare. And see, this is why, HQ, I say accountability is always worse on the women's side because men don't have this luxury of being this delusional. Can't no man come up here talking about, yeah, during Cooties 19, I had a toy room. A dude can't even say I used to like Hot Wheels cars as a kid. Can't no man come say, yeah, you know what? During Cooties 19, I went out and I went to Wally World and bought I don't know how much they cost. It was 99 cents. Every 99 cent Hot Wheels car out there on the rack. That's what I did. Made me a little wall to satiate the little kid in me. You will get stomped. And that ain't even creepy. But she got a toy room, HQ.
Yeah, but I mean, I look at it like this. The rich people can be weird. They can be they're gonna be weird and they're gonna have all these side things. Look, if you had enough money to buy your heart's desire and everything that you want, you might be doing some goofy stuff too. So that is goofy, it's kind of creepy. Hey, it's kind of creepy, but I understand the impulse because she got all that money. What else can you buy except goofy crap? You can't do
that.
Nothing.
HQ, you have $1 million house or a penthouse. It's all yours. It's yours. Like
I'd be having different.
You don't need a
for my bar. I'd be having different shells for my toys and my bars.
Oh.
And I just be. That's what she got. She got a different shelf for the big ones, little shelf for the little ones. She got some that stick in the wall. She got all kinds. Look.
Oh, you know too much, HQ. We're just gonna move on. There we go. Don't incriminate yourself, HQ. There we go.
I mean, she got all kinds of stuff down that basement. I just imagine what kind of parties they be having.
Okay.
And so I got him a friend. Zen, Buddha and Zen. And so right now, that's what occupies my time.
And puppy, how old is Zen?
He's 4 months.
Oh,
and
yeah,
Buddha
real.
is 2. And so right now, they bring me so much joy. So that and, family time. I love going to visit with family. Like I said, I just came back. I have lots of cousins and, that always lifts my spirits and it gives me the motivation I need to keep going, my family, because I just love my family. I come from a family where, as cousins, we all used to sleep on a pallet. Remember that? The blankets before the blow-up mattresses. We had big blankets on the floor. And so we're really close. So I'm saying that right now because that's what's brought me this joy that I'm carrying right now because I just came back from seeing them. So,
yeah. And a little birdie tells me that you are a Real Housewives fan. Is that correct? Did I get that?
I do. I watch unscripted is good because
I love unscripted too.
Because it makes you forget about your problems.
Exactly.
You're like,
that's part of the turn it off.
Exactly.
It's just like they did not.
What? That's right. No, she didn't. But it's my little secret pleasure.
We have our production company, Higher Ground, and a lot of people think that it's all presidential, and we're going to do documentaries. And we just came out with unscripted Later Daters, where we.
Oh, that's interesting. I like that.
Yeah. So it's a show that couples finds love matches for aspirational people over 50, people who look like us.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. Y'all heard it.
So she coming out with a show called Later Daters for women in their 50s.
Here. We already got it. It's already out. It's been out. It's
okay. Well, she's producing it. She's the producer of it. And she also says, because Taraji talked about how she spends her free time, Michelle sat back and say, well, Taraji, not so fast. I'm coming out with a show for you. Come join.
Later Daters. The Godfather, if he laughing on the other side. What does dating look like at 50? It looked like Big Mike hosting the dating event, Kevin Samuels, in case you was wondering. Yes, I guarantee you to see this coming. Man, I tell you what, if Kev was alive now, oh my goodness, it'd be a media storm. This is crazy.
It's a decent show. It just ain't that interesting.
This is my point. Exactly. This is my point, HQ. What she's a married woman. What is her inspiration coming up, putting all this money, effort, and resources into a show for Later Daters? And then she directly, indirectly included herself. She said for women that look like us.
Right.
If I'm her man, and I'm up here listening to this. I'm like, God dang, it sounds like you available, girl. You available?
Well, listen, yes, Barack, they single. She's single as French toast. And then she also sat up here and said, I keep losing my point, but what the hell did she just say?
She said the later daters. Yeah, making
before that, they talk about the Real Housewives. She says they're into watching Hollywood, hip hop Hollywood, Real Housewives. She says they watch them kind of TV shows that help them escape from real life. She says, I'll watch them shows and say, well, hell, they going through the same problems I'm going through. I like watching them shows. It helps me escape because we all going through the same stuff.
Incorrect. You know what? I remember when they used to have that Big Brother on there, and my sister and my wife used to watch that, and it used to get on my nerves. I despised TV, and I remember when that show went off, and one of the companies that produce it is called Mindless Television. I said, pause. I said, stop. I said, look at what they saying to you in your face. They saying y'all mindless, and you keep watching it. Those reality shows, that's sinking to your subconscious. I'm not making this ish up. It's observable. You can see it. Look at the subject on the screen. She married to the president. She liked watching it. Now she single at 50, 60 some years old. Show me I'm lying. That madness sinks into your brain. That's why Big Mike up here want to be single now, even though her man was the president.
You know, who are looking for love. And,
love
you know,
that.
it's got this great dating coach, this young woman, Logan Ury, and you just sort of go along that journey. We are working. I'm not trying to pump the show, but I'm just saying that people didn't expect us to be doing unscripted.
Right.
But it's like, well, that's my taste, right?
Right.
I mean, I love those kind of shows where it's just regular people. I think that maybe that's the sociologist in me, that I love watching regular
human connection,
real interaction. Although my brother says that unscripted isn't real, you know, that Real Housewives ain't real. They're acting, and we don't even care.
We don't care. It's good TV.
The most intellectual women that I know, my sister, my wife, my daughter, now you, all watch this stuff, and I am shocked. Still,
well,
I'm always
good,
shocked.
but I always say, you know, the NBA is like the real, that's reality.
But that's reality TV now.
It's still drama. There's
a lot of drama.
There's a lot of
real.
drama. Yeah,
It's
this is
real.
real too. These
It's
are real
very real.
situations.
I think people manufacture beef.
Well, you don't know.
They manufacture
don't
beef.
know.
But
It's produced so you can have an actual beginning, middle, and end. It has to have some kind of structure.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's just chaos. So
There we go. So they moving the goal line. Y'all can allow this if you want in your house. So if they saying you, a man watching sports, NFL, NBA, is the equivalent to a woman watching, you know, the Real Housewives or Baddies or Hip Hop Hollywood or Flavor Flav or anything.
Disagree. I all but despise athletics at this point in my life, but I disagree. No, it's not the same thing. Yeah, athletics it's entertaining, and it's not going to indirectly make you think it's okay to indulge in ratchet activity. These sisters watch Real Housewives of Atlanta and then they hear the arguments on the show, and then they go practice it with their boyfriends and situationships. Ain't no dude sitting here, not that I know, sit there watching NFL Sunday, like, let's go in the back and go Oklahoma. I only seen that as a kid, not as adults. So stop it. It's not the same.
but at the end of the day, those are real issues.
it feels like chaos. It feels like chaos.
Well, there is
It feels
chaos
it feels
because
like
there's chaos in
manufactured
friendships.
chaos.
There's chaos in life. There's
Exactly.
friction. So, what's your favorite franchise?
My favorite. Oh, I'm kind of.
You watch a little bit of all of them.
I watch a little bit
So
of
do
all.
I, girl.
Love and hip hop. I watch.
Oh, I do too. Oh my God, I'm so happy. Mama D. Oh, child.
Yes,
oh,
I
child.
love it because I know a Mama
Scrappy
D.
and them?
Everybody knows a Mama D.
They sure
right?
do.
If you
Yeah.
don't have one in your family, you got a
Then
Mama
you
D.
lying. You are
Exactly.
lying. You're just not
Come on now.
recognizing Mama D.
I have a Mama D in my family.
Oh my God.
I baptize you in the name of Jesus. Lord, Lord. Have your way, Lord. Have your way, Lord. Have your way, Lord.
This is one of the biggest problems in the culture. Michelle, she's supposed to be the pinnacle of Black women. She's up here talking about Mama D. My God, respect. Like I said, shout out to Mama D, respectfully, but this ain't the move. This ain't it.
It's supposed to be, in some degree, teaching the children, the youth, Mama D. I don't understand. Like this is the problem with the Gynocracy HQ. They do not think it's important to point out the bad aspects of these characters. You know what I mean? Like, for instance, I grew up listening and all but idolizing the artist DMX. Love this music, could feel it. I'd be danged if I say and tell my son that, yeah, DMX is awesome. No, that brother was tormented. No, I enjoyed the music, found it entertaining, but I'm not going to recommend it to the youth. Do you see? Don't recommend love and hip hop to your babies. How's that going to help them?
That part. What you got, HQ?
I'm saying I see it as a bunch of babble. I mean, I don't like all this kind of introspection, and it really doesn't go anywhere. It's just talking about what they don't like and what happened to them. It's difficult to follow along because, it's more about them. And I really don't care for celebrities and that kind of thing.
Well, hold on. She's not a celebrity. HQ, does this not discredit her in your eyes? Like, in the words of my man Jay Prince, does this not diminish her reputation?
Who, Michelle Obama?
Yes. To know that she up here talking about Mama D.
I mean, it humanizes her more to me than it.
Yeah, that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing.
It's not a good thing for you. It's a good thing for me.
2025. Look at the humans in 2025. You really don't want to be like them, and for the most part.
I'm saying.
Huh? But now, what do you think about that? Is that true? What Mr. X just said?
What?
Didn't even hear. You might want to say it again, Mr. X. She didn't listen to you.
I heard him. It just I just don't see the harm in speaking of it. I don't know. It's hard to take this seriously. That's all. These ladies.
Okay. Well, yeah, issue.
The celebrity thing. I just don't do the celebrity thing. That's all. I mean, it's like babble to me. I can't. It's like babble to me. What they talk.
To me, it's a stain. It's like having a nice white shirt and a big spaghetti stain on it. That's what Michelle was doing.
Just ruined it.
Mama D? Oh, child.
Yeah,
oh, child.
Because I know a Mama D. Everybody knows a Mama D.
They sure
right?
do.
If you don't have one in your family, you got a Mama
you
D.
lying. You are lying. You're just not recognizing Mama D.
I have a Mama D in my family. I ain't gonna say who, but
but I'm like that. I tell my husband, I was like, you watch golf?
Right.
I watch unscripted.
Yes.
Okay.
And it brings me, I don't know. It just settles me down.
When you get to talk, and I guess the blackness in us, the call and response. Like,
because I would have said,
I would have, I would have, should have. If that was me, no. Like,
listen
talking
to
to
while
the
I'm
TV.
taking my makeup off. You're like, girl, I would have. I swear to God, let me be at that dinner.
Exactly.
Okay, I brought this on myself here. I brought it on myself.
You sure did, but you made a connection because I would have never thought she would say love.
Well, before we end up, and this has been just tremendous, and I want to thank you. But before we end up, I'd like to give Shantae I want to recap the strategies because we hit on some good stuff.
Yes.
The saying no and the find some therapy somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And your points, your many points, but
be okay with disappointing people.
Mm-hmm.
Practice that disappointment and do the work of feeling good about yourself.
And that was the one that really stood out to me is you're not just going to automatically feel happy once you say no. You got to keep working, but and
there will, as I've discovered, there will be backlash to your no.
Yeah.
This is so detrimental. He's telling young girls in particular to practice disappointing people, men in particular. You're not talking about the gynocracy, I promise you. If you read the fine print at the bottom, the gynocracy is excluded from all of this. This is towards men. It's that simple.
You gonna do what the gynocracy say, when it say, how it say it. Daggone right. Again, why does this not serve the younger generation? There's not enough or no context at all. Yes, ladies, there is power in saying no. We're not saying that. Say no when it comes to hunting. We say this often. You got to give context, but you don't want to say no to things that are going to be trying. Again, I must accredit so many of my ways to athletics because it was beat into me to not run away from a challenge, and that has served me greatly as an old project crack baby, not running away from accountability. But these sisters here and the brother asterisk, all right, they up here, they ain't trying to hear nothing about accountability. It's everybody else's fault, and they gonna do what makes them feel good. Shout out to Halle Berry Monsters Ball.
That part.
I like how you accredit sports to how you think, because I find that I identify a lot with you, and I think it's because of gymnastics, right? Like, you just know that if you're first up in the set, that you're the weakest link. And look, sometimes I was first, sometimes I was last. You know, like, there's a power in being last, but you also learn a lot when you're first because it humbles you.
Yes.
And then, like, throughout your life, you are constantly thinking, you know, like, as I'm going through my professional career or just when I'm around other successful women in restaurant businesses or daycare businesses, you start to see, like, oh, well, here I fall into this is, I guess, the box, right? The proverbial box, or you understand, like, who the big chief is. And that's okay that, you know, in my situation, I'll say this lady named Tiffany, she's big fish. You know, she's got the money, she's got the power, she's got the respect, she's got the network, she's got the gravitas. And I'm in the circle, but I'm not big fish. And I understand that because of gymnastics. You know, it's like you start to understand where you fall in place. And I just feel like for women like Taraji or Michelle that maybe have never played sports before, they've never had to, like, look at themselves internally and say, like, I don't cut the mustard here, or the mustard that I'm cutting isn't good enough. I'm going to have to work harder if I'm going to be third for bars or fifth for balance beam. I have to get my backflips more precise. You feel me? Like, we had to do that. So
yeah. And shout out to Black Silverchair, says, I see this ish almost weekly in my practice. Everyone now wants to be treated as a victim, or you want to diagnose them with mental illness or ADHD. And Frederick Howard says, HQ, what problems does Michelle have with 70 million? I ain't a boneyard, go back to it, or Kendra Cam. And Jerea, she is on a slippery slope of people not caring anymore. She can do whatever she wants, and people will just stop caring, especially those closest to her. That part. And Dark Star, feminism put batteries into the backs of black women. Says, I'm so tired of hearing B-Dub subscribe to this feminism BS. There is power in feminine energy.
There you go. Feminine energy, not feminism.
Here we go.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
And brother Kareem come back with a 20 ball. Says, one of the most respected black women in the world had the opportunity to use Taraji's mistakes as an example to all black women and marry before the carry, and she fumbled on the 1 yard line like Leon Lett. Execute Order 66.
That part.
Yeah, because at no point in this did they really get into her love life, or, you know, like I said, a lot of people didn't know. So if she's 55 and her son is 30, she had a kid at 25, you know, through all her career. I've never known, but.
And she said she had to go to therapy trying to raise him by herself. They ain't gonna get into that. That's where the healing is, and that in that dark testimony. Let us know about them lonely nights, Taraji, without your toy room.
That part. And EV says, chat host, hey y'all. He says, late funeral today, but I'm here.
Okay. Our condolences, man. Jeez.
And Odd Job, come through the 10 ball, says, true therapy is a lost art. I remember when therapists and psychiatrists had to go to therapy to make sure their biases were not being included in their diagnosis of others. He says, obviously, not anymore.
Shout out to all the awesome football coaches, man, that I had. They were my therapists, dang it.
That part. And shout out to EV. He says, walk. He says, can't you hear bro singing Buttermilk? Buttermilk biscuits.
Buttermilk biscuits.
Michelle, is Michelle on Ozempic? She looks very thin and older.
Stress. She's too stressed out. Hard life, 70 million. Too much weight on her.
Evie. So who would talk X toys with Barbara Bush? Michelle. She always had healthy weight. Not sure what happened. Vegan. And Ajab says, so HQ, you saying instead of Diddy oil, we got Taraji peanut butter in her basement parties?
Taraji and peanut butter. What my man Ty Pro say? Peanut butter jelly time.
An unknown says she can buy the humanoid robot.
And will.
Black Silver Chair. Gavin X drop to have your way, Lord. I think we did. Yeah. Truest dude, I give anything to have Kevin and Patrice back. Yeah.
Man.
And St. Louis Trucker. Michelle G. Singles. He says, let's see the first lady cam. Oh,
It's a listen. If you don't think Kendra G and Michelle gonna link up, I'm here for it, sisters. Get to y'all bag. Y'all just ain't gonna have no man, but get to y'all bag.
And EV. Big Mike needs to be in Leon's lair.
I likes that.
Yeah. Yeah. My guy G Honda over at the Steelmatic says, salute to the panel. Raquel, my tulip bud. He says, and HQ salute, much love. But since we here, HQ sell a big drop, please. We don't even have it queued up, G Honda. You doing it per usual. Charles agree. He says, zero pushback, zero disagreements, 100% pandering.
Bingo.
And St. Louis Trucker says, love and hip hop, Washington, D.C. Oh, brother.
Madness.
What you got? Who's the master? Says this ish is sickening and demonic. They're selling this BS to younger black women. Henson is miserable. He says you can see it in her interview that she's not well. Michelle is jealous of Barack's success and trying to build her career.
Absolutely agree. Just not becoming of a wife. Also business partner. Not so much a wife.
And he also says that bald fella has been mounted.
Sweet Jesus.
All right, y'all. I don't want peace. I want problems always. Destroying dreams is my hobby. This is all I hear.
Always.
Who's the master? Good evening, SBC ninjas and ladies.
Appreciate you. Who's the master?
And EV says, no, Walker, the funeral is work.
I forgot about that. That's right.
And EV says, Barbara Bush ref, no other first lady would ever.
Ever.
Oh, here we go. Let me make sure that's it so we can move on.
But like you
and
said,
the guilt that comes with, because you've been saying yes, well, did I do the right thing?
That's
did I do
right.
the right thing?
but both of you all said, but after you learn to say no, you realize the world keeps turning.
Yeah, absolutely.
So once you start to feel comfortable saying no, things are going to reconfigure. And then finally, and this is just on my mental list of the things that I thought were really good outside of getting your men to go ahead and get in therapy, was the I liked the rejiggering your neurons in your brain.
You got to practice different messages to yourself,
Yeah.
because we have been raised with a different set of messages, and that gets imprinted in you in some real ways, just like trauma and pain. All of that is in our systems, right? And it becomes a loop, a negative loop that we can't get out of. And I think for me, I'm trying to recognize that what keeps me from my own peace sometimes is me.
Yes. Most of us.
It's me practicing old messages. And so knowing that I have to affirmatively work at telling myself different things it's a real practice.
Yes.
At 61 years old, to reshape the way that I operate in the world has to be mindful, intentional, and done frequently.
Yeah, it takes work. It just doesn't go, oh, I did it today.
That's right.
I'm the
That's
master.
right.
No. Some days are easier than others.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Taraji, thank you,
Thank you
so much. You are amazing.
So here we are. We heard enough, people. That was a lot of babbling. And somebody said earlier about Leon's layer. I think that's a good idea.
Yes, Leon, get ready, brother. You overkicked your coverage on this one now. You know, we're gonna send all. You know what? No, we send all of them. Yeah, open wide, Ninja.
That part.
This right here will get me some pussy tonight. But I don't want it. Not for this. Not with this. Fuck that. I don't want no pussy with this. This right here is paper. You want to? That's my rent. Hold on.
Yeah, Ninja. Yeah, I was about to say tear it up in little pieces. Yeah, set it on fire.
This right here.
Do it.
This right here.
Do it.
This right here.
That was an epic night, man. Shout out to the Regal Rumbles. Another open panel. Leon, expect to see you this evening, Ninja.
That part. And shout out to DeMarcus. Come through in the Cash App saying egregious stuff that we cannot read on YouTube. Mr. Walker say this. Y'all be trying to make us look like Ron Burgundy up here. But sometimes we get to proofread. I can't say that on YouTube, brother.
Just wild stuff. And y'all be sitting there typing on y'all phones. Y'all know it be wild.
Ron Burgundy? Really? What are they saying? Oh my goodness.
And they done got me a couple of times. Who's the master is the most egregious one, hence Mr. Egregious. You're just saying stuff, and you're up here trying to read fluently and do your thing, and he be throwing wild stuff in there, be incognito.
That part. So here we go. If you're just coming in, make sure you hit the like button. St. Louis Trucker says, this looks egregious, over 50 years old. Shaking my head.
Later daters.
So here we are. We going over, we got some Kendra madness. We're talking about accountability. This is a rough one here. I guess this was last night. Here we go.
Uh-oh.
I have a prompt a little bit. Have you been on the show before? No, but I've been watching for 4 years. I was in a relationship for 3 years, so I'm okay. So now you're single and you're ready. Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous. I know, I understand. I mean, you guys have a lot of courage to come on our show, so I'm not mad at it. All right, how do you pronounce your name, honey? Cynthia. Cynthia? You said Cynthia? Tia. Say it again. Tia. Tia, how old are you? I'm 25. 25, and what you do for a living? I'm currently a dual master's grad student, but I work part-time. I have 2 jobs. So I work with kids with disabilities and adults with disabilities. So, okay, kids with disabilities and adults with disabilities. Okay, do you have any kids yourself? No. No kids. And what city or state you calling me from? I'm in New York City. New York City. And what's your zodiac sign? Virgo. What? Oh. A Virgo? Virgo. So we got Tia, 25, Virgo, lives in New York City, works with kids and adults with disability, and no kids yourself, right? Never married? No, and I'm a student as well. You're a student, okay. All right, Tia. What kind of man you looking for? So I'm dating, and I'm on like a couple of dating apps, and I meet men in person, but
I'm gonna stop her. All right, before this starts to snowball, she's 25 years old with no kids. She looked like an average woman from the start.
She came on saying that she's been watching Kendra for 4 years. She was in a relationship for 3. I want to know the timetables, just how with love and hip hop. If you are a married woman and you're not watching stuff like Kendra solely for the shock value and entertainment value, if you up there clapping your hands as a married woman and you are engaging in a echo chamber circle jerk, you gonna be single soon too. I would like to know the timetable there.
I guess someone that's kind, intelligent, that's major for me. Educated, preferably no kids because I have no kids, and just a good person.
A good person.
Financially secure.
Okay. What are your deal breakers?
I think my deal breakers is any criminal record, someone that's not sensitive to kids or adults with disability or people that are like different than them. Like I have ADHD. That's something that I've kind of always had, and I discovered I had it like in my early 20s. So that's a part of my identity, and I work with kids, and when I graduate I'll be a special education like teacher. So someone that's just very in tune with knowing that there's neurodivergent people out there. So that's important for me. I guess a deal breaker would be not being understanding of that. Another deal breaker would be a lot of kids. 1 in a 50-50 relationship, like 1 in a 50-50 situationship, and any type of abusiveness.
So you don't want a 50-50 relationship?
No, that's not up culturally. I'm Jamaican, so.
Okay.
Fuck is you talking about?
What that got to do with anything? You're a human. As HQ say, she human, HQ. All right, she talking about she don't do 50-50. All right, now it's going to snowball, apparently.
This is why this is why I hesitate to tell people to get married at this age or below, because it's like the thought process is from a 30-year-old or a 35-year-old. This is just remarkable. It's like it's hard to listen to, because it's like it's like you're reading from a list, but you really don't know what you're talking about.
You recommended young ladies don't get married at the age of 25?
I said it's hard to recommend young ladies to get married at this age when the emotional.
Okay, now just right there, I don't want to fully combat that, but you know how I feel about that. But in what situation would you advise them to get married at 25?
I mean, if they're a little bit more emotionally mature and they have reasonable expectations. Some of this stuff that she talked about is not reasonable for somebody her age, and she wouldn't get off the heel. She wanted to die wherever she wanted to die, and that's not a sign of a mature individual. So no, I wouldn't recommend her getting married. Maybe there's some mature people out there that would, but she's not one of them.
Okay, so here we go. Let's let her cook.
Okay. So that means you want to provide her 100%.
80, 90%, even 70%. Yeah, a provider.
80, 90%. Okay. Okay. Should he look a certain way?
I'm 5'8", so I would prefer someone 5'9" and up.
Someone 5'9" and up. Okay. Should he make a certain amount of money?
Yeah. So I do want to get married and I want kids in the future. So I would say, upwards of like a quarter, middle 6 figures.
So 250,000.
Yes.
Okay. So does the man have a start with you if he makes less than that, or projected to make less than that, or no?
No, I want kids, and kids are expensive. I work with kids 5 to 7 days a week. So.
Okay. So no man that's not making that or projected to make that.
Can I tell you my age range? Maybe that will make more sense to you and the men dating. So I'm used to dating like executive people in tech, doctors, business owners, and a lot of them do make that amount or higher.
What's up with those guys?
Well, kids. They have kids, or they don't want to be a provider, or things just happen.
So they make the amount of money and they still don't want to be a provider?
Yeah, they want.
So you don't have them. Then we get to this fork in the road every single time because of the need to be right. Instead of them saying, you know what, I don't attract these men, they'll say, Kendra, I get these men all the time. Well, what's going on with those men? They don't want to commit. They just using me to sleep, hunch on me. They don't spend no money on me. Then why did you mention it?
Because the money, Mr. X. She got a point to prove. She knows she just asked for the least available man on the face of this earth, making $250,000. She knows she asked for. Oh my goodness. They can hunch him. And HQ, Kendra G asked her, what's going on with those men? They don't want to be providers. No, they don't want to provide for you. They got kids. Believe it or not, ladies, these extremely desirable men, believe it or not, they get a raw cat thrown at them on the regular, especially in these environments. I'm pretty sure in her offices, there's a sister that trumps her in looks, femininity, and everything. I guarantee it. And she just got to eat this.
And she is having her way, Lord. She is having her way.
Y'all look at her. You look at her and listen to what she says. Didn't she say, I date these men? She named about 4 or 5 of those dudes. How many men has she been dating or seeing? That would be my question. Because she's only 25. How many men are you seeing or you've been seeing? Or what kind of dates you've been having, and are you sleeping with these men? These are the questions that I would have. Like, well, I date lawyers, doctors, and Indian chiefs. You really think a lawyer, you really think a lawyer or a doctor is not going to clap the cheeks and he got $250K?
Thank you.
So are you clapping cheeks with these dudes that's got this money?
Well, there you go.
Yeah,
HQ.
that's what I want to ask. HQ, what defines dating, right? Because like when I was single, dating was like we were past third base.
Right.
Like I would say I went out on a date with, or I went out on a few dates with so and so. That means nothing past first base.
Right.
You know, that's just we're dating.
Right.
But
And
like
a whole bunch of she said I am dating all of these men, or I have dated all of men. What do you mean dating? Sleeping with?
But dating means more than just sex. Like it's like he's putting gas in your car, on the weekends.
Raquel, the young kids say dating is sleeping with.
Dating is you're putting investment in me. You're making sure my car has gas. I have air in my tires.
I would say a better word would be courting. Because I would agree that dating.
Nobody courting that woman. What you talking about?
I agree. I'm saying Raquel is describing someone being courted. Most people dating is simply hunching. All right.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. But what you are describing, Raquel, is courting.
I like that. Bring back courting. Shout out to Miss Raquel Rose. Bring back courting. That was me. I didn't date my wife. We courted. Once we got some sense, once I got some sense. I like that. Like you said, putting gas in the car. Right. You know what I mean? Making sure that's courting.
Coming over on a date, taking me to the restaurant, pulling out the chair, doing all that. Young people these days call dating hunching dating. I'm dating her. I'm just hunching her. This is situationship. She says dating. She's 25 years old. She's in that group where dating means hunching. So she said 4 or 5 men she's been dating. So does that mean you're hunching 4 or 5 men?
Yes. Men? Don't ask rhetorical questions. I'm gonna let it go.
Okay. 50-50 relationships.
So you date the men that make $250K and they still want a 50-50 relationship?
Yeah, many men don't want to be providers. It's a thing. Or some of them don't want to have kids, or they're a certain age. So the age range I date, I would say, would be like 30 and up.
Okay. But 250K is the minimum.
I want to be married and I want to have kids. So I would say, I don't want to put a number in it because I feel like there's a stigma when you put a number on it. So
well, I mean, here's the deal. The question can be skipped, and sometimes the question can't be skipped. But I mean, the answer could be whatever it is, right? So there's some women who don't care, but you obviously do care. So I guess the clarity is this. You want to have children, and when you have children, you do not want to work at all.
Oh no, my career trajectory is teacher, specialist, lawyer. So I do want to work, but I do want someone that will provide for the family. Like that's.
So I guess sometimes I've heard this question from the men. So what happens with all the money that you make if he's the sole provider?
It goes into the household. It goes into the kids. It goes into investment, travel, stuff like that.
Okay, so he's the sole provider of all the living expenses, and your money is the extracurricular activity.
Yes.
Okay, we got the explanation. Okay, let's do the Kendra Cam.
Just no. Nope.
Karen State.
Like to go hiking and exercise and stuff like that. So my schedule's a little bit packed right now, but when I'm not so packed, I'm very active.
When you're not so packed, okay. Let me see. We got some paid questions, child.
No.
This one said, Kendra, go ahead and get your drawing pad ready. Save her some time. So I have been known to draw people for people when they say something that we think is not going to happen. I'm not going to draw your man though.
I'm not asking for a lot. These are the men that I date, and
yeah, okay, but let me challenge that. So one will say, if these are the men that you date, then you don't even need to be with us. You should be able to close the deal then because you already have access to the men that you date. So that actually kind of makes it worse because what you're telling us is you have access to these men, but you're not closing the deal with them to get what you want, I guess, which is to be their wife.
Mm-hmm. I see your point there. My goal isn't to be someone's wife that doesn't want me to be their wife. So it has to be equally aligned, right? Like right now, my focus right now is like making sure I can provide for myself. But whoever is coming in my life, I want them to be able to provide as well. So that's why I'm in grad school.
Well, listen, she didn't answer the question. She just deflected. Answered, why don't these men, she basically said because they just want to clap my cheeks and they don't want me as a wife. They don't even take me on dates. They only come over after midnight, Kendra. But they pull up in the Bentley, but it's after midnight.
Shout out to Mrs. Raquel Rose. We got somewhere tonight. Bring back courting. We're not sitting here gonna keep trying to decipher what dating means. Because that's all she doing is dating, i.e. getting her bike blowed out and in. All right, by Mr. $250,000. You know what he pulling up in? You know what that ninja smelling like, dressing like? She is over. She can't that ninja step out with them double monk strap, tie your loafer shoes, man. It's over. Stop it. Courting. Bring back courting.
She got a specific look. She is a specific looking woman, and she's not gonna be everybody's cup of tea. So I think she lying. I think she dating the janitor. I think she dating the adjacent person to the doctor, the adjacent person to the lawyer. But you ain't dating that lawyer. Maybe the clerk, but you ain't no lawyer. Why they dating you? They dating you because they hunching you.
There you go. Hunch. Dating is hunching. We give her that HQ.
Yeah, but see, that's the biggest problem with us women today. Just because a man make money and he hunch on you, don't mean you deserve all men who got money. That's the problem. Now I can get this man. This man was hunching on me. Now I can get this man. That's not how that works for men. And that's what she thinks. Just because he bust me down, now I can get that type man. No, you can't get that type man. You never could get that type man. You can get his draws. That's as good as you're gonna get, but not be a wife.
That
What
part.
gonna do with you? Yeah.
And we never truly know how much these men make. They're not showing this woman tax returns. So a lot of these women just be capping. We talk about $250,000. That's less, that's 3 or 4. I want to say 4% of men, not black men. Men in the United States make more than $250,000. That's black, white, Asian, Hispanic, 4%. If you go down to black men, you talk about Mr. 0.00001. The percentages is crazy. You're talking about a black man making more than $250,000 is less than 1%.
They don't believe in data and statistics, though, Mr. X. They don't want to hear that and see that because they know a friend that had a baby that married to some guy making that. So they ain't trying to hear that. No. The exception to the rule is now the standard. We know that.
That's why I plan to go to law school. Like, I want to be a boss chick. Like, I want to be able to provide and take care of myself. But whoever else is going to be in that picture needs to also be able to do that. So it's not like I'm asking for something that I can't do for myself.
No, I get that. I think this is where, listen, I always tell people I'm not a relationship expert. I'm not a life coach. I don't give myself those titles. What I will say is I have a journalist background. And for the last 5 years, I have been talking to more than, really, I think the number is more than 15,000 single people. So with that, I've collected a lot of data. And I was talking about this the other day, and I get the boss chick mentality because the boss chick says kind of what you says. I can provide this for myself. So I'm only asking what you can do in return, which makes sense. I get that logical thinking, right? But the disconnect, the man that usually makes that amount, he dates with a different mindset. I don't think any man wants a stupid woman to be his wife because they want somebody smart enough to raise their kids. I don't think any man even wants necessarily a broke woman, right? But I think it's not, they don't always say, I want my financial equal. It's more so I want the woman that fits within my lifestyle. And sometimes it could be a woman who makes half of what you make. She wins out of availability for the things that he needs, right? So, but either way, I will say, go ahead.
So I was dating this guy for 3 months recently, and it's funny enough that you're talking about this. The reason that I had to cut off that relationship was a few things came up that I didn't agree with. So he does well for himself. He's in tech, but we got into a conversation about like what happens if I get pregnant or what happens if we're married and I have kids. So his take is that he knows people that have kids and goes back to work in 3 months. 6 months. My take is that if I'm having a child with a man, I want to be able to be there for that child at least until they can talk. So,
well, that's when I asked you this question. And I said, you want to have kids and you don't want to work. And you said, that's not true. I'm a student. I want to do this.
Then,
oh, your volume went out, honey.
I'm sorry. Until they can talk, as in I want to go back to work. As in that is something that I wouldn't mind doing, but I want to be there. I want to heal after I have a child. Black women have the highest mortality rate. So it all comes into play. So I would want to be with someone that if I can't work or if I can't contribute to the household, they can pick up the slack 100% without anything.
So how many years is that? So the child can talk like 2 years old?
Yeah.
Right.
For him, that was absolutely not.
Okay.
So that's why I had to, that and a few other reasons was why I had to break that off.
Okay. Fair enough. So you guys were in a relationship?
Yeah, we were dating for months. I literally broke it off, I think earlier.
Were you guys dating or were you guys in a relationship?
3 months.
What?
We were dating for 3 months.
Okay.
You a lie, and the truth ain't in you.
This is what we talk about. Y'all were hunching. If you've been with a man for less than a year or two, y'all are not dating. It takes a man at least a year to calibrate you as a serious dater. For the most part, he's just hunching on you. For the most part, there are exceptions. For the most part, you just getting hunched on for the better part of a year, and he might make his mind up at some point or not.
Because it is, especially today, is part of the vetting. Y'all dating, and this is where courting comes into play. Instead of just going out on dates HQ, and the only thing you know about each other are the good things. Money good, y'all always going on dates. He and she always dress nice. But the courting comes into play when you say, hey, what you doing this lazy Sunday? You know, say, let's just go to the park, chill, vibe out. You get in the car, need gas. That's when you go ahead and do your husbandly thing and put gas in the car. Then you say, oh, you know, we're going to go eat up under the tree, stop at the grocery store. Now you have a chance to observe the woman grocery shop. I'm tired of giving y'all tips, man, and y'all don't take them. And then this is part of the vetting. And like Mr. X said, this may take months. And through that, both of you are learning how each other move, watching each other's mannerisms, seeing each other sneaky and liars. And this is why it may work and it may not. Be careful.
See if the person is a sticker switcher at Walmart getting microwaves for $1. Jason Black, he has a great test for guys when they go grocery shopping with women. Make sure to see if she puts the cart in the cart place. You know, like, does she take the cart back to the designated cart area, or is she just pushing it into the Yukon Denali that's in the parking spot next to her car? You know, like stuff like that. Courting and vetting.
But you guys weren't in an exclusive relationship?
No, I was in an exclusive relationship with my ex up until like December.
Okay. Oh, so you went to him. And now your ex made your 250 quality, 250,000 a year?
Way more.
So why you break up with him?
I don't want to get into it. So it's personal.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. All right, so these are the men that you frequent. So you feel as though, I will say this. I know that if you are around the men in that tax bracket, that is, I mean, I know it seems like it's normal, but that is an exceptional tax bracket. It is. So don't negate that. I think you are doing a good job because you are dating within your circle, so that's good. So now I'm getting more of the backstory of where your standards coming from. Okay. All right, let's continue. So what are your 3 flaws? Wait, did I ask you when we got to last relationship? When's the last time you was intimate with someone?
Yeah, mine.
Okay. And 3 flaws you have to work on?
My time, I have a time, because of my ADHD, sometimes I have time blindness. I've gotten it down from my teenage years from like an hour or 2 to about 15 minutes now. So I've been actively working on that for like 10 years.
Been working on what?
Time blindness. So sometimes I have more time than I have and I don't. So I'll like run a little late.
Oh, girl, that's diagnosed or something? Because I definitely got that, child. What is it called? I thought it was CP time. There's another word for it.
About time blindness. So when you have ADHD, you have a few things that are quirks for some people.
Child, let me say something. Ain't nobody late is it's a shame. You almost got to lie to me to get me on time. Like you should tell me it starts 2 hours earlier to get me on time. But okay, that's the thing. Thank you for that. 2 more flaws.
Oh my God.
Hell.
And that net of it, this woman is not a real looker. I mean, you're trying to be a kept woman, a maid housewife to a millionaire man. Oh, good luck.
That's all. This sister here, she seems to be a wholesome sister. She in tune with herself. She knows she got some ADHD. She got some excuses too. That whole time blindness missed me with that. Stuff like that. You know, I know a lot of us got issues, a little bit of autism, ADHD, but to sit here and be like, I got time blindness, you know, it sounds like a legitimate excuse. Like, no, you just don't be on time. You have a problem respecting other people's time. Just say it what it is. Some of us be late. Why do we be late, HQ? Think about it. If you are late to something, you do not fear repercussions of not being late.
Right.
If you did, you wouldn't be late.
Oh, absolutely. Time. It's a new concept for me, but I ain't never heard nobody really come out here and say I have time blindness or anything weird like that. Look, she got too many things. She got too many idiosyncrasies. First of all, I don't know why she requires this 250, but you ain't gonna get it. You may get it for the side piece variety, but you're not gonna be the wife. It just is what it is. That's 3% of the men. Men, not just black men, men, period. They ain't checking for you. They ain't nowhere near checking for you. It is what it is.
I think I expect a lot from people because I expect a lot from myself. So that could be a flaw. And I can walk away from anything. Like I'm a lover and a leaver. That's what I tell people.
You're a lover and a leaver? Okay. So was that 3?
Yeah, it's 3. So time, what was the second one that I said? Time blindness, lover and a leaver, and I guess I'll do a third one. What's the third one? I want to be more healthy. I think that's a goal for me. Like I lost about 15 pounds since leaving my ex and a job that I was a child social worker last year. Since leaving my ex and my job, so I'm working on about 25 more pounds. I was extremely stressed out. So
okay.
Leaving people where they have me effed up at and being more on time, being more punctual.
Okay. And why would a guy be lucky to be with you?
I would say a guy would be lucky to be with me because I'm very spontaneous. I'm very adventurous. Most people would say I'm intelligent, and I care about people, like genuinely care about people. I think I'm a kind person. I think I'm a good person overall, which there's not a lot of. I feel like there should be more good people in this world. So.
Yeah.
You a lie, and the truth ain't in you.
So here we go. We've been sitting up here wondering where a lot of this delusion is coming from. All right, we got some. This is her. She used to be 300 pounds. Huh? God damn. All right, this is on her Instagram here. I see Divine drop her TikTok. All right, we'll check that out as well. 270, 250, 250. So she was a big girl, and she done lost the weight. Now you can't tell her nothing. Yeah! Boom, shakalaka! I mean, it's rooted in delusion. We talk about this. Just because you lose weight, it does not thrust you to the front of the pack. You don't go from last place to first place. You could go in the middle of the pack somewhere, you know.
And you know what? It's unfortunate, but she most likely been out here free hunching all of these high earning guys. That's what comes with this. 300 pounds. I'm gonna say
Think about this. Not to cut you off, Mr. Walker. Think about the men that got this 300-pound cudicata. Men think like this. The men that she was screwing at this moment, and now she want me, Mr. $250,000 a year, when you was letting some ninja that don't even change his drawers that live in his grandma's basement. He was screwing her at this time, probably still is.
Facts. All that's what I'm getting to. So now, Mr. Dr. Turn, whoever she working around making $250,000, her words. Let's imagine he like her. She down to 170 pounds from 300. And don't nobody wear 300 pounds like a melanated sister. I wouldn't have thought that was 300 pounds. God dog. But it's not an excuse. Y'all need to stop. God dang it. But this brother go to the local G station with his sister. And like Miss A said, now y'all get out the car. You think it's cool. You have to pump her gas. And gas station nug walk over. You looking like, what this nigga doing in his window talking to my date? Little did you know, 100 pounds ago, that was her man. Ladies, these things are mission critical. At that point, that dude could be sitting there pumping your gas like, man, I feel her. She's super dope. I think this might be some. I'm about to call my boys and let them know I can't even make it to poker night. And then Nug come up to the door. I'll be there. It's over. Men's heart breaks silently. Just broke. God dang it. Thought I had one. Over.
Part. So what you got, Raquel? What's your take?
I just see Nug coming over, like when Greg was trying to get that $200 from his girlfriend, Felicia was like, Greg, can I talk to you for a minute? It's like, no, bitch, no. No, you can't talk to me. Oh my God. I would hate that.
So this is her. HQ, she was 300 pounds. Now she's about 170 or so. And she feels like I put all that work in. I deserve, keyword, I deserve a high value man.
I'm extremely happy that she's becoming healthy. She's still ugly though. But besides the point, I don't know what other point it is. She's just ugly. But hey, look, if she can get a man that make $250,000, HQ is on the market to get her a husband for $250,000.
I wouldn't call it a U word, you know.
HQ, that was hardcore busting out the frame. Jesus.
She on the market and a $250 dude come for her. I better give me a $250. I take $150.
I don't think
HQ ain't listen. Yeah, this right here, this is her more or less. She can always go back to this. Don't get it confused in the blink of an eye. All right, this will be your wife before you know it.
I say bull jive. I don't agree with that. The meat she getting now, no, hypergamy is in the room. She like gas station nug meats compared to Mr. Heart Surgeon meats. No,
she will be back there in 6 months. You feed her some ribs, some chicken, that barbecue sauce, some Kentucky Fried. She gonna be back there in 6 months.
Speaking of barbecue sauce, the best barbecue sauce on the market is Hog Father's raspberry chipotle. Not a sponsor, but I'm telling you, it's like crack.
Raspberry chipotle.
It's yeah, I'm telling you, Hog Father's raspberry chipotle. Oh.
Chipotle.
Mm-hmm. So this is her here. She's apparently on some type of fitness journey. All right, we're gonna go back over. If you're just coming in, hit the like button.
People in this world. All right, so we got Tia, New York. Do you want the guy to be in New York, honey?
New York, New Jersey, New York. I don't have a car. That's a goal for mine when I graduate, like with my master's in a few months. So New York, New Jersey would work the best for now.
Your age range again was what?
I'm 25. I'm turning 26 in September. So I would say I would prefer under 50.
Okay, so what's the youngest?
29.
29 to 50. Okay. And you said he can't have kids already, or he can't?
I would prefer no kids. If you do have a child, you need to make more money.
More than a $250K? Oh, okay. So what is the amount he should make if he already has kids?
I'll go there. Just make more money.
So, okay, I want to be clear. So no kids is a $250K requirement. If he has kids, he has to make more than $250K.
Not necessarily about the money. Like
that's what you said. You said if he has kids, he has to make more money.
Yeah, but I don't want to put a number on it.
Okay, so if a man that has kids and he makes $80,000, could he date you?
I'm being realistic for where I live, New York City, right?
I'd ask you a question directly. If a man has kids and he makes $80K, can he date you?
How many kids?
One. No. So we start at the bare minimum of a kill. So a guy has, so it is about the money. Because let me explain this to you. If you have a money entry to even be qualified, it is about the money. So don't say it's not about the money.
Entry, it's if you have kids, I'm thinking you're financially providing for your kids. Like,
either, no matter how you put it, I'm asking you clean cut questions. Now, this is your life, so you can do it. But to say it's not about the money is a lie, because you just said if a guy makes 80K.
About the money. I'm not saying not fully about the money.
But it starts. No, but here's what you got to understand. This is why I'm asking you clarity. It's your life, so it is what it is. But when you say if a man makes 80K and he has a child, he's not an option. It is about the money, because we don't get to the character if he doesn't make the money to even be considered. So it is about the money when it comes to you. I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but that's what it is, because if a guy has a good character and all those things, but if he makes 80K, he's not an option. So it's about the money.
Okay, you can say that. You can say that. It's okay.
Okay, so to be clear, if he makes 100K with a kid, not an option either?
I want kids, Kendra.
Girl, listen, I'm asking you questions. You don't got to explain it. Just tell me yes or no. If it's a no, then it's a no.
We can just move on. We can move on from it. I don't want to stay on the money topic, because I feel like that shows a bad character for me.
Why do you feel like it shows a bad character if it's you?
Because you're gonna post a slide, and then when you post a slide, people are gonna say all she cares about is the money, and that's not all I care about. If you grew up the way I grew up, you would understand why it's important to me.
Here's the deal. I'm not even being judgmental at this moment, right? Because this is your life, right? But I have to say,
perceive things.
Say that.
People are gonna take things and run with it, and I know how people act on social media, and probably a family member, or probably someone in my professional life will see this. So I'm being cognizant of that.
Well, Tia, here's the deal. It's your life, right? You got to live it.
And it's a simple thing. At the end of the day, ladies, y'all got to quit talking to people like everybody is slow. I get it that most of her friends and family are probably slow and they buy this stuff, but you can't sit up here and say, well, I'm looking for a $250,000 man. Kendra said, she said, I date them in my real life. Kendra said, why ain't you with them? And then you turn around and get all these excuses. It can't be both ways. Either you got them or you don't.
Right. Thank you. This is why we use the word delusion so often, because that's what it is. She's not getting these outcomes, but she up here talking like she got it like that. This is the problem with the echo chamber circle jerk. She's not around enough people that's giving her constructive criticism. The fact that Kendra has to check her delusion should say a lot. What do you think, HQ?
See, once you get into that thought process, you got a problem with these young people. Maybe she don't know how much 250. Maybe she don't know what she's saying. Maybe you think 250 is something that it's not. I don't know what New York makes. I don't know what people in New York make. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's normal for her. What does New York people make? It's a delusion that I can't say she's totally deluded, because I don't know what New York people make. I know when you go to certain places, 100K is like 200K.
It don't matter. She need to move then. It's sitting there and see, again, that's blaming your dating outcome on your location. Now it's because it's too expensive. Then move. Shout out to Kendra G, say it's your life. You better do something about it.
That part.
Yeah, that part. Yeah.
What you got, Raquel? What's your take?
She ain't getting 250K. But like, I used to love when Kevin Samuels would ask them, what profession are you in? I don't know any. Well, no, I know superintendents of certain school districts get like 350K salary. Patent law attorneys get about 250 to 300K. Doctors coming out of residency make 300K. So I don't know. I don't, like, you're around doctors and lawyers and they're all hunching you and you can't seal the deal with any of them. You got to come up on Kendra G and plead your case. Like, the reason why people are going to take this interview and run with it is because you don't match what you're asking for. Dummy. Like, and you know sitting up here looking at yourself on this screen that you don't qualify for 250. But in the circle jerk, which is your girlfriend's telling you, yeah, girl, you're going to go to school, you're going to get your master's degree, and you're going to get into all this debt. And then you're going to find a man that makes 2 times the debt that you're in to come and save your life. Like, that doesn't happen, y'all. That just doesn't happen.
Thank you.
But you're perceived as who you are, right? So if you feel like that's a bad quality, then that's on you. I have women that come on the show and stand 10 toes down and don't give a damn. You gotta make $500K, and that's just what it is, and that's just what it is. So we can't move on. But really, why I deep dive is so the men that are watching, it's like we try to make it specific enough so the person that can reach out should reach out and not waste their time. So okay.
On the money per se, because then this live becomes just about the money. So that's
but here's the deal. These are the things that you said, because I said the guy has kids, and you said, well, he has to make more money. So I was just getting clarity, right? And if that's how you feel, then that's how you feel. But that's how I got there, because we were just getting more clarity. So okay. So why are you so nervous of how you're going to be perceived?
Because I'm in a lot of spaces, and I just know that your platform is really big, and it might go somewhere that I just don't want to have these conversations.
Well, do you think that it's a bad thing to have a money requirement if he has a certain amount of kids, or a 250K requirement? Do you think it's a bad requirement?
I think I'm thinking about the person, like how it might look to someone. I might turn off someone just by saying that. But
well, the men that turn what happens is you turn off the men who don't make that, right? So there's men who just don't make it, right? They don't make that salary. So and this is what does happen. They then say, because essentially what it says is, I don't have a shot because of my salary, right? I don't have a shot. So yeah, they do feel a certain type of way. Like sometimes when men say they want a certain age quality, or I want a woman with no kids. Sometimes the women with kids feel away because they're like, well, you're counting me out before you even get to know me because I'm a mother, you know? So, and I know this is why I'm saying this. If you are around these men, you should really, really focus on it, because I know that we come on the show and people think everyone's making $250,000 and it's really not the case. Huh?
I'm not there yet, but that is my trajectory. So
no, I mean, that's fine. But I think that all my boss chicks think that it actually really isn't the case, right? So when you come on this worldwide show, a lot of men do get sensitive when the money requirement comes up, because they don't fall into it. Doesn't mean that they could be as in good character qualities they might have, just don't have the income quality. So then it's like, I'm not even an option because of my bank account. So that's the message that gets out there. But it's, according to you, that's what you said it is, though, right? No?
It is what it is. I can't change what I would prefer. Same way a man would prefer a certain thing, I would prefer not to raise my children in poverty. That's just a preference.
And that's it. That's it. This goes back to Heathen Queen with one of the craziest quotes, but from time to time, I don't mind playing devil's advocate. She can ask for whatever she want and remain single. She ain't gonna get the results, obviously. This is just, it's insanity and delusion, but you can't stop people from being insane and delusional.
What's her name? Super Stella. Now she want to have some common sense. She's like, yeah, I know I'm gonna be seen. I don't want to get stuck on this money thing. And Kendra liked the money thing. Kendra gets off on this. You heard her. She say a lot of guys, they become sensitive whenever women mention money, and they don't fall into that category. False. And if it's true, make it not true, fellas. There ain't no way in heck you become sensitive because you don't meet the money requirement of these hyenas. That's fake news, man. Stop that. But Kendra like this money. Yeah, these ninjas is broke. Tell them how broke they is. Yeah, see, Super Stella trying to backtrack, and Kendra trying to push over the cliff. Like, yeah, tell them how broke they is, girl. Tell them.
Yeah, she said whatever she said inside of her head. I want a man make 250. When you say it out loud and other people say it back to you, it sounds as goofy as it sounds. And that's what happened. She said it out loud. She said it inside her head, told Kendra. Kendra said it back to her, and she was like, man, that don't even sound, I sound goofy to my damn self. And that's what she's trying to do, back up, because she knows she sound crazy. 250? Really? Just you and a man? You and a man. He got to make 250 for your lifestyle. And you ain't even graduated from school yet. You ain't got no student loan debt. Are you saying you want him to make 250 so he can pay your student loan debt off?
Yes.
Is that what you telling people? Because you're going to be a lawyer, so maybe you need a man who make that kind of money so he can help you pay off your student loan. Oh, okay, now I got it. That's it right there. That's it right there.
That's it. Free. I'm sorry if I offend anyone, but I have a certain view that I want for my life. Like, I want to be married, I want to have kids, and I have family in different parts of the world. I have family in Canada, Jamaica, and the United Kingdom. I would like to travel a few times a year. So I want whoever I'm with to be comfortable with that or be able to, contribute to that. So
listen, here's the deal. I understand the logic. I'm a female, I'm a woman. I understand the logic. Now the goal is to find a man who's on the same page. I mean, you're young, you have no kids, you definitely fit into the age category that men tell me they desire. They like younger women, they like women with no kids, and they like, so I don't think all is lost. So we're gonna end right there. Okay. So older man, 30 to 50, New York City. She's a student. She works.
And that's Kendra just being obtuse. That is Kendra gaslighting. She put on her heathen queen cap for a second. Like, yeah, this is what y'all asked for. No, the hell it ain't. All right, y'all need to stop the cap. There is an image in a man's head. All right, yeah, fit, feminine, friendly, granted, but it ain't this. There's an image. It ain't this.
I'm trying to see why Kendra got this shade for her. I'm sorry, Mr. X. Kendra either directly or indirectly see her as competition. So you're 25? You want the guy making as much money as I want? Yeah, that's what y'all want, ninjas. This is her. There's so much hate and malice.
She can ask for whatever she want to ask for. It's just that she might as well draw her on her own picture, because whatever she asking for, she not gonna get. Like the famous Kevin Samuels said, you deserve second shift at the plant. That's as good as it's gonna get for you. That's it. You gonna make the money in the family, and he gonna just be another nug going to 95. Just be happy with that.
He gotta be nuts. See, no, nug ain't exactly. If they married and he worked that, no, that ain't nug. See, and there you go. Just because a brother ain't making above average income don't mean he a nug. But I don't want to put take just in front of that. Because a man is making that don't mean he a nug. Because a man wants to go to work, go get him a little beer, come home and watch Sports Center with all the bills and stuff paid. Don't make him a nug.
A sanitation worker guy, the guy
I would say that's where we at in this gender war right now, where it's either the haves and the have-nots. Right. So I understand where HQ is coming from, whereas either you this 250K man or you nug. And same
that's messed up. That's messed up. HQ is like that. Damn.
That's not my standards. That's the women's standards these days. If you don't make no 100K, 200K, then you a nug. You ain't nobody if you don't make no money. This is the way these girls think these days.
But listen, like $100,000 in Atlanta isn't the same as $100,000 in New York. Isn't the same as $100,000 in California. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I work for the government, so we get paid off of our locality. Where are we in the country, right? Me and a young lady in my same position will make vastly different salaries depending on what state we're in, right?
I'll say this. One thing about the date market don't care. So the date market don't have no empathy.
So if the man is in Detroit and you're in Oklahoma, he's still got to make $100,000, even though you don't need $100,000 in Detroit to live well. You feel what I mean? If you don't need the same amount of money, then why? If it's just about living comfortably and being able, like they say, to afford your lifestyle. If your lifestyle is affordable at 50K, at 60K, at 70K, wherever you are, and you're on Kendra G's show and you're looking for love, and a man reaches out to you from Oklahoma like, baby, I'm ready to do this now. I'm Mr. 60K. I don't have no debt. Like, come live with me. Bring your 4 for 4. Like, that's a great deal.
But listen to this, Raquel. Every chick from California every girl from California all the way to Washington, D.C. is asking for 6 figures. So they don't care where they live. They asking for the outrageous number of over six figures. So it don't matter whether we live in freaking Wyoming or Washington.
You're poor in Hawaii with 100K. You're poor.
Well, I'll say this. These women, they fully understand this stuff. We don't have to sit up here, nor do Kendra, and have to explain stuff to these people. Like HQ said, it don't matter where they live. They understand. They don't care. That goes back to my point. That's why
she ain't getting 250, Gavin. She ain't getting 250.
Listen, that's why I don't care. If this woman don't come up here and ask for a man making $250,000, how do we get this awesome content? That goes back to my point where I don't care what this woman asked for. Y'all sitting here like this is our daughter and we trying to don't care. She asked for whatever she want. I'm on HQ's train. Keep doing it. We gonna be here.
Hence the saying resistance is futile. I definitely want that on the shirt because that sums up the dating market. Don't resist boss chicks' demands. You not gonna change their mind, and you got to understand why. Hopefully, we do provide some service to help y'all understand why they think this way. She done lost over 100-some pounds. She hunching guys she like. Her hypergamous nature will not allow her to come down off of that high. She got to get it. So it is what it is. Resistance is futile. Let them ask for what they want. Just take note and move accordingly.
That part. And we got some super chats here.
Shout out to Who's the Master. Says, no, was she 25? Pull them things out and let's see how far they hang. Wait, see, did she say she's getting the dual masters just to be a special ed teacher? The F you talking about? Appreciate you, EV Ray. Says HQ, my darling. Hey, Cap, this chick 43. 25, man.
25.
Appreciate your divine photos. Says this whole nonsense of money over character from our women is ridiculous. They chasing money by any means, even if the guy is treating them like ish. Appreciate you, Jerea. Says the nature of men with money. They are not picking her. Maybe a one-off, but that is it. Says she lying. Now a med student. Pre-law, maybe. A debt for sure. Well, shout out to STL Trucker. Says she look older than Raquel. That's an old 25. That's facts. She look older than Raquel. Appreciate your Sal Bill. Says specific look. HQ don't want to say ugly or fugly. She did, actually. Shout out to Mr. Wilson, the legend. Says, hey, everybody. Courting Mr. Walker. This is 2025. That's why I said bring it back. Shout out to the sister Repink. Appreciate your sister. She said, stop hating on the real. Hit the like button. Shout out to SBC. Yeah! Boom, shakalaka! Appreciate your divine photos. Says she can hunch all she want to, but she gonna be like Charles Barkley, John Stockton, Karl Malone, which equates to no ring. Appreciate you, EV Ray. Says say it slower and you to you, KG. Men don't want stupid women. Say it slower to you, KG.
I'm naked. Drop the link. That's what Leon said in the chat.
Okay, shout out to Patrick. Shout out to Patrick Fitz. Says that part egregious with the hair helmet. No naked Leon King. Appreciate your black silver chair. Says everyone is passing her around like a blunt end. Appreciate you, Patrick. Says that part. She is not even handsome. Not cute. Not handsome. Appreciate your most egregious one. Says she's an escort. Hoping to get it upgraded to a wife. Probably in Shannon Sharp's rotation. Getting choked out and putting doo-doo in the ding-ding. Shout out to Patrick. Says that part. She looked like Ben Reigns and drag. Appreciate you, Patrick Pitts. Again, says that part. I think she is not a looker at all. Appreciate you, Jared, coming through. Says, if I live in my mama's basement collecting a slow check, I still would not pick that. The hell? God. Appreciate you, Patrick Fitz. Says that part. HQ, what are your thoughts on this beast? She don't got no thoughts. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Patrick. Says that part. Love me some HQ. She love you too. Shout out to Who's the Master. Been a member for 18 months. Appreciate you. Says, dang, HQ, ugly. Keep that same energy. Appreciate yourself, Bill. Says, Mark Henry, little sister is wilding out. 300K. Yeah. Appreciate you. HQ found her lamp. Says, y'all see how much more sense HQ is making this evening? It's because I'm back in my rightful place. Thanks for bringing me back, HQ. Shout out to the egregious one. Says, beware of those condiments, Mr. Walker. They're packed with sugar, carbs, and ish lowers your little swimmer count. And we all know how you like to make babies. That's true. But you know what? With moderation, it definitely got sugar in it. That's for sure. Appreciate you, Steve. Says, I grow up broke getting gold digger vibes. Shout out to Dizzy Husband. Says, butterface and delusional. Shout out to Mr. Wilson, the legend. Says, this is what it looked like when foreheads cry. Appreciate your Project Leroy. Says, greetings, hosts and guests. She will be on Ashley Dalton next week, saying she qualifies for a $250K man, and Ashley Dalton will co-sign this. Sign this NDA. Appreciate your Disco Darren. Says, wait, did this broad stand up yet? I'm in the drag strip checking in and had to tap in. You at the drag strip? Shout out to Disco Darren. Okay. Shout out to Nagito. Says that 5 o'clock shadow ain't hitting. God dang it. Appreciate you, Divine. Says when Kendra makes you a highlight, you're a red flag. Shout out to Mr. Wilson G. Honda.
Yeah, get that money. Money. Gotta get that money. Oh, money. And I'm going to get it. And it won't stop, and it don't stop, and it won't stop. You know what I'm talking about?
Shout out to the brother Q2. What it do? One of last show's sponsors come through the 50 ball. Thank you, brother. Says she going to law school? That's $150K of debt. Plus her taking years off after a child. The high-paying jobs are not waiting for you to come back. As a trauma surgeon, I am not taking an extra $150K of debt unless a lady checks all the boxes. This is what it looks like when you're dealing with a man that paints the picture for you instead of just sitting there saying it. This is what it looks like.
Yes, this is so good. I love this comment so much because Kevin Samuels always used to ask the ladies, what is the man you're wanting, looking for? And he wants all the boxes checked. He wants all, and he deserves it. He deserves it. And you can't shame him into not feeling like he deserves what his, yeah. So when they're like, he picked his preference, and then listen, he has the right to pick whatever he wants. If he's worked hard, he deserves it. Like, yeah, I agree with this so much.
That part. So shout out to Q2, what it do, sponsoring the show.
Hey, we ain't done lost money, don't you worry.
They gonna call them bitches tomorrow, Belly.
There go my cool.
Yeah, you know. Now everything I sell them tomorrow, I'm gonna double up on their head.
That go my coos. Appreciate you, Q2. What it do? Shout out to Jeray. Appreciate you coming through. Says she has to max out on the intangibles: sweet personality, softness, femininity, a true lady in the streets, and a super freak in the bed. Then maybe, just maybe. Appreciate you, Dark Star. Says, find a hardworking Mr. 40 Hours who loves you. The covering of a good man provides is worth way more than $250,000. Too many learn this too late. Sad. Blessings to you, sister. Beautiful.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Appreciate you, EV Ray. Says KG says she keep our lights on. No, It's delusion that keeps our lights on. Appreciate you, Project Leroy. Says, throw Worf from Star Trek a lifeline, fellas. Nope. Appreciate you. Nats SWA, come through with the $5 super sticker. Thank you.
And shout out to Alfonso. He says, this sister need to act her face.
Indeed.
Here we go.
With adults and kids of disability. She's a Virgo. Are you on the Kendra G Singles dating app?
Yeah, it's the name that I have on here.
Okay, let me pull you up, girl. So, superstar?
Stella. Stella is a star.
Oh, Stella's a star? Okay, I got you. Oh, superstar Stella. Let's look at your pictures. Will we see you in the gym?
Yeah.
Okay. We see you, superstar Stella.
Super Stella Tia.
Oh, no, it's a superstar Stella. No. That's what it thinks. That's right there.
No, it's Super Stella Tia.
Oh, y'all know I'm dyslexic, y'all. Super Stella.
No, you
Super
slow.
Stella. Super Stella. Y'all know I'm dyslexic. I'm sorry, girl.
No,
Super Stella. Super Stella. She's looking for a long-term relationship. Now you have the relationship style on the app. And you are located where again?
In
New York. Okay. Fellas, you can shoot your shot and send her a message right there, or you can scroll down and push the heart or the star. Let me pull you up. Let me send you a message. Hey, girl. Let's see what you. Here she is. Tia.
I know how your cousins got Kendra.
Oh no, girl, you already know what they're going to. But listen, here's the deal. You got to stand 10 toes down and what it is. But I will tell you this. If your highest probability of getting that type of man and making him a husband, or you want to get married, are the men that you are circling, right? So if this is really what you want. I think what y'all don't know is women who really be on the wise plans, they be on, that's their job. Like for real, that's their job. They said they cash it out, okay? And this is not a judgment. This is a game lesson, right? So while you trying to be a boss chick, she making sure everything else is in motion to be the white chick because her check is his check. So if you're around these men and this is very important to you and you want to cohabitate with a man of a certain salary bracket, it seems like you're in that circle. So that's your highest probability of closing a deal. Like don't negate these men that you're frequenting every single day.
You're right. You're right.
I got a paid question. I got a few paid questions. Okay, this one said this is in your favor. In NYC, it's not far-fetched. Next, the F. Oh, that's the fuck to me. NYC is not far-fetched. Next, Kendra, the fuck. Okay, well, okay. There you have it. That one's on your side. Women, what? Let me see this one. Women like that create Shannon Sharp. How? Shannon Sharp, what are you talking about? How do women like this create Shannon Sharp? Shannon Sharp makes more than $250,000. Like he's a multimillionaire. I don't think he's swayed by any woman's salary requirement. I don't agree with that. Now Tyree said delusion where reality takes a vacation and imagination forgets to leave a forwarding address. So Tyree thinks you're delusional.
Well, one person's delusion is another person's reality.
Wow.
Okay. And Manny Jackson said 250K.
You can't make this up.
Is this camera on me? Yes, it's on. That's stupid. Use your common sense.
The crazy part is that is not the first time we have heard that. And that's what triggers me. This is not the first woman to come up here and say, one person's delusion. Who said? We had a couple of people. It's always ignorant. One person's delusion is another person's reality. They always say that when they ask for something crazy.
I'm trying to make that statement make sense by placing the individuals there. So a person's delusion that's another person's reality sound very Shutter Island-ish, lobotomies, if you will. Yeah, my delusion is your reality. What are you, Dr. Strange? What are we doing here?
I think you're delusional.
Well, one person's delusion is another person's reality.
Woo! Okay. And Manny Jackson said 250K in New York is like 100K in Alabama.
Thank you, Manny. That's why I kept reiterating New York City. Like I'm.
Girl, listen. Here's the deal. Hello.
Like it's
I can't hear you, honey.
No, I'm saying the moment you step outside in New York City, it's like the money just goes like this.
You bring the camera down. Yes, but there's plenty of people living in New York City that don't make that money every day.
That's true.
Yeah.
About for marriage and for kids. Like I'm thinking about the longevity of it.
I get you, and there's plenty of people who are married in New York City that don't make that money.
And those are not the lifestyles that I want.
And that's fair. And that's fair. Listen, that's fair. I'm not telling you it's the lifestyle you have to go through, but I'm saying there are people that live under that in New York City every single day. And that's fair if that's not what that's fair if that's not what you want for your life. So now let's find you a man that's on the same life plan. What happened, honey?
If I don't come across a man that makes that amount, which I don't have any problem coming across men, but if I don't come across someone that makes that amount, I'm okay with making that amount for myself and providing for myself.
Right. So now with that example, would you partner with a man that made less than you or no? Okay. Okay, fair enough. So you'll just be happy single. Okay. Fair enough.
For too long.
Your phone's going in and out, honey.
And I said I'll never be single for too long.
So that means you would date a man that makes less than?
No, you just can't make less.
Oh, okay. Okay. Fair enough.
Man, do y'all women listen to yourselves? The need to be right is so strong that y'all make yourselves look stupid. So she basically just told all the men, you don't have to take me serious and I will give you cheeks. That's what you said. They thinking like, I don't even have to marry her because she said I'm always going to have a man. That you don't have to take her serious.
100% facts. That's exactly what she said, Mr. X, trying to save face. Yeah, she said, yeah, I'll be happy never having a real relationship, but I ain't never gonna be lonely for too long, i.e. desirable LA Fitness gym meets. That's it. She already got about 5 of them lined up. She know exactly how she get knocked down. Yeah, I'm gonna start acting like they are big, strong boys. Go ahead, Bonquisha. Knock them ninjas down. They swear they be running through men. That's wicked.
So I'm gonna let this go. This is madness.
All right, fair enough. We're not gonna stay here anymore. But let me pull her back up. She is Tia, superstar. Oh, not superstar. Super Stella on the Kendra G Singles dating app. Super Stella on the Kendra G Singles dating app. All right, honey, I wish you the best, baby girl.
Kendra, I love your show. Keep doing your thing.
Thank you so much.
Happy year 5.
Thank you. Thank you, baby girl. Bye, baby. What I will say is, whenever I get men who do make that amount of money on my show, y'all never like their demands. Like that's why I always say I love when those men come on, because those men are very, very clear, very direct, and normally y'all don't really like them. Whenever we get the men that make the high quality salaries, y'all don't usually like those guys in the end. Y'all be like, I don't like him no more because the way he's talking, the way he's acting. But hey, that's neither here nor there. I was saying this earlier. I hate how the high value, high quality. I hate that conversation because here's the deal. If you have one guy that makes $300,000, but is very wishy-washy in your life, not showing up for you on a regular basis, not there at all when you need him, but yet you can have fancy outings from time to time. And then a guy that might, I'll just say $80K, who's really there and trying to build a life with you. To me, the $80K guy is more of a high value guy for you. High value should be who's treating you the best. That's what you should rate it on. You shouldn't rate it on anything else, because why does it matter if you have a rich man who's not treating you good? Like, does it even, you might as well be broke. You might as well be broke if you're not going to treat me right, right? So I think, but the internet has taken over this conversation so much. And now we're here, it's 2025. We got Kendra G show and all these.
Listen, sounds good, but you ain't the messenger, Kendra. The problem is Kendra comes up here and double talk, because in this notion, she's telling women, oh, ain't nothing wrong, get with the 80K man. And then 5 minutes later, somebody will be in the chat talking, and she'd be like, oh, you men dusty. If you don't make 100K, you dusty and you got little meats. So Kendra, these same men these women are listening to you shame these men, and then 5 seconds later, you tell the women to get with the men that you shame.
And the rhetoric as of lately now, Mr. X, is that now since ladies like Kendra and Taraj and them can't maintain and hold down a high earning, high value man, now they just completely disregarding the term. Well, I don't even like it because these guys making all this money don't treat us ladies right. No, stop doing that. The gynocracy is so wicked because whenever one hyena is not getting result, now that bad outcome goes for everybody. Kendra. So Kendra and Taraji say all of the high earning guys I dated were egotistical, narcissistic. So guess what? If they were treating me like that, and I'm a special unicorn, my coup de is the best, they're gonna treat all y'all like that. It's egregious.
What you got, HQ?
I'm saying that she should have told her right off the bat instead of walking around the whole thing. She's being disingenuous. Just tell her you don't qualify for that kind of thing, or tell her it's almost going to be impossible for you to get what you're asking for. And why won't you just be reasonable in your standards? Why she didn't say that, I don't know. She don't have no problem telling men stuff. She don't have some women. She just don't. Look, Kendra was just avoiding calling her ugly. It is what it is. So she didn't want to say that. So she just danced around whatever the lady was saying. Because if she would have told her, look, men of value deal with women that are 6 or 7 above, and you like a 4. So she's not going to tell her that. And that's the whole point. Now you got this woman running around thinking that, oh yeah, I really have a shot at this 250 man, when you really don't. You really, really don't, right? You got a shot at the bedroom. You got a shot in the eye. He going to shoot you in the eye. But that's what you're going to get.
And you know what? That's HQ, to your point. That's success for her. She said it with her chest. She said she refused to take a man seriously that makes less. But however, she ain't tripping off that because she won't be lonely for long. She gonna take that shot in the eye happily, long as she ain't lazy. She got some Visine. She get it out.
Man.
These podcasts and everything, and you high value, and that's all bullshit. High value who's ever treating you the best. Point blank, period. And fellas, that goes for y'all too. Y'all be getting mad when y'all pick IG models when they act like IG models. What you think she gonna do? That's what she was. That's what she is. You can't pick a girl off of superficial things and then get mad when she doesn't come with the substance that you say you desire or want in order to make her a wife. And now we just, it's all a mess, child. It's all a mess. All right, I'm not really keep trying to talk to y'all, but let's do this. Push the request if you want to be a guest. Michelle, you gotta turn on your camera.
You see, she tried to drag the men.
I think I blocked myself.
You see, she tried to drag the men, right? She tried to drag the men instead of dragging her. She tried to drag the men. Oh, y'all keep asking for this. That's why she asked for what she asked for. Why you just didn't say it to her? Why you didn't say it to her face?
Got him. Yep.
Yeah. Abraham, he's always so kind. He said, "Hey, Kendra, looking beautiful. Loving the reality checks. If people don't listen, oh well, time will teach." Yeah. Yes, it will. Thank you, Abraham. You're always so kind. You're always so kind. I appreciate you. All right, listen, y'all can. Okay, perfect. All right, push the request if you want to be a guest now. YouTube, y'all tried earlier, but now I got my coffee in my system. We got more than 4,000 people. I started to find love, but I do think it's important. Sometimes I like, though, when people come on the show, they self-reflect and watch the show, and they might say, oh, do I want to be this person? Oh, do I not want to be this person? So, but I do think the comment section got people afraid, y'all. Okay, no, oh no, that's not this one. I want to read this comment. YCC said, whom treats you the best is just a good guy, which is different from high value men and men with money. Come at me. I mean, I don't know. That's your definition. It's your life. Go with it. But what does it matter if he makes a lot of money but treats you like shit? Why? Who gives? See, I think maybe because I ain't never been worried about nobody's pockets. I worry about my own pockets. So, but and the ironic thing is I always attract men with money. So, but I never even be thinking about it because I'm going to make my own money.
Well, listen.
You're a liar.
That's a lie. The net of it, a man's going to treat you how you present yourself, what you are deserving of. They kill me with man got money, but he can treat you like ish. He treat you like ish because you are not a wife. All right? Quit making it seem like it's his fault. You need to self-reflect. You are not a wife, so you are being treated accordingly.
These modern boss chicks are, you know what? It's done. It's in stone. They're finding out the very, very hard way that, yes, you can work, you can hustle, grind through your 30s because they play in their 20s. You can hustle and grind through your 30s. You can even, hustle and grind a bit in your 40s if you're healthy. But at some point, ladies, y'all bodies, y'all bone structure, y'all muscle density gonna make y'all sit down somewhere. Gonna make y'all sit down. Y'all gonna become tired and weary. Y'all are not built to take on that long, toilsome work grind like a man. That's what we are here for. Kendra and them, they're gonna be 50, 60 years old, still having to bust out 16 plus hour days. That is not healthy for a woman. Men acknowledge that. That's supposed to be your man's job. But they say, oh, we can make the money ourselves. Go ahead. We'll be here to document the fallout of y'all tears.
That part.
But I just think that a lot of men with money really at times do not treat women well because they feel like they're the prize. And I don't think any woman should date a man who feels like he's the prize. Y'all should feel like, I do agree, you should feel like you got a prize for each other, but I don't think it matters how much money he makes if he doesn't show up for you. Like, he might as well be broke because you're gonna get, what are you getting? I had this conversation, shout out to Earn Your Leisure, Rashad. I did their podcast a while back and I said the same thing. And I said, the problem is women gotta stop making exceptions for the men with money. And he said, no, that's not true. He didn't agree with me. He said, no, because if I'm an exceptional man, I should receive exceptions. And I still disagree with it because, okay, you're an exceptional man, but if I can't build my life with you, then you're zero.
Kendra, you are such a hypocrite and a liar. Kendra, you don't even practice that in your real life. Depending on who call up on your show, you treat men differently. So whether it's the men that Earn Your Leisure, you're going to respect them. But if it's a man that call your show like G Honda, you're going to disrespect them. Kendra, so stop acting like you treat all men equally when we know this a fact that you don't.
And men, take heed to that. We are not treated equally. Men are not treated equally. Again, I credit that to sports. Man, get y'all babies in some sports so they can get some of this education that Mr. Walker got. We ain't all equal. Heck no, I thought I was equal. I told you I thought I was equal to Darrell Revis. I was starting. Huh? I'm on the team. Yeah, right. Get your butt down, Mr. Walker. Darrell can go ahead and sit down, drink a Huggy, all practice. I got to practice till my knuckles bleed. We are not all equal, men. Don't fall victim to that unconditional love and stop it.
Because why does it matter if I have things I want to do? And granted, you're this person and you're a millionaire and you're doing all these things. But if I can't build a life with you, then you might as well be broke because you're not available. So no, you do not make an exception for the exception. Let's keep going. All right, everybody got their camera on. Shanice, I can't see your face. Doris, I can't see your face. Know that they're in high camera because women have been so vocal. And now men with money know that they're in high demand. So that's what happened. There was men who didn't know they was cute until y'all told them on the internet. There was men saying, wait a minute, 6 feet, dark skin, make 100K? Wait a minute, I ain't know. Oh, and then they switched the hell up. I really feel like there was some men who didn't know they was in high demand. And now that they know, child, they acted a whole fool, child. And that's on y'all ladies for putting it out there. Treat every man like he's ugly. Every man. Treat it like when an ugly man don't act right, you move around easy.
Impossible.
Easy. Like, what, you ain't calling me? You don't care. You ain't stressing it.
You're just talking. Like I said, she does not practice this in her real life. It's just, what you got, Raquel? It's madness.
So I kind of do the opposite. I treat every man like he's desirable. And I'm going to tell you why. Like, it just works for me. It just works. Like, I don't have problems with anybody because everybody feels like they got it, you know? Like, I'm always like, I walk through campus and everybody knows me, from the maintenance guys that fix the elevators to the lawn people to the people that are at the CDC Washington press office. Everybody knows me because I treat everybody the same way. Everybody's in my cabinet. If you can do something for me, I can do something for you. It's a reciprocal thing. So if people are always like, oh my God, like she, you know, we thought she was going to be a bitch. No, I'm not ever that, because I'm always gauging like we can be beneficial to each other. So how she's saying treat every man like they're ugly. No, treat every man like they're the best thing to you, because you never know when, you know, God forbid we have another Twin Towers, or, you know, you don't want somebody shoving you down the steps because you wouldn't hold the door open 5 seconds or the elevator 5 seconds for someone to jump on with you to go to the 12th floor. Like, life is about like all of us being able to get along comfortably with each other, because if we can't, then there's war like there is now with this gender stuff. So I this is more of the reason why Kendra is single. I just, she'll be 65 still talking like this and not understanding that it was her putting people down that kept her where she didn't want to be. So I'm the opposite of Kendra all the way.
I have a spiritual standard. I have a non-negotiable spiritual standard. If you fuck with my spirit, I can't fuck with you. That's the standard I have. If my spirit is uneasy, if my spirit is at rest, can't be at rest, then that's the standard. So that's my personal standard. I've been around men with money my whole life. Whole life. All right, listen, I'm not here trying to. Okay. Ooh, and I'm getting hot. What did this one say? Oh, let me see before I put this up there. Now, while men with less money going to see how they feel about them, and that's why people going to say so. Let's talk that men with money just got run through them now, while the men with less money going to see how they feel about them, and that's why people are going to stay single. Okay, it's a new age. Oh, okay. All right, we're done.
Yeah, I don't even know what that last one was about. All right, poor grammar. I don't want to be a grammar person. I don't even know.
Men with money just got run through them now, while the man with less money gonna see how they feel about them, and that's why people. I don't know what that means, but
yeah, that ain't even a sentence.
See, but men with money got ran through. That's what I was speak on before. These bitter women say all these successful men out here being select men having access to Kudakata, which Kendra makes fun of men not having access to Kudakata. Now they ran through. You see why we call it misandry and hate? Because you can't win. You either select and you get women, now you run through, or you keep yourself to yourself, practice discipline. Now you got dry meat. Can't win.
Well, I would say the men in real life that got the money are winning. They ain't online. They will never read this super chat. This is a non-factor in their life. This is a miserable person just babbling online. The people that are out there winning, they are the winners. They will keep winning. This will have no weight on that.
That part.
So as far as this woman, I'm over it. Her and her $250K, she can go to the pit.
Yeah, no glaze for you.
Madness. Fuck is you talking about?
This is Sparta!
You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to hide. You gotta count your blessings. You're sitting at the table. You hear me?
Ooh, child, things will get brighter.
Yeah, shout out to Mrs. Raquel Rose, man. Femininity for the win. Yes, real men go where they're needed. That's why the saying "I don't need a man" is so egregious, because that you devalue that man. I don't need your strength. I don't need your masculine characteristics. I just want it. I'd rather not. I'd rather go where I'm desired and needed. I'll be treated better. You see?
Or
shout out to the brother Michael Mack. Says Super Stella is action figure material. Facts. Shout out to Disco Darren. Says Mr. Walker, we're in Morocco. What's that, Indiana? For a test and tune session. We got an 8-second streetcar. Dude, that's my first love is auto mechanics. I can't touch it. Blessings to you, man. Appreciate you, Jurea. Says Kenya was right calling her superstar. Stella in Latin means star. Huh. Appreciate you, Jared. Kendra didn't know that. Says SBC Nation, the nerds will get it. Okay, yeah, the Star Trek. Okay. Appreciate you, Divine Photos. Says this is why men have stopped dealing with BBWs for the fact she let the weight loss inflate her ego to the extreme. BBWs used to be humble.
That part. And shout out to DeMarcus. He says she got that Netta if Joe was a real woman face. Kendra pressed her slightly for the bread, and the cousins was on her top.
Not Netta. Charles, your lunch is ready. Shout out to Classy Perspective. How you been, brother? Says, then Kendra, why aren't you married? She don't want to be. Appreciate you, EV Ray. Says KG, high value is not only money. You imbecile likes that. Appreciate your Project Leroy. Says Kendra qualifies for high value scammers. There you go. HBS. Money, 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 money. Appreciate your Sal Bill coming through. Says she's lying. Modern women were asked, would you be with a rich man that cheats or a poor man that's loyal to you? And most modern women chose the rich man that cheats. Kendra is just like those women. Yes.
Oh.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Appreciate you, B. Wyatt. Says, we've seen Kendra be all girly to jail ninjas if they were attractive enough. Thank you. It's impossible.
And shout out to Alfonso in the Cash App. He says that woman looks like she bite.
She bite. Appreciate your Project Leroy. Says all of Kendra's advice seeded no results. Shout out to B. Wyatt. Says women self-sabotage on average when said desired men are in front of them. His jeans are too tight. I don't like his haircut, etc., etc. Yeah.
That part.
Shout out to Sal Bill. Says Kendra is all about the money, is what I'm saying. Understood. Appreciate you, Divine Photos, good brother. Says this is why blessings don't come Kendra's way. Life has a way of humbling you. If you are rude, expect life to bring you misery. Always be good to others. Shout out to my brother Divine Photos. Preach that gospel, brother.
Straight like that, straight like that, straight like that, straight.
So here we go. We're going to keep it moving. We actually going to get ready to drop this link. I think we got one or two more topics. We'll let y'all come up and cook.
Leon, put some clothes on, Leon, before you come up.
Yeah, don't come up here with no clothes on. Make sure you are on camera clothed. All right. No rabbit holes. Where we at here? We're going over. We've been talking about this. We're going to touch on this Uncle Shannon madness, I guess. Because Kendra brought it back up. The only reason I see Kendra did another show and she was up here with the brother Zach and they get to talk about Uncle Shannon.
Here we go.
So my radio roots is journalism first. And I had to get back in my journalism bag because I had to touch on the Shannon Sharp story. Yeah. But I have a personal connection. So that's why I still connected to the show because I'm going to play the first video. And maybe you don't know this. If you didn't see the video I posted yesterday, you didn't see it? Okay. So you're going to understand why I did the Shannon Sharp video. I don't want to tell you. So we're going to start off with all the saga going on with Shannon. What are your thoughts on Shannon? I think I want to hear your thoughts before I play my video.
You sure? Okay.
You want to do it after?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is a video I released yesterday talking about the Shannon Sharp situation. And then we're going to get into our guest. Okay. So let's get to this one. Shannon Sharp announced that he is temporarily walking away from ESPN due to the $50 million lawsuit he is going through with a 19-year-old OnlyFans girl who was accusing him of sexual assault. Now, he has already on record said that it was consensual sex. And here's the deal. I want to say this. I believe it was consensual sex. But that's not the point. It's not a good look to be in a sexual assault lawsuit with a 19-year-old white girl when you a big black man working for Walt Disney. Yes, ESPN is owned by Walt Disney. Nobody temporarily walks away from a multi-million-dollar job. But let me tell you why I'm irritated, because I tried to save Shannon.
Kendra, you are not irritated. I guess we can start here. You are excited. All right. There's an emotion going through you, but it's not irritation. It is pure excitement and gratitude.
And joy The face don't lie. Look at her. She grinning like the cat off of Alice in Wonderland. Like seriously, like, yeah, this is so bad. And grinning and cheesing. You are happy, you are ecstatic about this. Why? Because Miss Andrew.
Sharp. I'm trying to say. Now, if you recall, I ran into Shannon Sharp at the NAACP Awards. I stopped him. I said, Shannon, I got 10,000 girls I could hook you up with. If you don't remember, take a look. He got 50 singles. I already know. I got what you looking for. I got like 10,000 girls. He walked away. 7 seconds could have changed his whole life. All he gave me was 7 seconds. Shannon, you should have sat your ass there and listened to me. Look at all these beautiful girls. Look at all these beautiful girls on the Kendra G singles dating app. You had access to in their 30s. I know you want them young, so I went to 30s. You can search by age, location, education, kids, all that on the Kendra G singles dating app. I know you got to type. This is your type. I know you got to type. They all on the Kendra G singles dating app. But you walked away from me. Now you got to walk away from ESPN too. Next time you better listen when a black woman's trying to tell you something.
Uh-oh. You wow.
Thank you, Zach. Zach said, Kendra, you wild. And I know that I work for you and I'm your lapdog, so I can't say much, but Kendra, you wild.
Here's the thing. The sign off. If people are up here just for clout and to, what is it called? Something bait, rage bait. Something like that. Because why would you act like you showing concern and then say, you better listen when a black woman tell you something? Why? Like, sisters, y'all gonna learn the hard way. This gonna come to a head so bad for y'all. The hubris, the absolute hubris. You single too, Kendra, you can't find your own man. Y'all better listen when a black woman tell you. Note it. Let's note it.
So what's your take, HQ? Huh.
I take it is that she ain't got no man, so how she out there trying to recruit for her doggone show and she can't even show no proof about her own life?
She should have been trying to date him, huh, HQ? Yeah,
right up, straight up. I'd have ran through all of those men. I'd have ran through all of them until I found the right one. Seeing as how that would be proof in your goodness of your program, right? That would be proof that your app worked, right? I'm the owner. I found my man in my app. So that would be the best advertisement that you can give, but you can't even do that because you can't keep a man. Sorry.
Kendra and Shannon. That seemed like that could work before this. Kendra.
And you find you one, I find me one. Yep. Publicity. Good publicity. Find you a decent, wholesome woman, Shannon, and I'll find me a decent, wholesome man. Especially no ashy foot and no scammer. Yeah.
Kendra is that girl on the Django that when Mr. Candy got popped, remember when he got popped and kept what was the older black gentleman? She was like, oh, he was like, bitch, go clean this shit up. Like, you ain't nobody no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's Kendra. Kendra is that woman that is doing the dance for Mr. Candy. How can you kick this black man down while he's down, Kendra? Just because he didn't acknowledge you the way you felt like you needed to be acknowledged. You are no different than the young OnlyFans girl who is 19, by the way, or 20, or however old she is. She is half your age, Kendra, and you are acting worse than she is because you know better, and instead of doing better, you're chasing clout off of this man's misery, bringing up the fact that she's white and that you have white women on your app using or playing into this racism kind of stuff as a black woman is just egregious. Like, this is another reason why I call you a misandrist, Kendra. You suck, girl. And Zach's comment to her talking about you wild, perfectly put. That was out of control. So dirty. Like, you are out of the group. You're out. Like,
That part. So, Brother Danny, I see you backstage. Give me a peace sign, brother. If you can hear me. You hear me? Danny Omega. Okay.
I hear
Welcome up, brother.
How you doing, brother?
Next time you better listen. When
I'm
a black
doing
woman's
all
trying
right.
to tell you something.
Uh-oh. You wild. You
But
are
it's
wild.
the truth. I was trying to save Shannon.
You
This was February 2 months ago. All you got to do was give me 10 more seconds, and I could have said I got women
Yeah.
of your age category. Because listen, I do want to say this. We have a new advanced feature. So now you can search by gender, the amount of kids, education, location, and age, or the kids that you're dating at. You want only black girls? Just put in black girls. You want only white girls? You see, we got white girls on the app too. But I want to know your thoughts on the Shannon Sharp thing.
First thing, it's just wild. Like we said, I do believe that it is a shakedown for money. That's what I believe, you know. But I've always said optics. It don't look good, Shannon. It don't look good. When she was 19 when we met her, he was 54. Okay, they said they had a consensual sexual relationship for 2 years. Okay, that's 20, 21, that's 54, 50. What are you doing? 55, 56. What are you doing? You shouldn't be messing with a young girl that young. And you too old for that. Like, I'm 36, and I just like regular sex.
You like what?
Regular sex.
Regular.
What happened? What happened to regular sex? Like, why are we doing all this? Tie me up, choke me, beat me, put a black bait. What is going on? You shouldn't even be doing that. I just like old school sex. Missionary, from behind, the side, go to sleep. That's it. A little head. That's it. That's all everybody needs. Why do we need whips and chains? Beat my head in, bruise me, punch me in the face. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. I just don't get it. You too old.
All right, here's what I'll say. Is that going on this tangent? A lot of it's satire, but at the same time, you can't police another man's meat. Nah. Like you said, whatever somebody do in the bedroom, as long, in my opinion, long as it's legal age and hetero, you know. And you ain't, but Shannon, I guess he was crossing lines, but I don't know exactly what the brother was doing. Yeah, don't go nowhere. I can't even talk. Yeah, go to the back door. Yeah, they talk about Shannon with the back door. I don't know how true it is. That's the gun line, fellas. Yeah, got to stay with your meat. Meats only.
That's it. Listen here. That's why you got to be careful, man, when engaging in act. Because shout out to the brothers, you know, all of the gooch bandits. All right. Y'all want to be out here presenting y'all gooch to these ladies. All right. Y'all give the gooch, but she gonna Lambo your doors and take the stink. That's crazy.
This wild work. So I'm gonna let this keep going. If you're backstage, you got to be on camera.
And too big to be doing that nasty stuff. That's why you're in this trouble.
We got to bring back regular sex.
Just bring back regular sex. That's what we need to do.
Well,
when did regular sex stop being enough?
Now, okay, do you think we have to give a little grace for his bank account? Because he also is on record for saying wage. Now, Shannon Shark has more money than me today. Won't be forever. But today, okay, and then more money. But they would say, I got all these millions of dollars. Regular sex wouldn't excite a man. I need to be with women that could do the whips and chains. Like, do you think if you have $50 million in the bank, you would still want regular sex then?
Absolutely. I'm still gonna have regular sex. What does my account have to do with me wanting to get beat and tied up? That ain't got nothing to do with it.
Maybe the excitement. Maybe regular sex is boring because they've had so many.
Kendra, this is the realest advice I'm gonna give you. If you are watching this, men, especially black men, if you are over the age of 45 years old and you got some paper and you got some money, just get married. It's safer. It's just safer. It's safer. You don't have a target on your back. If there are people who got rich. Ice Cube is a rich man. Have you ever seen him in any scandals? You know why? Nope. Because he's married. Okay?
Man.
Is this camera on me?
Yes, it's on.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
I don't like where you're going with this, Zach. No. He gonna say if you're a man 45 years or older with some paper, all right, 250K or more, you should just get married. Absolutely not. It's the opposite. And then he gonna bring up Ice Cube and these guys. He'll say these LL Cool J's and the Samuel Jacksons and the Denzels. They was with their wife before they got rich.
Thank you.
Now, if you get with this woman in your 20s when you're coming up, that's one thing. I would never tell a 45-year-old man when all the kings go to get married in these times?
That's the only way it works. LeBron James, Ice Cube, Denzel, they got married in their 20s. H freaking Q, with something that you strongly advise against getting married. And look at what Zach just brought up. A way to keep Uncle Shay out of it was to go back in time and get married in his 20s before he was an NFL Hall of Famer. You see, yeah, tainted information, Zach. Need more context. Today, like Mr. X said, that's a red flag. That's these modern hyenas hoping for that. Yeah, they want all these rich ninjas to come and marry them so they could take their money. That's the vibes today. I ain't hating. It's just what it is.
That part. So are we off base? I'll get you in, HQ. What's your thoughts?
I mean, it just depends. I mean, should he get married? Men after 40 get married? I mean,
not men, 45-year-old wealthy men. Desirable men.
Why not? I mean, you got laws to protect your money. I mean, it don't even make sense to say to say no. If you want to get married, get married. There's laws that protect your money. There's things called trust. If you don't know about you have money and you don't know about trust, then you just shouldn't even have no money.
But why risk your trust if you can just
don't
stay
risk
single?
your trust. If you have money in a trust, they can't touch that. Ain't no female.
Well, I would say, HQ, men control access to marriage. So if they wanted to, they simply would be. They don't want to because it's not good advice.
I mean, I'm just saying, if you're worried about a woman who getting your money, put your money in the trust, and she won't be able to touch it, then you.
That's not true. That's not good advice. So what you got? Get Brother Danny in. What you got, Danny?
That's absolutely true. Absolutely true.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. What you got? What's your take?
I don't know what HQ talking about. If you put your money in a trust, it's gonna be safe. No, if you make that trust during the time of the marriage, the wife can still get half because under the law, it's a marital asset.
You said during the marriage? You said during?
Yes.
Well, then why would you do it during the marriage? You do it before the marriage, and then they wouldn't be able to touch your money.
But it still would any money that you gained during the marriage, she would.
Yeah, exactly. If
you own property and stuff before you get married, that you can protect some of that. But any assets and liquids you acquire during marriage, she has access to.
Yeah, so you've been married to her for 15, 20 years. So
how about that? Stop the cap.
Well, what y'all talking about? I don't understand. When you first get married and your money is in trust, you ain't about to make no $1 million a minute. So
these things y'all talk about, these high earners, we are talking about high earning men. We're not talking about regular guys. Okay. What you got, brother? Let me get Triple X in first. I'll get you, Mr. Ali.
Yeah, salute to the panel. Proper respect to Mr. Walker, Gavin X, the beautiful ladies up here. Proper respect to y'all and the other guys on the panel. Shout out to y'all. Respect. HQ, respectfully, that doesn't work. I know quite a few attorneys and a couple of divorce attorneys. One even stays like a block from me. Respectfully, that doesn't work. You got to think about this, HQ. If that was the end all be all, wealthy men would just do that and would have little pushback for marriage. Assets are always on the table. Even if you had it before marriage, it's still a level of risk. Nothing is 100% safe in a marriage. So we have to be realistic.
What happened to the guy who put his assets in his mother's name? What happened? He had to give all that back?
Listen.
But who wants to move like
that? Like, we got to be real here. Right. It's exceptions to every rule. Right. I've seen a lot of stuff overturned, though. What you're suggesting isn't an absolute, and it isn't like a foolproof plan. So that's what it is.
There's only one foolproof probate law on the books, and that's Elvis Presley's estate. And Elvis, he designed his estate so matter-of-factly because he knew that when he died, women were going to come out of the woodwork and say, this is his baby, and this is his baby, and this is his baby. And he was like, anybody that contests this will, you know, I'm leaving my daughter this money, her mother this money. Anybody come after any of this money, each time they file something to come after this money, their or what they deemed that they can get from the pot will get less and less. So they could only draw $1. So that it's like, yes, even Elvis knew that he would lose something. So he gauged it to be $1. And so every famous person after that tried to mimic that estate, probate, whatever paperwork he had. But yeah, you stand to lose it, HQ. So why get married in the first place if you're a man over 45 that spent his whole life working hard for his money?
Most people don't make that kind of money where they lose that kind of money. If you
right, HQ, they make less and they lose more.
There's plenty of ways to keep your money. But
for the context, HQ. That said, if you are a 45-year-old wealthy man over 45, you should just get married. That's the context. We ain't talking about regular men. But I'm gonna get Mr. Ali in before we keep going.
Fellas, can you hear me?
How you doing, Mr. Ali?
Fellas, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, how y'all doing? How you doing, ladies, gentlemen, and HQ? How y'all doing, man? I'm just playing with you, man. I love you, HQ. I swear to God, I do. You time out on your head though. But hey, I mean, I actually clerked for a judge for 7 years, a guy that had to actually get elected, right? A family court judge. Name was Roy Cooper. He down here in Texas. You could probably find some of his cases and his live stream, his court proceedings on YouTube. All of this is FUBAR, really, because once you marry, it doesn't matter what kind of paperwork you had in place before. It all depends on what happens, what state you live in, and the laws in that state. So you got community property states, you have non-community property states, you have alimony states, you got palimony states, and alimony basically taxes a man's future earnings, right? That's basically a levy on his future earnings, a garnishment on his future earnings. So it doesn't really matter. The thing that I was appalled by HQ saying that, you know, if you can put it in a trust, that's not protected. Now you can put it in your mom's name, but 99.9% of men ain't gonna move like that.
Nope.
They're not. So all of the stuff, if you earn it as a man, it's in your name. So all of that becomes at risk if this woman decides to get a divorce, like Michelle Obama is about to do Barack. HQ. The only president ever that's going to be divorced is the first black president. HQ. I hate that. I hate that. And you support this? I hate that. I hate that too, because you really don't support it. I really don't think that you're the person that's on this screen. I think that you're a real nice woman behind this. I think you just be trying to trigger people. But
gaslighting.
Yeah, that's all she be doing, bro. But at the same time, you know, when it comes to divorce, yes, everything's on the line. It could be a trust. If the trust is in your name or tangentially connected to you, it's at risk. Scottie Pippen, Larsa Pippen gets Scottie Pippen's pension.
That's wrong.
Yeah, and you can't even draw your pension as an NBA player until like a certain age, right? Like it doesn't just happen after you retire. You
Nope.
have to be retired, and then I think Kwame was explaining it. You have to be 52 or
Well,
57.
you can pull. I think you can pull it prematurely, but you're gonna get penalized
right?
heavily.
Yeah,
Heavy.
Didn't do that. Though. I mean, I read the case. You know what I mean? I read the case. You know, I got access to all case law. I got a Westlaw passcode, but I read the case. He started drawing it when he was like 54-ish, somewhere in there.
Mm-hmm.
He was already divorced. She got it after the fact. He started drawing it.
Yeah.
That was subsequent. It's a levy on future earnings, all future earnings.
Yeah.
It's a levy. It's a garnishment on all future earnings, and women get that. That is crazy. That's why I will never, ever, ever, ever get involved with a woman at the stage I am in my life. Hell no. Not married. No. Hell no. Not in America. Absolutely not. No. That's why I go to Honduras. I done been out of the country. I'm going other places. Nah, them laws ain't like that out there. I deal with women out there. No, sir, I'm not even finna do it. But
that part. And that's why Zach sitting up here telling these 45-year-old wealthy men, he think the best option is just to get married.
Nah, no, that's not the best option. That is the worst option, actually. I don't care if you missed the 40 hours. I missed the 60, 70 hours. Me. You know, I bust it down. No. I got a whole 401k and all that stuff that's going, that's built up. No, I'm not finna risk that.
Amen.
Work for somebody that's just walking in the door today. Hell no.
That part. So I'm gonna let this keep going. We'll get the rest of y'all in. Welcome in, brothers.
I'll even give you one better. Let's say you are in a scandal. Snoop Dogg, he's been in a few scandals with young white girls too. You remember that girl? She was putting all that stuff on him, but guess what? Married. It's something about when you're older and married, even when you're doing wrong, it's a layer of protection there. When you are wide open with being single with that much money and that age, you don't know the game no more. You know what I'm saying? Even when you step out and let's say you're doing something wrong, you're gonna do it a little different and you're gonna think different when you're married than just being a single man. You know what I'm saying? Out here older and all that money. That girl put that game on you. You wasn't ready for it. She played.
I agree with you. I didn't know we were going to go this angle, but since we are here, let me chime in to the marriage topic. I think that it's just the mindset of a married man, right? So I feel like not saying that these married men don't cheat or whatever, it's just you just move different because you have to. And then normally you're married to a woman you would never want to embarrass or put out there in that way. So even if you do go to the left, we ain't never going to see her. If y'all caught the subliminal right there, we still don't know who Becky with the good hair is. You know what I'm saying? Like, we'll never know because even though it's confirmed that Jay-Z did something on Beyonce, whoever that girl, we ain't never see her.
It's a layer of protection. Guess what? You can't let nobody beat you and say put a black baby in me and all that. Hey, you talking too crazy. I got a wife. You can't, ain't no way I'm doing none of that. I can't come home with bruises on my eye and back because you done whipped me or something. Because I got to go see, you know what I'm saying? It's just certain things that just won't be allowed.
Let me say this though to marriage because we're gonna go back into the recaption. But some argue when you have so much paper, you shouldn't get married. And what's coming to mind is 50 Cent. 50 Cent is not a married man. 50 Cent, I think, because he walked the death. So 50 Cent crazy, but he don't really get in. Besides the Vivica Fox situation, he don't really have too much female scandal, and I don't think he's ever gonna get married. So he's a man who's extremely wealthy. So I just think that yes,
How old is 50?
50's like 50. I think he probably is 50.
You think 50-50?
I think he's 50. Yeah, I think 50-50. Or he's close to it. He's in that area. He's over 45.
How old is 50 Cent? I'm looking it up right now. He's 49. You're right.
Okay,
he's
yeah.
49. That's an anomaly. That's one. Think about all these older freaky men that sing. Diddy.
Yeah.
Diddy. Shannon. You just get in more trouble. 50 Cent is a very, very disciplined man. I thought Shannon Sharp was too.
Yeah, I don't know, Shannon. I'm disappointed in Shannon.
I'm very disappointed in Shannon. And now you got to think about it. The things that you used to critique, you can't critique young players no more about the decisions they make on ESPN if you're still working with the same You know, people gonna look at you like, well, look what you doing. You can't go into people's lives like you did on Club Shay Shay and ask all these deep personal questions. They gonna look at you like, you ain't got your stuff together. What you mean why I do this? When the Michelle video came out, he got clowned by damn near every guest since they came out. So they started flipping stuff on him because you got dirt out here. So not only did you let them mess with your reputation.
All right. So here we go. It's a lot here. Shout out to Uncle Shannon. I don't think he has to be a married man in order to avoid these type of scandals. I would say you need to have more discernment and vet better and not be dating OnlyFans models. Like, you got to have some kind of standard, but the standard is not necessarily marriage. I don't think you have to be to avoid this.
This is extremes. Like, not just Shannon being super rich, you know what I'm saying, a big in shape 55-year-old man, dang near 60. Also, like you said, he went after or got engaged with a OF model. That's extreme. This wasn't no regular sister with her sanity. If you on OF, you have sold a bit of your soul. It is what it is. Ain't no need to beat around that bush. So any desirable man, especially you got money and resources, you shouldn't be dealing with straight up harlots like that. Like, it was just egregious. Like, Shannon all but begged for this attention. It's almost like he wanted.
That part. So what you got, Brother Q? Welcome in. Welcome in.
Hey, how you guys doing there? Hello, ladies and fellas. On this comment, it's kind of interesting because you guys know me. I'm a huge advocate for marriage, and I think the problem with this right now is that I see it from both sides. Women waiting too long to want to get married, and then they were trying to come at a man at this point, and now he's in a position to where he has a lot of money, and then he has to ask himself constantly, why is she here? Is she here because of me or because of my money, right? And so that's always going to be the question. And it's going to be hard for women to overcome that one. And, you know, the examples, like you guys said, that Zach gave where he used Ice Cube and Snoop, which is absurd because they had those women the whole time. So at least, even if those women left him at this point, I think some of us could say that, well, those women gave them guys kids and their youth, so maybe she should get something out of it. At least people can rationalize that to some extent. But somebody coming in the fourth quarter with 2 minutes left in the game talking about you should provide for me as if I was there the whole time, that's going to be a hard sell for men of the world. And so that's going to be really hard. And so for those who says that women should wait to get married, I don't think they understand what they're asking these women to do, because then they have to overperform later to prove to a man that they should take that risk. And it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard.
I agree. So we got Mr. Wilson in the building. What's your take, Mr. Wilson? Should these older gentlemen be getting married or what?
First off, as always, I want to thank you guys for allowing me on the panel. And as always, I hope I'm not too ugly. To be honest, when it comes to Shannon Sharpe, me personally, I would like to say, can people stop the Jim Crow? From what I understand, prostitution is the world's oldest profession. I'm just curious. Now, what's so sad about with the Kendra deal? How can Kendra save Shannon Sharpe and she couldn't save herself from an African scammer? How is Kendra going to talk about getting a white girl and she got this $2,000 wig on her head looking like Miss Piggy? Stop the Jim Crow. If Kendra want to take her money and go to Jamaica and do the Stella Got Her Groove Back or go to Africa or whatever, the lady just showed the video the other day. The older women, they go to these places, they spend their money on the younger guys. You don't see not one man complaining, not one man. But yet and still, one black man is getting caught up by a girl who's trying to get him for some money. Oh, he's the devil. Guys, come on. It's still, I mean, you know, that you're not going to stop old men from wanting young women. It's been going on before us. It'll go on after us. The problem is, let's be honest, women like Kendra, they argue so much, they'll make a robot leave them. And it's just, you know, seriously, in the future, we're going to see robots saying, I couldn't be with Kendra. Look at her, you know? And I don't want to, anyway, that's my take on that.
What you got, Q?
And so I was just thinking, because I heard Mr. Walker a couple of weeks, maybe last month, talk about, you know, the confidence that he has in his wife and so forth. So I'm thinking about Shannon Sharp. So he's 50 something now, if I'm not mistaken. And so he has placed himself in a position, and I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just looking at it from the outside. What woman can he actually confide in completely at this point? You know, even for him, you know, like I said, I know everybody don't want to get married, so that's fine and all. And I allow people their own decision, but he actually, all the money he has right now, he's also in a position that he doesn't know who he can trust. And so does he have a woman like some of you guys have, or I had at one point? I mean, he's in a really hard position. And so is he, and we've seen some of his videos and some of his audio tapes that he put out. He put himself in a real bad position. So everybody's going to come at him because they know he has money. So he has to constantly be on guard the rest of his life because somebody's always going to be want his money. He has nobody he can trust. Well, female, as far as female.
If I may add just one thing real fast. Right now, if you look in 2025, if you look at all the women who were popular in the 90s and their 50s and 60s now, and they have money, they buy themselves, and look at the other side of it. Most of the guys who are in their 50s and 60s now who are popular, you know what I'm saying? When you get a certain age or whatever, yeah, you get stuck in your ways, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
But over and over, you can't have women say, hey, I want a guy who's just going to throw his money away on me. That has never happened. That's just like, all right, the young lady with the OnlyFans thing, everybody's frowning on that. But the young lady on Kendra just come up and ask for a guy who makes $250,000 a year because she don't want to suffer. We understand you don't want to suffer, but as soon as you said $250,000 a year, you open Pandora's box. You can't close Pandora's box after you opened it.
I agree. What's your take, HQ?
It's got to be a special kind of hell that he's sitting in right now, because you have to wonder, what is his life like? You can get as much sex as you want to, but what else do you got? What else do he got? And I'd be sitting there trying to figure out, what else do I got? I got a scandal on my hands because I like to chase skinny white chicks that's 19 years old. I mean, is that really what you want to be known for when you hit 60? Is that I got a scandal on my head? I got to pay $50 million out because I couldn't keep my whacker in my pants, or I couldn't deal with a chick that was over 25? Come on now, that don't mean that ain't a good life. It may look good. I mean, I get that. Oh, I got to chase this much cootie cat. Look, there's other things that are more important than chasing cootie cat. You need to make sure you don't hit scandals. You got to make sure that you protect yourself. $50 million ain't nothing to sneeze at, and he shouldn't even be in this position. That means you're an old fool. That's what that means. That means you too dumb. You don't know how to keep protection. You don't know how to protect your whacker. You just out there doing whatever you got to do. That don't make no sense. Ain't no grown man should be in no scandal like this. And with this kind of money, with this kind of protection around you, lawyers and all kinds of people.
What should he do? What should he do, HQ? What should he have done?
I don't know what that man can do.
You know what he shouldn't do. So what should he do? If you know what he shouldn't do, what should he do?
You there now. There ain't nothing you can do.
What should he have done? Older man, before this had happened, what should he have been? Should he have been married already or what?
Yeah, who wants to be married? Who wants to be single in their 50s and you ain't doing nothing?
So when should they have got married? At what age?
He is doing something. He's doing OnlyFans models. He's doing
OnlyFans models, getting a $50 million lawsuit on them.
But
she ain't gonna get that. She ain't gonna get that bread. Here's the thing, though. Like, HQ, this is why I got to go back because you trigger me every time you say that women and men should not get married in their 20s. I believe that is some of the most detrimental advice ever given on Beyonce's internet, because I believe observing these outcomes is how you get here. You know, like as a man, you acquire your portion of the king gold, and then you go and get married. Any logical man, especially if you're really rich, you are forced to at least think, and it ain't scarcity or fear, it's logic. You are forced to think, is she here just for the money? I.e., yes, women gonna be with your man for the resources, you know, intimacy. However, it's a big difference being there for what a man could provide for you, because that's why women get with men. But when they there just for the greenbacks, that's the problem. And not getting married in your 20s and acquiring some of the king's gold later in life causes these issues, HQ.
We can't talk about 3%ers when most of us ain't 3%ers. He's a 3%er. We're talking about regular day, everyday average dudes. They don't make that kind of money, so therefore you're not shelling out all that kind of money if you get a divorce. So we ain't talking about regular, ordinary guys.
But to $100,000 man, his $100,000 is $1 million. Is a 3%.
He's not going to be giving out that kind of money either.
No, he's not going to be giving out that kind of money, but whatever money he has to part with.
Most men aren't giving out that kind of money. The percentage is so low.
HQ, my friend is getting alimony from her ex-husband. She gets $1,300 for her alimony. She gets $845 for her child. She don't need that alimony.
4% men pay alimony. That's not a lot of men. So therefore, they're not paying out that kind of money.
It ain't, and it's not just, it ain't just the amount of money. See, that's another thing. The money.
I'm not worried about the money. I'm just saying it is such a small percent that get that. Why are we talking about people who get a small percent?
Stop. That's what I'm saying. Stop saying it's a small percent. No, if you marry, I don't care if a man got to pay $100 a month in alimony. Stop saying it's a small percent. Men value the time they got to trade for their money.
Right, and they have to give that money that they've worked for away to somebody else that hasn't worked for it. It's a little like for you to say that just because they're not a part of the 3%, whatever money they're parting with doesn't amount to a hill of beans. It matters to that baby mama that wants that $250 every 2 weeks or every week.
That's not what I said. What I said was most people don't pay out alimony. So if most people don't pay out alimony, that means most men are not paying out alimony, which means most people are too broke to be paying out alimony, which means you go your way and I go my way. That's how normal marriages go. Most people, you go your way, I go my way, and he's not paying alimony. Look it up. I don't have to argue with you. The fact is, it's a small percent that pay alimony.
Well, HQ, I grant you that it's not necessarily always an alimony thing. Most times men have to restart. So if they got a house, the woman gonna get the house. The woman gonna get the car. The woman get the furniture. So a man got to find an apartment. I got to go find a couch. All this stuff, all while working and paying child support, still taking care of all this other stuff. A man has to do all of that. It's an inconvenience.
And that house that you gave her is going to be nicer than the house you're going to be able to get yourself, Mr. Gavin, because when you go to fill out your loan information, guess what you're going to have to say? You're going to have to say that you pay child support, and you're going to have to say that you pay alimony. And all of that is going to come off of what you are able to qualify for and what your mortgage could be. So that's what it's about. It's about, like you said, the rebuild. You have to rebuild your life with less money because you're paying for someone else to live off of you.
Yeah. All while assisting her. I'll get you in, Mr. Ali. All while assisting her because you got a light bill just like she got a light bill. You got rent and mortgage just like she do. Only difference is somehow you got to give her money.
And here's the thing, HQ, nobody cares, and we're not asking them to. We're just pointing out the reasons why men with money will be cautious about getting married, because we're paying it out. You know, guys going to go through hardships. We're not asking for sympathy or empathy. We're just trying to give some understanding. These guys don't want to do this, not just because of alimony, because of the whole transition. I got to get a new place. I got to make sure I'm within driving distance of my job, yada, yada. Life changes. I started working with a guy who was in the middle of a divorce. My gosh, it humbled me. I seen this play out. Shout out to my brother, man. He doing well now. Just took everything.
That part. So what you got, Mr. Ali?
Yeah, egregious, HQ. I got love for you, but you probably would want to go and sit in the gallery of a family court for one day.
I do sit in court.
Boldly.
I do sit in court.
Yeah, go before you want to go speak on. I clerked for a judge, family judge for 7 years. I was in there every day, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, every day. You want to know what I never saw? I never saw a woman not show up for court during a hearing or hearing, a proceeding, a trial, any of that. I did see men not show up. You know why? Some of them off themselves. That's what they're going through. You want to hear a pin drop? Be in a courtroom when a lawyer got to stand up and say, my client medically can't come in. Technically, that's the legal term. Medically can't come in. That means he off himself. That doesn't happen to women. You know why? Because women walk away with everything, and the men have to be strong and sit and go move forward in life. You probably want to go before you have such definitive opinions on this stuff, because you never went through it. I can tell. Trust me, you're innocent, totally innocent, Miss HQ. Go sit in a family court and be tainted like I am.
I'm not saying that I went through it. I'm saying alimony is a small percentage.
You never seen a bad divorce.
Period.
No, you
Small
haven't seen a bad divorce.
people pay alimony. That's all I'm saying.
Well, we're beyond that issue. We beyond alimony. That's a disingenuous argument.
Guys that make $30,000 a year that work at Chick-fil-A off themselves because they got to give 30% of their income to their wife, to their ex-wife. That's pregnant from somebody else.
That's wild.
That don't happen with men. That don't happen with women.
That's wild.
Ever. I say it don't matter the amount of money that you make. That's not the point. These guys are trying to tell you. It's not about the money, about you got to have $100,000, make $100,000 or more to have a risk. No, these regular dudes.
And let's talk about the bigger thing. A man go from living in the house with his kids to having to ask a woman when he can see his kids. And people think that's not a part of it. Like men don't want to see their kids. I go from living in the house, taking my kids to school. Now I got to go ask another man when I can see my kids. But that's no problem. No big deal.
My son's mom tried that with me. I put a super chat in there. My son's mom tried that with me. My son's mom got married and all this stuff. She tried that with me. But then again, she forgot that I clerked for a judge. Like, really? Like, you playing with me? So yeah, I had her locked up for 10 days. You know, see me, I'm the worst nug. I'm a nug HQ. I'm nug central. I'm the worst nug because I'm legally trained. I'm the worst. I am a nightmare for you women out here.
I love that. I love that.
I am inevitable. You know, you play with me, I'm going to have my reckoning. There will be no negotiations, right? Yeah, and I'm vindictive. I'm petty. Yeah, I'm all that. You know, so yeah, HQ, I'm the right one. You know, so I've been through the divorce court. I've seen what these guys. You need to probably do that before you speak so definitively on these issues, because Man, if you did, you know.
I don't speak definitively on the percentages. That's all you gotta do is look them up. I ain't saying nothing that you can't look up. We all got to Google. It'll tell you who pays child support, who don't.
90% of the stats will say 90% of men. What is like 90-something% of men pay alimony to women and child support to women. Only
2% pay alimony. 2%.
Yeah, only like 2% of men per
whole country. This whole country only 2%.
Yeah. So all the money. Let's not fake the funk, man.
Well, you said all countries. One second, Mr. Ali. HQ. You said 2% of men in all countries
in this country. 2 to 3.
I answer this. What? How long do you have to be married to qualify for alimony?
Depends on the state.
Day one. So, Mr. Gavin, in Texas, I'm in Texas, right? The laws here, you don't even have to go to court and be married. All you have to do is have a witness to say that you hold yourself out as being married, and you're going through the same stuff that somebody that went to the courthouse was going through. All you have to do, all the Bonquisha have to do is get her homegirl to say, he said that we was husband and wife. And all she got to do is land her one of these rich dudes out here.
Like a common law wife?
Yeah, you can. No, you don't have. It's called common law, right? That's really what common law means. When you hold yourself out as a wife.
For a minute for that to kick in.
No, you don't have to. No, there's no time. There's no time. There's no time for that. That's the thing. People think you got to live together 6 months. No, that's not true. That is absolutely not true.
Listen,
in the state of Texas, right? And most common law states, there's only a few of them left. Because most states have been smart and got rid of that bull crap.
PA one.
So the next question would be
to hold yourself out as married. There is no time frame.
Well, let me say this. HQ, because she just spitting numbers out. Where are you getting these stats from, HQ?
CDC.
Made up.
Like that.
You have them? Drop them in the back chat. I would love to look at them.
Yeah, drop the link. Facts, Gavin X.
But in the meantime, I'm gonna let this video keep going. But we'll love to see them.
Yes.
Hurt your own credibility.
So look, we back in our journalism. So do we think that he's so? First of all, no one walks away for a multi-million-dollar job. I think that was a courtesy they gave. ESPN was like, you know what, you need to take some time off. We suggest that you just take some time off. In other words, your ass can come in here on Monday. Now you present it to the world the way you want to present it to the world. But I will tell you this: if you try to show your ass up for work on Monday, it's not going to go the way you want to go. So don't embarrass yourself. But we got enough respect for you to allow you to put it out there that you need a break.
It's pre-fire. He got pre-fire. It's like firing light.
What do you think? He said in his statement he'll be back when the football season starts. I do think if it blows off, that you think he's coming back?
If he's not playing that, man. Let me tell you something. Let's say he didn't have the sexual assault charge.
Right.
It's hard to be on Disney with he had the audio sex tapes out, right? Then he goes out in front of all these people talking about, I got another sex tape that may come out. He just telling himself, he said, I may have a sex tape that's gonna come out, but they only gonna show 30 seconds. It's 10 minutes. You need to see the whole 10 minutes. What person on Disney over here talking about, don't look at a piece of a sex tape. You gotta see the whole thing to understand. If you gotta do all that, if that came out with no sexual assault tapes, you looking, your job is in jeopardy. They already let you slide with the Mama Michelle stuff. Just the idea and the way and the optics is enough for him to lose his job. And you know this. You have a journalistic background. You know how this like works for these corporations. You can't come out and have sex tapes and think everybody's just gonna be okay with you being on air.
Yeah,
that don't work.
I think that's what this is. I think, well, first of all, it is a serious allegation. Zach, I can live with it, but we see a lot of your ceiling. Can you move the camera so we can see your frame more? If not, I'll live with it. Okay, there we go.
I was just trying to, but I can't, it ain't gonna.
Okay, I'll live with it. Well, now you gotta be tall. You gotta say, no,
look how tall I look, y'all.
Yeah, you look tall now. They got to think 6 feet. You can sit though. I can live with it. I think he said this. You made a good point. I was surprised he got past the Michelle, but he did get past the Michelle. When I go live 4 times a week, I still don't know if that story of it just went live and he didn't have any idea and know about it. But we'll let it go. He got through that. This one is going to be different. So we'll see. I think there could be hope. I don't want to see him lose his job, right? I don't want to see him lose his job. There's no joy in that. He does
Right.
have Club Shay Shay. He's still going to make that money. So I don't want to see him break it down. But I hope this is an overall lesson. This is not back in the day, man, with money. Everybody got a voice with social media. So you should know when you choose the 19-year-old girl, she is about your money and she going to get it how she going to get it. Point blank, period. People say, oh, she should have tried to shake him down. But what do you think a 19-year-old girl on the OnlyFans is going to do? She got nothing to lose. The person with the most to lose has to move the best. Okay, so she ain't got everything to lose. This is nothing but to come up from this girl. She's gonna get more than $10 million because they're gonna settle, right? So she wanted 50, he offered 10. She gonna probably get a solid 20. And I hope Shannon just learns from this. And I think that we have so many men of power, you know, with this conversation right now. Oh, I want a younger girl, and I don't want. Fine, you don't want an older woman. That's your choice. But at least start thinking about mindsets and what you have to lose, and is it worth it? Because you're gonna get. Shannon said, "Say something. Words are so powerful. I should play this video." You know, because I guess he's been getting this talk of years of date women of your age. And he said, I'm gonna date my wage. I'm gonna date my wage. Your wish is my command, because not all your wage about to go to a 19-year-old girl. You sure you want to date your wage? God said, say less. So your wage is now gonna go to her. It's listen, no one's telling you to date. You don't want to date 40, you don't want to date 30. Fine, get you a solid 28 who went to college, who got a mindset, come from a good family background, will do some freaky things for you. No kid.
Just get somebody. Cheryl. No, you need somebody. He needs somebody about to.
Here we go. Kendra is misandrish. Like, that was not coming from a place of love. That was coming from a place of pure hate. She said, I wish, because she said you offered 50, and then you asked her 10, she probably gonna get 20. Like, I want her to get 20. I want her to get more. Like, there's no love. Kendra, no love at all.
You know what? And they said in the chat, and it's true. You know, Shay Shay don't need, you know, Disney or ESPN to do Nightcap. Shout out to the world of YouTube and the podcasters. He still gonna have something going. It might get a little raunchy, have to pivot a little bit, you know, what might have to become a heel, but it is what it is.
It was already raunchy, Mr. Walker. It was already, I mean, he's already pushing off that
the pills,
blue pill and, you know, so, I mean, like, they're mad because his preference is young women.
Exactly.
And for older
she shouldn't
men.
be trying to holler at him, Raquel. That whole thing, like, this is what I keep saying. For, like, Kendra is a single woman who wants a man. She at least wants to be impregnated. It's documented. And why would she look at somebody like Shannon Sharp, who physically and monetarily fits the description to a T,
checks all her boxes?
Come on, like, I'm for real. Like, Shay Shay, his personality, and a Kendra G, I could see that working if she had a inkling of femininity in her. Like, Shay Shay ain't just messing with young folks. Remember Michelle? Oh, my Michelle.
Right.
She's about 50 some years old.
He had to be at least 45 plus. Yeah, the way he was saying Michelle.
Well, I would say the net if I get you in, Brother Q, Shannon has no desire of being married. So I think a lot of times he has no desire. If he wanted to, he would. He could easily find him a 30, like Kendra said, 28. I mean, he like what he like. And sometimes you play with fire, you get burnt. It's unfortunate. But what you got, Brother Q?
Her argument is so disingenuous because her argument is that the reason that the woman is doing it is because she's 19. So is she saying that women in their late 20s, 30s, and 40s and beyond won't do the same thing? Is that her actual argument? Number one. Number two, she made an argument about her being white. So did we not just see that one the young football player whose girlfriend try to get him on it? So their arguments are so weak. You know what I mean? Because if this can happen at any age, from any age woman could do that to you. And so their argument isn't based on something of substance that we can. The only problem that he had is that he has to realize the game he's playing, because it could come from a woman at any age. So what he has to do, if that's the route he's going to take, which I wish he wouldn't do that, but that's my own beliefs creeping in. But he needs to understand that this was something he's going to have to deal with the rest of his life if that's the game he's going to play. But Kendra's argument is so weak because the majority of the women on her app Because she said I got 10K of women who would go for you. And those are the same thing that those 10K women say what they want out of a man. They just want it for his primarily for his money. The majority of them, not all of them. The majority of them make that request of a man's income. So how are they any different than this young lady who's taking him who's suing him? It's so disingenuous. It's frustrating for them to put this stuff out there in people's mind to get them all riled up. The race thing, the age thing, because those aren't the only reasons why they did it. They did it because it was available to them. They would have done it when they were 28. They would have done it at 35. They could get them for money. We have examples online of this stuff.
That part. What you got, Triple X?
Yeah, I echo a lot of the sentiments that a lot of the gentlemen have mentioned before regarding this. But I'll jump in and also add that Mr. Sharp. First of all, Kendra is a misandrist. She's a misandrist. She specifically doesn't like black men. It's constantly showing. You can't hide it. Like you just can't tuck certain things in. Like if it's a racist guy up here on the panel or something talking every day, it's gonna come out, And this is just what she's dealing with. But also she keeps trying to put women on Shannon of certain ages. Like she 37. Look at she fine. She 28. You need to get you a 28. You don't get to choose what type of car a $50 million or $100 million guy drives. If he wants to drive a 22-year-old, that's what he drives. That's how that works. Now, of course, he was not moving right, and he should have probably vetted this woman, and he should have had more of a connection and and plan if he's going to deal with this woman. But she don't get a chance to judge or choose what that man who's in an extremely privileged position gets for his woman. If he wants a really, really young woman, that's what he wants,
And I'll say this real quick, because a man, like, not to piggyback on what you just said, if he want that 22-year-old, that's what he's going to drive.
Yeah.
And you can't really shame a man out of his desires.
Right.
It's just sometimes, because if you think about all the men that date younger women, all these men over all these years, how many actually ran into these charges? The problem is, if it's just one guy, these charges are so egregious. Even if it's one time, it carries this much weight. But if you think about it from a percentage standpoint, it's less than 1% probably of these men actually these charges, because they all like younger women. So
exactly.
He's the smoking gun right now.
For sure. He just went into it. I agree with that 100%, Mr. X. He just didn't have a proper game plan for dealing with that. He probably could have found an equivalent and it would have been good. Go ahead, Raquel. My bad.
I was gonna say that I like, this isn't his first 19-year-old, you know what I mean? Or 20-year-old. This isn't his first, but I would like to tell older men that the 19, 20-year-olds and 22-year-olds from the 85s, the 95s, the 2005s, they don't make them like that anymore. So like what y'all were doing with 22-year-olds back 20 years ago, you can't do that with the 20-year-olds of today. They're different. They don't know they grandmamas. There are no old people that they know and hold up to high esteem. They're not going to say, oh, this is probably the biggest fish I'm ever going to catch on the line. So let me hold this man up a little bit. I would never. I don't see a woman from the 85s, from the 95s, from 95 to 2005 doing this to this old man, because she would be playing the long game. If I'm getting $25,000 per cheek, it ain't no limit to what I'm gonna get out of this man. So I don't have to get the law involved. Baby, it's me and you. We good. We are locked in.
Listen,
okay?
Listen, look, she got tired of eating Uncle Shay Shay's gooch.
Listen, she should have never went down that path. She should have never walked down that hallway if that wasn't what she was gonna do. Like how you start is how you gonna finish. Unless you're doing something egregious like this, getting Tony Busby involved. I
would say this was probably her plan all along. Yeah,
I can't let my daddy know I'm eating gooch. There's absolutely no way. I will go down to. I will go. Listen, it ain't no way that you gonna have me sitting on any stand telling me that a big man like Shannon Sharp had me eating his gooch.
Well,
no,
listen,
sir.
I'll say this, Raquel.
Guys, I just want to hear some. If I can throw something in real fast.
No, go ahead.
The one thing I want to throw in, especially back to Kendra G. Why is it that Jezebels always bring up God? You ever notice that? A Jezebel gonna bring up God. Because now Kendra G is supposed to be so righteous, but she tried to set up transgenders with straight men. What kind? I mean, seriously, can we come back to what we is real reality? I mean, only our women see it as okay if they set us up with a transgender and then make fun of it later.
X. She should have shut that down, especially when the trans said they was looking for straight men. She should have jumped in and said, whoa, 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 whoa.
The thing is, see,
pause.
Yeah. Kendra G is even though she didn't grow up on welfare, she is the welfare lady. You know, you can't hide the ghetto. And, you know, that's all it is to it.
That part.
But now, and one more thing I want to say, why is it the women, if you notice, who can't get these guys complain the most? You don't see that on the other way around.
That's it, because they ain't getting them. That's why they complaining. MSX said it. The guys and women get results. They ain't got no gripes. Shout out to the ladies and the fellas SBC.
That part.
Appreciate you. Cousin Walker, that's my cousin, says getting happiness at someone else's pain is low and shows your true character. Appreciate you, Nagito. Says, who updated HQ software?
No.
Shout out to Jerea. Says, freaky stuff will get you broke and unemployed in the corporate world. I hope and pray it is not true. And if he makes a comeback like Marv Albert. Shout out to Sal Bill. Says, she's taking the victory lap. She's invisible to men like Unc. Remember that video he did, not really giving her the time of day. 100 milli, he effed up.
That part.
Money.
And shout out to Gone Postal with the $10 in the Cash App. He says, salute, brothers.
Appreciate you, Gone Postal.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Shout out to the brother Rashad. How you doing, man? Says, listen, Kendra can't deal with Shannon. He got CTE and he would put hands on her because of her mouth. Okay, CTE. Shout out to Gregory. Who's that? Gregory Page Bay came through the super sticker. Appreciate you, Gregory Page.
Appreciate that, brother.
Shout out to Project Leroy. Says Zach turned simp, marry someone to get divorced. Appreciate you, Sal Bill. Says Zach coming off a bit simpish. Don't gatekeep other men's meat. Facts. So I worked hard, and because I'm 45, I can't have fun. That gets you slid. Appreciate you. Who's the master? You ain't gatekeep his meat. Says Ninja demanding that white women give him a Nestle Crunch weenie. What are we talking about? I heard him on the third recording request she put on a helmet and shoulder pads. Sick.
Damn.
Appreciate you, Jerea. Said, Mr. Ali, you said Roy Cooper. Caught my attention before you said Texas. Thought for a minute you were talking about my ex-governor of North Carolina, Roy Cooper.
Okay.
Shout out to Sal Bill. Says she's not divorcing him. She clarified. Who that is? Appreciate you, Michael Mack. Says greetings to our guest stars and salute to the whole panel for tonight's lessons. Ha, lessons. Shout out to the egregious one. Says, yes, my favorite brother in Christ, Pastor Q. Man, I miss running them streets. Sometimes I wish we could go back, brother Q. Pray for some, what's that? Strength in his name and all his nicknames. God. Shout out to Project Leroy. Says Shannon met that 19-year-old bust down in the gym. Shannon offered her the NDA to sign, and she said no. Shannon still mess with her, now get sued and embarrassed. Shannon's guilty for not saying bye. A freaking men.
That part. And the key word here is that they met in a gym. So a lot of people, you know, with the whole age gap thing, people will say, well, what do they have in common? You know, how would a 50-year-old meet her? The common ground is normally a place like the gym or a nightclub. These people rub shoulders in these places.
I listen here. I stay in the gym, you know, at least 3-4 times a week. It is what it is. Yeah, us older 40-year-old men, we outdoing you young whippersnappers. Y'all better get some muscle. What they have in common? They is on the squat machine. They was talking exercise. Then they went home and exercised. Shout out to Project Leroy. Says HQ, Halle Berry paying alimony to her ex-husband.
So about 3 of them.
Shout out to Disco Darren. Appreciate your brother becoming a YouTube member. Thank you, brother. Drive safely. Race safely. Shout out to Jerea. Said he messed up when he continued after the NDA wasn't signed. Should have moved on to the next. And if he has to do that freaky stuff, and NDA is a must, yeah, he got too ahead of himself. He knew he wanted some freak monster stuff, and he just needed it.
Oh, man.
Shout out to B. Wyatt. Says women like Kendra are wishing on his downfall at this point. Shout out to the sister Michelle. Says Unc was fired like Nia Long's ex. Yeah, you like bringing that up. Keep it up, Michelle. Shout out to Tap Bro. Says Raquel says she got finished in the gooch. She got to finish. Appreciate you, Machine. Says stop saying our women. I own no Lakeishas. Appreciate you, Disco Darren. Says fellas, where's the link to come up? I'm home now. Let's rap. Come on up.
Okay.
Shout out to Divine Photos. Says Unc messed up in the audio recording when he should have hung up the phone. When she switched up, Unc been leading with his money and it caught up with him. Facts.
That part. So we're talking about accountability. Shout out to Uncle Shannon. At the end of the day, he must accept accountability. It is what it is. I'm sure he'll bounce back.
You know, Unc, he talked about it. Unc kind of was a late bloomer. Let's talk about this real quick. Unc wasn't really a superstar or getting, you know, attention that he wanted from the ladies when he was in high school, not even when he was in college. Yeah, he did not really come into himself till he got to the NFL, his words. And now, fellas know, now he's trying to relive, you know, the years that he wasn't getting the lays when he was seeing all his teammates get them fine dimes. Now he like, it's my turn, and I pay $25K a cheek.
That part. So, brother Disco, I see you backstage. Give me a peace sign, brother. If you can hear me. Okay. So here we go. I'm going to pull this last subject up. Y'all know we don't do a lot of the political or even the controversial, but this has been going on for about a month. So since everybody up here, we'll close out with this. And that is the whole, where we at? This brother Carmelo Anthony and this whole stabbing situation. All right. I think we're the only person on YouTube who ain't talked about it, but I guess we're going to.
Here we go.
I read through the 7-page arrest report for Carmelo Anthony detailing what took place at that stadium, and here's what happened. On Wednesday, April 2nd, 2025, at 10:01 a.m., a 911 call was made. The caller said that a student of Frisco Memorial High School, 17-year-old Austin Metcalf, was stabbed by a black male wearing a gray hoodie and blue sweatpants that went to Centennial High School, who we now know as 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony. Kirkendall Stadium is a multi-use athletic facility used by local schools in Collins County, Texas. Police were dispatched, and as they raced to the scene, it is reported that athletic trainers were on site providing care, but Austin was not conscious and was not bleeding. Blood was on Austin's clothes and all around him. According to the arrest report, school resource officer Eduardo Cortez was the first on the scene. He was sitting in an office across from the stadium. Once he heard the dispatch call, he ran across the Stanley Middle School parking lot and entered the southwest entrance of the stadium. When he arrived, he was met with students telling him what happened. He proceeded to the north end of the track where Austin was. He saw multiple people surrounding the tent. When Officer Cortez arrived at the bleachers, an adult male pointed to Carmelo and identified him as the suspect. At this point, Carmelo was on the north end of the track. As the officer approached Carmelo, he told him to keep his hands up in the air. It was at that time Carmelo shouted, "I was protecting myself."
All right, I'm going to stop it for a second. Like I said, I know a lot of y'all, I'm going to try to walk it down slow. Obviously, I know a lot of y'all probably got a PhD in this situation, but for the people like me and Mr. Walker that probably don't know much, he stabbed the guy, young white guy in Texas. I mean, he went to jail. He has posted bond, which was, he's out now on house arrest. And some people want him to get locked up. So I'll get you in, Mr. Walker. Because I know growing up, we used to carry pocket knives and stuff when we was in school. I know that for sure.
Yeah, still do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, first thing I thought about, like Mr. Walker, he one of the first men I know always got a knife since we was
keep a Hank at all times for sure. And see, gotta know the context. I don't know much about the story, but in short, I guess the brother went to seek refuge under a tent. It started raining or storming, right? Okay. And he went under the wrong tent. This is athletics, and my personal experience, athletics are, no pun intended, cutthroat. You know what I mean? Because it is what you sitting there, the other teams, it is violence until the competition is done. I don't care about your well-being as a opposing athlete. So the fact that he ran into the opposing team's tent and most likely he was outnumbered. Come on, let's talk about it. He probably was in a situation where he had to protect himself. Yeah, come on, man. Like that's
I'm guessing this guy here, obviously, as y'all know, the white guy, he got a twin brother. So they trying to say, they jumped them apparently. But I'm gonna let this play for another second. We'll get the rest of y'all in.
Was protecting myself. Officer Cortez patted Carmelo down for weapons and none were found. He led Carmelo off of the track, and it was at that time that Carmelo said he put his hands on me. The officer then handcuffed Carmelo's hands behind his back and had him sit on the ground. At 10:05 a.m., a second officer, Officer Reese, arrived. Carmelo was patted down again, and Officer Cortez put out the notice that he had the alleged suspect in custody. And that's when, according to the arrest report, Carmelo said, "I'm not alleged. I did it." The two officers walked Carmelo to the back of the driver's side of the police car and put him in. In the arrest report, officers said that Carmelo was emotional, crying hysterically, but compliant. While in the back of the police car, Carmelo said, "He put his hands on me. I told him not to." He also asked, "Is he going to be okay?" In the report, Officer Reese said that Carmelo asked her if what he had done could be considered self-defense. She stated that she then told him that she didn't know what happened. After the officers put Carmelo in the car, they noticed blood on Carmelo's left middle finger. A photo was taken and placed into evidence. Officer Cortez then asked Carmelo for his name and date of birth and verified him as a student in the school database.
Okay. So I see you backstage, Sister J. We'll get you up. So the brother's 17 years old. All right. And apparently he stabbed the guy one time and got him in the heart. One time. That's it. Just a whop. And it takes a lot to stab somebody. Like, that is not, so it's not like stepping on ants. All right. That's you know what I mean?
It's very intimate. I want to say that there had to, it wasn't just touching. Like I said, this is Texas, you know, the racial tension is in the air with this past election. We must pull all these things in, because what happened in that tent, I'm telling you, you most likely, this is something we only can assume, you had one black young man in there, and you had that Caucasian boy and his twin brother and his teammates. You don't understand. Most likely his back was against the wall. I'm not saying that taking a life was justified. I'm saying I understand what scared people do. Shout out to my mother. My goodness, a scared person will end your life. Don't be out here trying to scare folks. Most likely they was using heavy intimidation tactics, and they put hands on them, and they were saying wild stuff. And these ain't scrawny dudes. These are football players. Two of them get a hold of you, and it's over if they know what they doing. So,
and the thing is, I would say he stabbed them one time, and y'all see, they say in the report, he asked the people like immediately, is he okay? You know what I mean? I was defending myself. Is he all right? I mean, I don't know. We'll get y'all in here. What you got, HU? I guess we'll start with you.
What do I think? I think two people lives changed on April 2nd, irrevocably. A young man lost his life, and I think somebody's going to have to pay for it, and it's going to be the young man, of course. It's a tragedy. It just is a tragedy that should never have happened. That's it.
Okay, what you got, Raquel?
I get what Mr. Walker was saying with the tents, but you know, you run at my high school, we got a tent, and you're from Southwest DeKalb, and you got to come under Redan's tent. We letting you come up under the tent because we want to beat you on the field or on the track fairly. We're not trying to, you know, beef it up with you. But in the South, when you have black schools or predominantly black schools, and you're going up against a predominantly white school, y'all already know what it feels like out there. Y'all already know what it is. Like, we ain't playing. So was it smart for him to go under this other team's tent? Probably not. Was it a rule that he couldn't? Probably not. Were the two twins that were out there beefing it up with him? When you hear the twin brother talk about what happened, he sounds really guilty that his brother is dead or deleted, and he said his brother, you know, was a good kid who didn't deserve that, but he didn't say that his brother wasn't out there trying to beef it up. So it looks kind of like they were the aggressors, and this kid stood up for himself. I know a lot of boys that carry knives. I used to carry a little pocket knife because I played in the creek all the time, and you get stuck on things. You got to cut things off of your pants. Like, this is the South. Y'all probably in other countries, y'all don't understand why kids in the South would carry a pocket knife or something like that. We are always outside, either doing things with animals in Texas, or here in Georgia, you might be on the farm. You need a pocket knife for lots of different things, for screws, for cutting things. There's scissors on a pocket knife, or on that little pocket thing that has all the little different stuff on that. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Swiss Army knife.
The Swiss Army. Yeah. So, I mean, how many of us had one of those growing up? I know I did. So, I don't think I'm glad that he's in a stand your ground state. I think that will help him. And I'm glad that there's a judge that is trying to be fair and partial and use the law to dictate how she deals with this young man. He's in hiding right now. So that lets you know that it's like a fever pitch in Texas from this race. It's all race related.
That part. So I'm gonna let this go. This is the guy's brother that had passed away.
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." And he's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his backpack. This kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. But then I look at my brother, and then I'm not going to talk about the rest. So just that's just what I saw. And I tried to help him, but
it was just senseless.
It was really senseless. Really, I don't know why a person would do that to someone just over that little argument. It's just crazy in this world nowadays how people just up and do that. Like that man has a family. That man has people that care about them all the time, and he did everything for our family too. He was a strong man. He was a strong kid.
That's the kid's brother. I would say it was senseless. It seems senseless, for a guy that young, 17. Because it's traumatic for him himself. He got to live with that for the rest of his life, whether he goes to jail or not. He's going to have effects in his life. But a young man is gone. And a lot of people say size got something to do with it. They saying these twins is big linebackers. They both 6
They're
foot
tall. They're
yeah,
tall. They're big.
Hold on. They both 6'1", about 200 pounds. This guy's about 5'11", 150. So, but I don't know. Should he have fought? Or should he have stabbed his way out? I want to get Mr. Ali in. What you got, brother?
Yeah, I'm down here in Texas, man. I read about that story. But previous to that, HQ, Shannon Sharp probably gonna have to pay like $2 million max. Court of public opinion, he's gonna suffer that ESPN job. But he got his YouTube thing going on. He probably gonna have to pay $2 million. He's not gonna pay $50 million. That's out of the question. That's that lawyer Busby doing that. But whatever. And it's weird. It's stupid. But this case here, he's gonna plead out probably to manslaughter. I know criminal lawyers down here. He probably gonna plead out to manslaughter. Probably get like 10 years. The guy, it's not a stand your ground state. It's a self-defense state. There's a difference, right? Stand your ground is that you can use aggressive force to defend yourself. Self-defense, you can't, right? So he's gonna get he's gonna get a manslaughter charge because he's gonna try to duck that murder because they're gonna charge him with murder or second degree. They're gonna try to charge him up to get him to plead out, and he'll get probably manslaughter. And he'll probably have to do 10 years. It's a shame and it's unfortunate because he's a young kid, young athletic kid. I hate to see it, but the race stuff. If it was two big black dudes, he'd have done the same thing. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, and I know how the athletics thing goes. Shout out Mr. Walker. The defense. Y'all dudes don't have any minds. Y'all don't think a lot. So. Y'all do stuff like this, and y'all threaten other people, and we have to defend ourselves, So, but he's probably gonna end up doing like 10 years.
And yeah, I would say he's 17 years old, like you said. Even if he get 10 years, he'll be out by the time he's 25. The thing is, he's gonna have that felony and that rap sheet, and that's what's gonna hang over his head. So
the tough part right there is having the. And I was thinking about starting a YouTube channel because I help guys. One of the things that I do is that I help guys that come out of jail with felonies and stuff like that, and try to reintegrate in society. My mom and my family, we help people do that. But yeah, it's unfortunate, man, because I know in Texas he's probably gonna have to plead out because those DAs gonna charge him up. Those district attorneys gonna charge him up. They don't try to hit him with murder, 5 to 99 years and all this other stuff. And then he gonna hear that 10 years. And he gonna be like, let me take that. It's probably not gonna go to trial at all. You know what I mean? It's probably y'all not gonna see a trial out of this unless the DA wants a trial to put it on TV so they can get their career going, because they do that. But
they probably do.
Yeah,
Yep.
what? Man, they do it, man. What? If this is in the news, the only reason why it would go to trial is if the DA wants it to go to trial. It's not because the defendant wants to go to trial. It's because the DA wants to go to trial to put their name out there, and so they can get news coverage and stuff like that.
I agree. Let me get brother Danny Omega in here. What you got, brother? Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Okay, my bad. I must have hit it twice. I just want to get some context on this right here. I talked about this on my other YouTube channel, Kisses and Cams. The height of both these twins is about 6'2", and their weight's about 230, somewhere around in there. And the height of Carmelo is about what Mr. Gavin said. I mean, the thing is, though, when I was going through the police report, they didn't say anything, if there was a altercation between the twins and, anything of that nature. But the thing that surprises me with this is that this has been about, what is it, 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, somewhere around there.
April 2nd.
Excuse me?
April 2nd.
Okay. I'm still trying to figure out why having the body cam or any digital, anything digital has been released yet. Cause surely somebody had to have a tape of what actually went down. So are they
think the same thing, Danny. Like, why is that? Like, I know social media obviously is very sensitive. How did they go about that?
Right.
Their camera phones got broke out. Somebody got some raw, uncut footage. That's for sure. Good question, Danny.
And I'm also gonna say this too. If you look at World Star Hip Hop, you'll be surprised how many teenagers actually have accounts on there, and how many of the fight videos are actually from teenagers. So most likely, if you do the math or whatever, there is a tape of what actually went down that unfortunate day. Now, again, what happened is highly unfortunate. However, in order for us to know what actually happened, we still got to look at the tape and whatever, and figure out what happened. Cause people could say, oh, this was racial, this was this, that, and the third. But the thing is, we can't put a whole bunch of stuff out there without knowing what's the real. Cause from what I've gathered about Fresco, for anybody who knows about Colleen and Fresco are basically just alike, so to speak. Who said it was from Texas in here? Mr. Ali?
Yeah, that was
Okay,
Mr.
so
Ali.
so Mr. Ali probably can confirm on what I'm saying. But I just gonna never mind. I'll stop since you got the clip back up.
News. A witness in the Carmelo Anthony murder case came forward to make a statement, and we missed a lot about the whole incident. At the time of the incident, there should have been many students around. Let's listen to what he said.
It was raining. It got rained out like crazy bad. Everybody trying to get back to their cars or get in, places where they, wouldn't get all extra wet. Dude was sitting up under the tent, right? He was on his phone, right? My daughters was up under the same goddamn tent. Yeah. So I'm paying attention to my kids, but at the same time, they're in the same vicinity. So I'm watching everything going on around it because I'm there for my children. So dude walks up. McKellen, bro, he wasn't even under the tent at the time. They came from a whole separate tent and walked over there. They intentionally went over there to this kid, man. Dude was sitting there on his phone just trying to get dry. You feel me? One thing went from another. They grabbed this man and they tried to punch on dude. Dude went in his bag and whatever. They went to try to jump this dude and punch on this dude, man. And he protected himself, dude. That's what happened. Yeah. It wasn't just one. It was both of them, bro. Austin, the dude that got unalive, and his brother physically went over there to intentionally. He had a. It's not to the point that he brought a knife. For one, it wasn't on school property. The school is at least 5 to 10 miles away. It was community track meet, bruh. It wasn't a school track meet.
That part. So it's a lot here. I want to get Mr. Wilson in, Brother Disco, Cousin Walker, Triple X. We're going to pass the mic around. What you got, Mr. Wilson? Can't hear you, brother.
You muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you? Yeah, one, I hope the young man don't get 10 years. I mean, it is what it is, like Mr. Ali said. I hope they can get him a better deal, After hearing what the witness said, right there shows that I don't want to say the wrong thing. Young people don't use their head. I'll just put it that way. And the one thing, though, when it comes to the South, and especially Texas, I'm sorry. We see the headlines all the time where the racial stuff comes up over and over. So, I'm sorry. Texas is just a state that has that problem. But I hope that more of this will come out where the young man will get a better deal, where he won't, do too much time.
Hopefully not. Shout out to Jay. What you got on this topic, Jay? You been listening, sister?
I have. And hey, you guys, I've been watching for a minute. This is my first time joining. But I think it's really unfortunate anytime you have a situation where you have a young Black man that's going to do a lot of time. Me being from Chicago, you see it all the time. You hear about these petty little situations, but you try not to judge because maybe those situations for them, that is the biggest thing in their life. And maybe that was his flight or fight response. And it's like, I've seen a lot of TV shows at these white schools, and they go through a lot. And it is a whole different territory when the white people are the magnitude of the whole school. So I can see how, things can change where maybe the young Black boy did feel intimidated. So it's like, I'm kind of 50-50 on it. I do believe he could have fought, but things are different when you're in different schools. So, but it's unfortunate.
And now we got some details about the size of these individuals. And I often talk about this, we have gotten away from just, our primitive nature, but ain't no young man that's 160 pounds looking to tussle with no dude that's taller and weighing 200 pounds, especially not two of them. There ain't no way. I do not condone violence, especially at this age. However, I can't be a hypocrite. And Miss X touched on it. At that age, two big old jokers coming up on me. Have my bail money ready. You know, it just is what it is. Y'all ain't about to stomp me out. You know, accountability. We talk about accountability. Should those twins, all right, that young man out on bail. Some judge saw something that young man ain't do something so egregious, even though we have lost a life and all life is precious. However, accountability. If I was out picking on somebody, and because that's what it sounded like, folks, they was picking on this young man. They went to his tent, saw him isolated, and they said, we got a victim. That's my observation. So that young man that lost his life is extremely unfortunate. However, any young man that's looking to try to bully somebody, understand something. Like my mama told me, a scared person will end your life. That's why I never did intimidation. No, I ain't intimidating nobody. I want you to think I'm sweet as pie ninja. I don't care. That'd be your fault. But yeah. What you got? Who we got? Who ain't go yet? I'm scared to ask you to go, Leon. You wait. Cousin Walker, you go ahead, sister.
Y'all gonna let me go before Leon? Woo!
Please do. Please do.
Okay. Okay. Well, there's a lot to unpack here. I'm a little biased here because my sons are that age, and I feel for both sides. I get pushback when I say that from a lot of people. I'm scared. I'm scared. Back when I had my first child at 28. Back when I did that, now I'm scared. The world they live in now is not what we was living in. I'm not saying that we were so perfect. We weren't, but just getting shot at the drop of a dime just because don't come over here, this is and that, is scary to me. Cousin Walker, we the same. We went through the sports and all that. Sports taught us humility, taught us competition, taught us where we need to fit in, taught us, okay, yeah, like you said earlier, we are not gonna be this person. We got to strive harder to be first place or whatever. So go to the schools y'all are talking about. I heard you, Raquel. I heard everybody. It's the truth. You go to a all white school. On that court, and I'm speaking for myself, and I try not to do that. On that court, while you trying to do free throws, this is personal. While you trying to do free throws and you trying to do blocks and whatever, the first thing they say is, you ain't about to shoot over me. Go back to that food stamp crew or this and that, based off stereotype. That's what they throw at you. Wow. And the reaction comes out. But if the coaches are right, they will teach you to not fall for that. So I'm gonna leave that there. That's why I thank my daddy for putting me in every single sport known to man, because now can't nobody say nothing to me. You can call me anything. I don't care. I've heard it all on the court, but the proof is whooping them in that game. That's it. That's your flex right there. So I'm gonna leave that there. The problem I have here is I feel for that white family and I feel for the black family. And I get pushback on that only because yes, defense. I teach my children the same thing. Were they wrong? Were the twins wrong? They probably were, plus instigation from their other friends. Yes. Him choosing a knife, gosh, I can't speak on that. I tell my children all the time, tell somebody, because that's why I don't have a record. I have beat many people up in my day. This is why I don't have a record. Tell the teacher first. The teacher say something. Tell somebody else. They say something. Then once you do the damage, noses are broken, ears are knocked, heads are clocked, and parents can't do nothing. No one can do anything because you put it on record.
Not to cut you off, I just told my son the same thing. You got to cover your own butt. Yes, there we go. There's some parenting going on. You got somebody doing something wrong, even if they touch you. And this was tough because I grew up, you touch me, it's over. I said, son, they touch you, you got to tell a teacher. Let authorities know, because what that does is put accountability onto the parents and the teachers. Now they know something is wrong. Now they got to do something. However, you said third offense, put hands on. I may move to that. I said second offense. I said first time you tell the teacher they don't do nothing, and let it be known. The second time they touch you, try to kick his testicles out his mouth hard like a field goal punter. Yeah,
Clearly.
I said I can come up to school. I can justify that. They say, Mr. Walker, your son kicked little Timmy's testicles out his body. I said, did my son tell you
He
that
didn't need
little
them.
Timmy touched my son?
Mhm.
Yes. Did y'all do anything? No. Here's the result. Next time y'all do something, come on, son. You suspended for 9 days. I will be all right.
Thank you. And that's the truth. And that's where thank you for sharing on that. I'm gonna leave that there. That's what I do. I teach them all the time. I might have been pushing for the internet a little bit for the third time, but no, I'm a first time offender. Tell the teacher if she don't do nothing, I'm knocking heads. We box train in this house. I don't know how many times I gotta say that. These children are strong. They're stronger than my 13-year-old is stronger than me. And I've been boxing for years. So I don't play with it. That's that. I'll leave it alone.
Leon King, what you got? No violence, huh? Leon, if you had kids, would you tell, little baby Leon King to choose peace over violence? Turn the other cheek, perhaps, brother Leon? What you got? You gotta unmute yourself first. Cousin Walk, you see why I had you go first?
I see. Darkness. Okay.
Leon, are you trying to let the smoke clear? What you got, brother? Oh my goodness. Y'all wonder why we be stressed out for these open pedals. Leon, what you got? Then just say something.
He told y'all
He
1
building it
minute.
up. He building it up. He building it up.
The anticipation making me giddy. What you got, man?
Remember, I
Yeah,
told
hold on.
y'all the pump or the lever. You can get the pump or the lever. He pumping it up. He pumping it up.
Gavin X will tell you about this music. You know that.
He gonna fire all of us. He gonna fire.
Oh yeah.
Leon, don't get us a strike.
Disco,
based off of
Disco,
YouTube
what you
music,
got,
please.
brother? Disco, what you got, brother? Welcome in.
Oh man, I see Mr. King over here, man. He got the smoke going. He at the concert or something, man. I don't know. Mr. Walker, nice to meet you, sir. What's Gavin X? Nice to meet you guys,
You
man.
do,
Just got
brother.
home.
Hey, right quick, man. You got the daggone race car, man. You threw me for a loop. Listen here. My
Yeah.
first love was auto mechanics. Like my
Yeah.
escape as a kid was Gran Turismo,
Yeah.
just learning about the science behind cars. So, man, you
Yeah.
out here got an 8-second car, man.
8-second
God dang,
street car,
that's
brother.
beautiful,
So
brother.
it's a bad mamma jamma. But I've been racing all my life, man. My dad did it. I did it. So, my son, he don't want to do it because he likes Honda. So me and him clash heads all the time about that import
Wait,
junk.
well, Honda, the Honda,
No,
the Type
no,
R got the fastest lap at
no.
the Nürburgring.
Mr. Walker, we don't do imports in my house, sir. We don't do imports. We got import nothing in my house. My drawers ain't even imported.
I respect it. I'm more part no car, baby. I feel you.
I'm a Ford employee, 24-year Ford employee, man, UAW all the way, brother. That incident with this young man, I didn't even know about this, and I normally keep up with stuff. Here's a problem that I have with that. They always want to come in twos when it's a young brother. They never want to come one-on-one. Never.
Facts. Seems that way.
This young man was minding his business, of course. Young brother minding his business. I have a son, 14 years old. My son's big. I'm 6'2", 210. When I was playing football, I was 6'2", 220 when I was playing. cornerback. And my son is 5'8", 153, and he's graduating from grammar school in May. Big boy, he plays linebacker. So I understand about the big kids, but I also told my son, we don't take ass whoopings in this house, son. We fight here. The Carter household, we fight. The Disco household, we fight. Come on, if somebody come at you 2-on-1, man, you got to do what you got to do to make it home, brother. Get you a tire iron, a bat club, golf club, whatever you got to do, man, to get up out that jam.
You know what I say, brother Disco?
Yes.
Because I tell my kids, I say, there's no victims in this house.
No,
I say,
exactly.
you are not allowed to go
Right.
out into this world and get victimized. You
Exactly.
know, because I get passionate talking about violence, so I try to keep it on the defensive side.
Right.
Yeah, no victims in this house. I like that, brother.
You know, for me, my dad was a 8-year veteran of the United States Marine Corps, a 30-year veteran of the Chicago Police Department. And my father, you know, my household was strict. My father taught.
Then you keep freezing up, brother Disco.
Fight. And if you come home crying, I'm going to whoop you, and you're going back outside, and you're going to do what you got to do. Nowadays, Mr. Walker, these kids now, I'm lucky that the young man had a knife, because 9 times out of 10, these young men now they got the pipe. They up the pipe. So this going to sound bad. This is going to sound bad. You all can crucify me on Sunday morning at 12:55 Central Standard Time. This is what that man gets for jumping on that boy. If he'd have left that boy alone, he wouldn't have been unalive right now.
That's accountability, brother. That's
Let him walk
accountability.
home. That's your fault. Your brother got unalive. That's your fault. That's your fault. Your brother got served. I know that's a child. I get it wholeheartedly. But if you two brothers want to take y'all big behinds over there to bother that little brother, that little cornerback, y'all big linebackers jumped on that man, what you go over there too deep for? Y'all was going to whoop the man. It's not going to happen. The young brother did what he had to do. Unfortunately, Mr. Walker, in Texas, I'm born and raised in Chicago, South Side, Jeffrey Manor. I went to Mount Carmel High School, which was all white high school when I went. And it was very few blacks at that school when I went. That's the first time I heard someone call me the N-word, was at that school. I went there on a partial football scholarship for high school in a Catholic high school. Got called the N-word a couple of times. I had to fight. But I also learned my lesson. My dad told me, words, man, words don't hurt you. When you're young, you don't understand that. Now I get it. Words is nothing. I walk away from words. You can say what you want to call me over there, but don't come in my era. Don't come over here and call me that, because now we're going to have a problem. So I try to teach my son that, but it's hard to teach young men to turn away because they have pride. I get it. I get that pride. My son, he fights all the time. I have to tell him, hey, who started what? Sometimes my son started, sometimes somebody, but he has to learn to walk away. And if the little brother, he couldn't have walked away because they came to him. They brought the smoke to him. He had to do what he had to do to make it home. He did what he had to do, Mr. Walker, to make it home. I know he went to court, jail. The judge let him out. Now, like you said, he got a bail for a reason. In a murder here in Illinois, you don't get bail for murder. You don't get bail here in Illinois for murder. You in there. 17 years old or not, you in there. 15 years old, they might release you to your parents. They might. But and once again, I feel bad. I know y'all going to get me. I don't feel sorry for that young man that got unalived. If he would have mind his business, stay in your lane, he would have been here to play another game of football with his twin.
That's it. That is the power of accountability.
Right.
You insert, shout out to Brother Disco. You insert that level of accountability into that situation, those twins don't ever go pursue that brother. Shout out to my brother Gavin and his brother. Gavin's older brother used to keep, I know me, out of trouble because I was always quick to go want to jump on somebody.
Right.
And shout out to him, man. He used to say, well, ain't nobody gonna fight you. They're gonna put hot lead up and through you, boy. And I had to figure, I'm like, you right. And I had to mature and because it's true, I could not be here today. I was very violent, unhinged, the whole shebang, trust me. And I had to grow up. And luckily, I didn't have to get deleted or delete nobody to find out. But that's accountability.
Mr. Walker, real quick, you know what, though? These kids nowadays, they don't want to take a ass whooping. They don't want to take one. I've seen it. I've seen it with my own eyes. They'll go fight somebody one-on-one fight. They'll get whooped. They'll go home, come back with a pistol. To me, that's a punk.
Yes.
That's a punk.
That's
you can't take an ass whooping. I had to take butt whoopings when I was coming up. That's how I got tough and was able to do what I need to do in life. But now these kids now are afraid of taking an ass whooping because it's going to put on social media. All of a sudden, their boys going to clown them. The girls going to clown them. Now they got to do their rep now. Okay, I got a street rep. I got to take this man out. Now you killed this. I'm sorry, you've unalived this man. Now you going your behind to Cook County Jail for the rest of your life for trying to prove something to people who, once you've been in there for a couple of years, they're going to forget about you. Not going to bring you $9. Not going to put nothing on your books. Your girl going to go, she going to have somebody else. And it's just over with. It's just over with. So I tell my son, think before you react, brother. I talk to my son like I talk to him like we partners. Think before you act, brother. Think before you act because you have a promising career in front of you. If you do something wrong, that's going to cost you. It's either going to help your career or it's going to hinder your career. You have to make that choice. When you outside in this world, you have to make the right decision. I know you're 14 years of age, but you have to make the right decisions. And so far, he's been okay. So far, he's been okay.
Good stuff, man. That's it. Scared, they don't want to fight. And here's the thing to all the fellas out there. It ain't about being the biggest, baddest. It's about not being, correct me if I'm wrong, fellas. When it comes to standing your ground and defending yourself, it ain't about being Mike Tyson, being able to beat everybody. It's about not being worth the trouble. You understand? Like somebody ain't gonna pick on you and mess with you if you ain't worth the trouble. I ain't gonna keep picking on you because every time I do, you kick me in my testicles. I'm gonna leave you alone, or you punch me in my gut. I could get the best of you. This is serious. I could get the best of you, but I'm like, you know what? Last time I was messing with that punk, shoot, I had to ice myself for a while. I'm gonna leave him alone. So, fella, it don't matter how big you are. I'm telling you, just don't be worth the trouble, and folks will leave you alone. You ain't gotta go pick up a gun. No.
Right. Mr. Walker, real quick, what school did you go to play football at? Where'd you go? College?
California University of Pennsylvania. It's a Division II school out in the middle of nowhere. Like
here we go, man. Listen, this show, y'all done went down rabbit holes. Leon came up here playing music. Leon, what the hell is wrong with you?
Gavin X, what's going on, my brother? How you feeling, man?
Listen, man, we about to shut the stream down. Y'all done did too much.
No, man, don't shut it down. My bad.
Listen, what you got, HQ? What you got, HQ? What you got?
I mean, I get the whole thing. The problem is we've gotten to the point of it being a race thing, and it was just two boys who made serious misjudgment. I understand him having a knife. I understand the Swiss Army knife thing. I understand that whole thing. My thing is, the boy doesn't deserve to go to prison for the rest of his life. He made a mistake. He's 17, a fatal mistake. If both of those boys came at him and he felt as though he was threatened, that's a good possibility of self-defense. The whole case will hinge on proportionality. What level of threat did this boy feel? And what is the reasonable amount of force that could be used to defend yourself? And this young man, depending on what these two boys, he felt threatened by these two boys, because the young boys, the brother, his story seems to shift. My brother came at him, we came at him, blah, blah, blah. Depending on that particular scenario, the young man, Carmelo, could have felt that his level of threat was high enough, and that self-defense will come into play more, and it will be up to his lawyer to prove the proportionality, the level of violence, because most of us probably would have fought with our fist or whatever, but maybe he felt even more threatened, which is the proportionality, which is what his lawyer has to prove, and the case will hinge on how much proportionality was needed to be used and what level of force or level of threat this boy felt with these two people coming at him. So
I agree. I would say, HQ, if that was my son, I think this is a call to action for Black fathers. I think somewhere, I would say there was a failure on the father's end somewhere. And for us men out there that do got sons, it's a cautionary tale. Teach your damn son how to fight, period. I would be disappointed. I'm from the streets. I would be disappointed if my son done caught a body like this. Unacceptable. Yeah, I couldn't condone it at all. I don't care if it was 4 of them. Run. You run track, put them cleats on and run home then. Either fight or run. But you can't delete nobody. No, I'm not condoning that.
And you know, there you go. I agree, because it sounds good, sounds tough, right? And coming from the projects, it's the easy thing to do. Yeah, I'm gonna get you. You ain't gonna get me. And the brother just said it. 10 years down the drain. And at least it ain't 20. That young man got to survive 10 years in a prison where he's unprotected, and he got to grow up real fast.
That part. And as a father, if you know your son, if you ain't man enough to fist fight, I know you ain't man enough to survive in prison. So I'm the logical one. I would not tell you to delete somebody. If you was too scared to fight these men, ain't nobody protecting you in there. So no.
And there you go. Thank you, Mr. X. Paint that picture. Now, as fathers, now we got to go visit our son. And one time you're going to go visit him, he going to have a blank, dead stare in his eyes. And you got to try to figure out how it got there. And you can think. Because like I said, listen here, y'all done seen the movies Prison Story. Y'all know what it is. These young boys go to prison. There ain't no rules. If they ain't got high ranking, you know what I'm saying, affiliated relatives in there, they in trouble. Right. And it is what it is. There you go, Mr. X. Fight with your hands or run your tail home to your father, and we can handle it. We can handle it for sure.
Right. But yeah, there was an emotional reaction. I would love to see the videotape, though. I think we can all be jumping to conclusions. I think they do have video evidence. I think it may be damning. It may be, good for the young man. Like I said, if he out on bond, somebody seen something. So, but at the same time, he's probably going to be charged with something. He ain't just about to go home, even if he do 2 years. All right. And I know my son can't do 2 years. I know this is going to change you. So I would rather you not do that.
There you go. And saying that you ran from a whole bunch. I ran once as a kid. I was about to get jumped, and I ran on home. Yeah, and I came back with my stepdad, and we whooped tail. There you go.
Yeah, you ran to go get some more people. That's what I did too. Yeah,
run. Listen, young men. This really is a PSA. Yes. Like, come home. Like, you got to think it through, and it's very tough in that moment, because as a young man, you got that fresh testosterone flowing through you, full of piss and vinegar, and you like, I'm gonna stay in mine. I know the feeling, but you got to think and we here to show you the result. Now you done stood your ground, Project Leroy. You done stood your ground. You did what was right. Okay, doing what's right worth 10 years or so of your life behind bars, behind cold hard steel bars with people that want to hurt you in every which way they can.
Right.
I say no.
That part. Yeah, we talk about deletion. So, man, what you got, Leon? Come on, speak now. Use your tongue. God gave you a tongue. Use it.
You gonna play
How
more
many
music?
people on the panel are certified to teach in their state?
Not me.
I am. So, new niggas, shut the fuck up and listen to a teacher. In the black community, because of the lack of discipline and fathers, listen, fathers are the cornerstone of the family. The family is the cornerstone of society. And if that cornerstone, and Raquel can testify, if you got to have a cornerstone that's perfect in order to build what you need to build. If that cornerstone is flawed, the building is going to be flawed. In our community, we have done two things very well: fucking and fighting. If we ain't fighting, we fucking. Those are two things that in the black community we do very well. 4 years ago, no, it was in 20, so 5 years ago, this month actually, I had to put two people in the hospital. They charged them both. I don't fuck around. This is just for my blood. But I don't fuck around. They got my knife. The first person came at me with a baton. She didn't know. The second person came at me with a knife. My knife was bigger. I asked him that day, I said, "Do you want to die?" He said, "No." Today, and I have two white people witness this, I was going to take someone out. But when I went out to buy the furniture, a voice said, "Leon, leave your shit inside." What I did was I talked. I used my mouth. See, I don't want to fight no one. I'm a nerd. Nerds don't fight. We motherfucking run because we want to live. And as a teenager, me and my boys was walking down the street and they said to me, "Those dudes up there want to jump you." I took off. They took off behind me, did not catch me. Richard Pryor said, "If you see a knife, run. Because a knife will end your life." So until that cornerstone is back in place and perfect, then you can expect what you got. Now, if you want me to address this Kamala Anthony story head on, I would have did the same thing. That nigga was scared. I know white people. I've been around them all my life. In high school, I was the only one at the parties that looked like this. think I didn't have to fight. I broke his nose. I didn't have to fight no more. If you got to fight, fight to win. If you got to smite the dragon, smite the dragon. Do it. But if you can think before you act, that's better. Teach a man to think, and he can live to the next day. Now, I'm going to give you some education about those cold steel bars in Texas. He better get off, because if he don't get off, if he don't walk out that courtroom a free man, they're going to change that nigga's name to Shirley. And ain't shit nobody else can do, because those Texans down there are gangs. They run the prison. She flew me down to Texas to Dallas when I was in college. She flew me down. I'm up there in the Marriott. She said, you know, I got 3 personalities. I said, well, damn, which one am I talking to now? I prayed a prayer. I said, Lord, if you ever get me out of Texas, I would never go again. And I have never been. People don't know about Texas. Texas was its own motherfucking country. Texas didn't give a fuck about whether you set the slaves free. Nigga, these are slaves. You don't know about Texas. Everybody got a gun. And the address, Shannon Sharp, that's rich people bullshit. Leave that alone. Y'all want to see my girlfriend? Who wants to see my girlfriend?
No, we don't.
That's my baby.
Yes, Lord.
Wow, Leon. Wow.
That's my baby.
Project Leroy is gonna get me because I put my hand up. I put my hand right back down, Project Leroy. You see me.
Look, me and her are doing our hair on a Saturday night. That's what the good girls do. I'm 50 cents, motherfucker. I'm doing my hair. I'm going to church in the morning. I'm going to drink the wine and eat the cracker. I might do a Holy Ghost dance. But that's where I'm going to be. And if you want me, you're going to want that square life. You're going to want that boring life. You're going to want that life where the lights are on. And the rent is paid. And there's food in the refrigerator.
Excuse me, sir.
And there's weed in a jar.
Jesus Christ. Mr. King, may I ask you a question, sir? Are you, when you go to church later today, are you going to take your girlfriend with you?
She'll be right here in my pocket.
In your pocket? Do the pastors and the authority at the church know that you keep your girlfriend in your
Hey, look, this the only one I'm gonna have.
Wait a second. So wait a minute.
Yeah, who did you steal that from?
I got so many questions.
She ain't wearing no wig. This the only one I'm gonna have until the right one rings my doorbell. And we sit on the porch like old folks and drink lemonade and watch the crackheads walk by.
That's a bet. Let me ask you this. Now, folks thought it was kind of weird how Shannon met that 19-year-old. So I got to ask you, sir, how did you come across your girlfriend? Where did you acquire your girlfriend? Where did you first come in contact with it? Where was that?
She was on the street.
You was walking along and you saw the door and you picked it up and you said, "You mine now. You mine now."
She needed some help.
That's a bit. She found help. So yeah, hopefully y'all enjoy having.
Let me tell you about Shannon Sharp. And see, you don't know about 17, 18-year-olds. You don't know about them. See,
well, hold on. Let me say this to you, Leon. Let me say this. Because, Leon, we can't just bypass all this creepiness. Like, there ain't no way you ain't on some FBI board right now. You on some kind of watch list, Leon. I guarantee it. You on some watch list in about 5 countries. All right?
It's got to be an algorithm trip. Big Docky in the darkness holding up a doll. Bing, 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 bing. We got something. Something ain't right.
You ever heard of this? A man with 1,000 faces?
Yeah, heard of it.
Okay. So when I move in the dark. I do my work in the dark. And I'm going to tell you the truth. About 17, I was in college. I was 30. I ain't going to lie. I was 30. She's 17. She was at the North Carolina School for Science and Math in Durham. She cut me a check. She was a virgin. Virgin smelled just like carnation milk. She paid me. So I ain't got shit to say about Shannon. That's just rich folk shit. He ain't gonna go hungry. He ain't gonna be struggling with no light bill. Hey, you do what you do. If you follow your dick, you follow your dick. If you follow your head, you follow your head. But you can't follow both of them. You got to follow one or two. I don't follow my dick. You want to know why? Because I got that sweet dick. That's what they told me. That's what she told me. She said, I got that sweet dick. I don't give it out. I don't give it out. Look.
Mr. Gavin, Mr. Walker, this is y'all
Leon,
boy.
what?
You know
What
that,
you
right? That's
doing,
y'all
Leon?
boy.
You know I've been doing too
That's
much.
y'all boy.
You can't say, look. All right, what you got? What you got? Don't say, nah. What
You know, hey, look.
Oh,
wow.
Fire and ice.
Yeah.
That don't sound comfortable, Leon.
Hey, look.
That sound like it hurt.
I ride that horse all day long. I'm 56. I don't have no kids out here running around fucking and fighting. But I do have kids that I have authority over. And I tell them the truth. I don't lie to them. You lie to your child, you're already building a false foundation. Tell the truth. Don't lie.
Leon, let me ask you this. Why are you wearing condoms, Leon?
Because my seed is good.
Leon, I don't know.
Your seed is good. I'm just done.
My seed cannot be planted in anything less than soil that is going to say Mrs. Leon King. That's what she's going to be known as. She's not going to have no goddamn middle name. Her name is going to be Mrs. Leon King.
So, Leon, have you ever had a pregnancy scare?
They called me from Greenville.
Leon.
Hold on. They called me from Greenville. She called me. I said, I didn't come in you. She said, well, you took the condom off. Got some good pussy too. I first got it in college, and then when I graduated, I got it, again. And I said, no, it got to be the other dude. Turned out to be the other dude that's married. But I went ahead and took the DNA test here. And look, let me tell you a secret. Okay? Let me tell you a secret. I went to the health department. I had all my tests done. I came back for my results. When I got my results, I sat in my car and I cried and I prayed. And I said, Lord, I would never, ever put my dick in another woman without protection, because all my tests came back negative. I just had a test because I just like to have my paperwork up to date. I just had a test back here in March. Look, 2 days ago, I had a CAT scan, EKG, and x-rays. Guess what? The doctor came back and said, I'm mad. Your vitals are better than mine.
Leon, hold on. Oh,
you're a liar.
No.
Leon, you be taking us out, Leon.
I got it right here. I got the paperwork right here.
You want to show me? Leon, show me. You always talk about it. You say you got this clean bill of health, Leon. I got to see it. What is doctor? Where is license?
Okay.
Dr. Kaworkian?
Let me show you the
Where's your
paperwork.
my chart? Where's your my chart?
Yeah, I got the hard copy right here. Can I get it? Can I get it?
No, never mind, Leon.
Okay, well, hey, look, that's what I'm talking about. So you can't buy health. You can't buy it. And 50% of the black women in the United States, these are the numbers, have herpes. Herpes. You can't get rid of that shit. You keep that shit like luggage. I ain't never had no crabs, no gonorrhea. I've been blessed and protected, and I'm grateful. I count myself. I look at myself. Look, when I bought that furniture from that girl that got evicted, the heroin addict, right next door, some wicker furniture and all of that, right?
Wicker? Wicker? She just let you walk away with her wicker?
I paid for it.
Oh, was it top dollar?
No, hell, girl, but please.
I know it wasn't, but she cheated herself.
Look,
Wicker is expensive.
Look, she needed a bag. Look, I got a wicker mirror too. You know, got the yes.
Wicker mirror.
Yes.
Hey, you guys, wicker is the shit. Wicker is good.
I thought wicker went out in the 90s.
No.
Wicker, look, if you can find some good wicker shit, get it. It will last.
Oh, yeah, that's okay. I'm here for it. Okay.
I have wicker Barbie furniture, and it is like it is going for like $2,800 if I wanted to sell it. Yes.
Look, I got my porch light on to scare the roaches that might come up there and try to take my shit. See, I gotta wash it down with Clorox and everything before I bring it inside, and all. But yeah, she was among the on the road. I said, that's my girlfriend. I said, that's my girlfriend. You want to know why? Because I'm a motherfucking nerd. And anytime a nerd gets off his square, he fucks himself up. Yeah. I know my boundaries. I stay within the gate. I don't go no. You come here, you will die.
Okay. So Leon, relax. Leon, nobody gotta go. Nobody gotta go, Leon.
When we get off, I'm going double Metallica at fucking 2:00 in the morning in the hood. And I'm doing my fucking hair like a little motherfucking girl because I know.
What? What?
Fuck is you talking about?
This is Sparta!
You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to hide. You gotta count your blessings. You're sitting at the table. You hear me? Ooh, child, things will get brighter.
Leon. My God. Doing your hair like a girl. What you talking about?
When he said his meat was sweet, I was just like,
Mr. Walker and Mr. X, that's y'all boy. That's y'all boy. That's y'all boy. You gotta own that. You gotta take that L for your boy now.
She
Take
was
your L for your
down
boy.
there crying. She was down there crying, falling out too. I could not believe it.
Mind you, this is my third impression of him.
I actually enjoyed him ranting. That was pretty good. I actually enjoyed it.
See that? I thank you. That's the whole deal. As wild and wonky and self-righteous as he is, shout out to Leon. Say said in the chat, he need his own spinoff.
You sent for him last night, or what was that, the night before last? You sent for him. You were like, Leon, we welcome you with open arms, and we'll see you on Saturday.
Okay, accountability. I take 10% accountability for Leon King's actions this evening.
Listen, I'm gonna get these super chats. All right, Leon, you might get about 5 more seconds, but we about to shut it down. You do too much, Leon. It's just, man, Lord.
Shout out to Jeray. Appreciate you coming through like you do. Says, if it is 2 versus 1, then he has the right to protect himself. I think Texas is a stand your ground state. Stand your ground, or what's the other one?
No, it's not.
Hmm.
It's not true.
That
What's the
part.
other-
That's Florida.
Yeah. Well, he said he
That's
thinks.
Florida.
So there we go. I would say you thought wrong, unfortunately.
Appreciate your brother Ty Pro. Says, to be honest, it's sad, but somebody would have gotten popped here in the 313 at that age. I seen worse at that age. Prayers for Carmelo. Appreciate your Dark Star. Gifting 1 single by choice membership. Appreciate you, sister. Shout out to Sir Arturius. Come through with the 20 bowl. Says, good evening, gentlemen and panel. Many podcasters and black ones were wishing the deletion penalty on the brother. They were trying to take down his GoFundMe, but no one had that energy for Derek Cousin or Dalen Roof. Yeah, that's wild. I know all that.
Yeah, that's why it's wild. That's crazy work.
Appreciate you. Who's the master? Says it was a melanated woman judge. They're giving her heck. Yeah, I guess they put out her address or whatever. It's wicked. Appreciate you. Who's the master? Says Leon scared away Miss Natural with the cocaine. Appreciate you. Egregious one. Says HQ, it is a race thing. Melanated folks like you that think it's not a problem for our youth, we need to teach them to be aware of possible outcomes. Possible and probable.
Okay.
Appreciate your Ty Pro. Says y'all remember the show ended with listening to R&B classics? That was a good night. About shout out to a good rabbit hole.
Oh man.
Appreciate your Dark Star. Says I'm blind. Why God? Why? And what you see? Appreciate you. Who's the master? Says look at the European getting excited about Wicker. That what you Raquel?
Who's the master? How could you?
Always. He late today. Shout out to Coach Doc. Appreciate you. Says in HQ voice, dude is wild. Yeah. Shout out to King Adams, the not so broke as Dusty. Says for the plate. What's up, SBC? Leon, crack is cheap, brother. You don't do crack. Nah.
Yeah. Shout out to Alfonso. He says when Kendra falls down, it will definitely be on SBC.
Oh, no. We love Kendra. Shout out to Divine Photos. Says, honestly, Kens and Karens don't be minding their business. They always want to insert themselves into situations that don't matter. FYI, I'm still laughing.
And shout out to Leon King. Come through with $1 in the cash app. What you got, Leon, man? What's going on? You got 30 seconds. All right, 30 seconds. 25.
Expect one thing. I'm going to tell you who killed the Pope.
You got evidence?
Deleted.
Yeah.
Who
Well, you
deleted
got
the Pope?
evidence. Yeah, you ain't got no evidence.
Oh, I'm sorry. But who deleted the who unalived the Pope?
He passed away from the flu.
No, it was me. I snuck in. You want to know why?
No.
Because
We don't want to know. We don't want to know.
No, you trying to make us accomplices. No, we don't know nothing about that.
No. You don't want to know. I don't want to know. Why would I want to know, Leon? That's between you and God.
And the law.
Once again, Mr. Walker, Mr. Gavin X, that's y'all boy. One more again, that's y'all boy.
Leon like the guard. Mr. Walker, like Mr. Walker said, he liked the thing off 300 when they let him loose. What was it?
Ethiotis, my man Leon King Ethiotis. He said, I want to fight with you, Mr. X, Mr. Walker. And
no, not hell. I'm talking about the big thing. They let him off the chains and stuff.
Oh, that big ogre.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We just let him loose. We really don't have too much control.
The big monster that put the blade of Leon King in Leonidas' in his helmet. That big monster.
That's Leon. Yeah, he ain't even all the way human. You know, he's a creation. It went wrong. It was a creation of ours. It went left, and we couldn't get rid of him.
Leon, yeah, we're sorry, folks. Leon King is indeed an actual living Glaze City mutated malefactor. Yeah, he about 15% human. The rest, a little bit of glaze, a little bit of herb.
He's from Glaze City. That makes so much sense now. The condoms, everything. Like, okay. The party supplies.
The Glaze City stories ended in Leon's lair. I don't know if y'all remember that. Yeah. G Honda went in Leon's lair and it got messy. I just let it go.
The story, yeah.
So here we are. What you got, Mr. Ali? Bring us home, brother.
Oh man, you guys, bro. Leon, Brother Leon, man, shout out to you, brother. Good grief, man. I couldn't have had a better weekend. You know what I mean? I couldn't have had a better weekend than this right here. This right here was priceless. Yeah, the guy up at he's probably gonna get 10 years, give or take, maybe 8 or whatever. And about that bond hearing, right? So how those work? Evidence has to come out in a bond hearing. It wasn't because the judge was black. I know they're trying to make it a race thing, but it's really it's not really a race thing, right? He's 17 years old. Where is he? He's a minimal flight risk. And if his parents, and if he does if he does break bail, they're just gonna go get his parents because they know 17-year-old can't facilitate a flight to a non-extradition country. So, so the judge was like, man, this dude ain't going nowhere. So what they did was they put up $25,000, I think, because the bond was like $250,000 or something like that. So that's $25,000. They had to come out that liquid. They had to come up with that liquid, $25,000, and that ain't easy. I don't care who you are. You had to come up with that liquid to get him out. So, he's a minimal flight risk. They probably had to mortgage their house to get that 25 grand. The judge knows that he's not going to fly. He's not going to go anywhere. He's gonna
hold on. I got one last thing before we go. I'm glad you said that. I don't know if this is true, but
say I gotta give a shout out to NBA YoungBoy for bonding out Carmelo Anthony, man. When I thought you wasn't watching, you was watching, bro. That was a big move. Even despite he got his own court shit going on.
So I don't know. Could be fake news. Yeah, he said NBA YoungBoy bailed him out. Y'all ninjas will do anything for clout. If this is fake, this dude needs slid. But anyways.
Man, I'm telling you, guys, it seemed weird.
He shouldn't have. He should have just took his butt whipping, man. Getting a knife out. Because I know Mr. Walker. Shout out, Mr. Walker. I've been on football teams and stuff before. Man, look here, man. I don't care if it's six Caucasian brothers. Man, I'm finna see what it do. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all gonna have to whip me, and they probably will. That's fine. But I'm not finna.
And I agree, and I agree with you on a personal standpoint, but when I was in school, I was 280 pounds. So I was about that action. This brother 160. You know what I mean? I personally don't know what it feels like to be that light, but I can imagine it could be an intimidation factor there.
Yeah, probably so, man. But he probably going to end up getting around, give or take a couple of years, 2 or 3 years, either way. He probably going to end up doing around 10 years, man. And the 10 years ain't really the bad part. It's after that.
Mr. Ali, that young man's going to do 10 years. He's going to have a bad time his whole life.
Yeah, I know. It's after that. That's
his whole college career. Everything is going to change.
Yeah.
Before his eyes, when he comes out in 10 years, this whole world's going to be different when he comes out.
Exactly.
He's going to have to relearn everything.
That's the bad
PTSD, prison PTSD. Shout out to the brother Nori with Drink Champs. I don't know if y'all watched that. He still talk about the stuff he experienced, locked up, and he's successful, rich. So just to make your point, Disco, like money, fame don't clear up those memories, sightings, happenings. Yeah, I believe, especially as a culture, we think very light of being incarcerated. There you go, Ty Pro. Wallow. Wallow still crap to this day talking about being incarcerated, man. It's a very unnatural environment. Most of those guys locked up got relatively high testosterone. That's why they in there. They've been a little violence, ambitious, nothing to do. And when you get those guys together in those little rooms, talk about fighting and hunching, sure.
Right.
Don't that change?
I want you guys to watch a movie called The Innocent Files. If you guys have ever seen it before, it's called The Innocent Files. You want to see some foolery and some debauchery? Just watch how the system railroads our black men. Watch that movie. It's called The Innocent Files. Man, you're gonna be agitated after you get through watching that. I saw one real quick. The young man went to the store to buy his grandmama some sweet potatoes for her pie. Sweet potatoes at 18 years old. That man didn't come home until he was 47 years of age because a Caucasian woman said that the young man raped her. And the only way, once that man got to the lockup to identify him, the only way that woman could identify that brother was she knew him by a marking on his genital area. You know how degrading that is? At 18 years old, the only way that this woman knew who this boy was by the marking on his genital area. Then to come to find out, Mr. Gavin and Mr. Walker, that the woman lied. It was another Caucasian man that did it to her. This boy went in at 18 and came out at 47. A whole decades missed this boy. And this boy They gave him $5 million for that. You guys got to check that movie out. It's called The Innocent Files, man. That's crazy.
That's
Gotta
crazy.
check it out.
$5 million don't make up for that. $5 million don't make up to me for no time behind bars. My goodness.
Yeah, you gotta see that. You gotta see that movie. It's really gonna piss you off. You gotta see it.
Okay. So what you got? Is it sister? Is it Jay or Ja? Which one is it?
It's Jay.
Okay. So what's your final take here on your first time up?
Well, on this particular situation, it's like every time I feel one way, I feel another way immediately. Like even down to hypothetically, even if the young man was baiting them with the knife, just trying to get them to do something, it's just like, okay, what did they do to him to make him feel like that he got to set up a scene just to make them react? So it still says that they're doing something to him, even though he could have went a different direction. But it's just really unfortunate. Like I said, we don't want to see any black men going down for pretty much anything. Nevertheless, something like this, his life barely even started. But it just comes back down to the structure, having the parents teaching their kids, teaching them the chains of commands. When I was in school, my mom always told me, make her my advocate. If the teacher did something, let the teacher have it, call her, let her fight my battles. So it really all comes down to who the parent is teaching, because the kids are only going, if they're teaching anything at all. So it's just unfortunate. I just feel like it's a lack of structure, what it comes down to.
And that goes back to even the movie Friday. What did Pops tell Craig on Friday? Put them hands up. And a lot of times there's messages in some of these movies. It could be satire, even up here with me and Mr. Walker. But sometimes you got to put the medicine in the candy. So don't let some of that stuff go over y'all head. That was a real message that we should take heed to. We don't need to be deleting each other. I granted, a lot of people say, well, it was a white guy, wasn't another black guy. I mean, by the end of the day, life is life. And that young black kid's life, his life will be changed as well. So it's unfortunate.
That's it, God. We must, and it's very passionate situation. We think about our babies, but Mr. X drove the point home. Think about your baby through the whole ordeal. Yeah, we don't want our sons being emasculated, beat up. Fact, address that. However, now look what played out. We got a front row view. Our son, Carmelo Anthony, got jumped, and now he's facing jail time. Let's take it on like that's our kid. Now where are we at? Now we all got anxiety. We're all about to throw up as parents. So that's a very good point, Mr. X, because even me, I'm guilty of like I told y'all, kick him in his testicles. You know what I'm saying? Don't let him touch you. But we got to think it through. Well put, Mr. X. Well put.
That part. So what y'all got? HQ, Raquel, y'all got anything for us?
I think we done said it all and did it all tonight. We done went down all the rabbit holes that we weren't supposed to go down. Mr. Walker, you contributed to it with the car talk.
The cars, man. I'm still stuck on cars.
You contributed. So when
Yeah,
Gavin
the car
is giving
talk
us
is something else. Yeah, that car talk that's gas stuff.
Well, that was a rabbit hole that was not on the today's agenda. So what y'all
That
two
what
are
makes
in
the
trouble
fun,
for the
the
rabbit
show
hole.
fun, Raquel. Makes the show fun.
Cars help me from physically harming a brother. I told that story.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was about to do something real stupid as a youngster. And instead of doing that, I said, I'm gonna find a common ground with this guy and get along with. And it was cars. I like, fast cars, horsepower. He like big diesel engines and low end torque, but we got to understand now. He taught me about, turbos and turbo lag and see, what I'm saying? That's a common ground. This dude, he hated me because of the color of my skin, but that common ground,
that common ground
with cars, Yeah,
Yep. Something
cars.
simple as cars.
Okay, all right. All right. Well, all right. Well, the guys, if me and HQ get in trouble for going down rabbit holes, then we're pulling y'all with us. Y'all two did it, Disco and Mr. Walker. You are
That's
guilty as well. You
that's
are on
cool.
the docket.
I like rabbit holes.
I hope this kid doesn't get 10 years. I mean, I think that when you're young and you're like emotions are running high, you're going to be more susceptible to making bad decisions. Like he's not fully grown. Like we're talking about him as if he's LeBron James's age, and he's not. It was immaturity on both sides. Now unfortunately we have to go through all of this. I also feel sorry, like how cousin Walker was saying, she feels bad for the families on both sides. Nobody sends their kid to a track meet and then expects for them to be in a body bag in the next few hours. So, whether he was the person that started the fight or not, his family was expecting him to come home and he didn't come home. So that is just, it pulls at my heartstrings. So I could understand where she was saying that she sees it from both sides. Obviously, when we say it's a race thing, because I saw in the chat a few times people were like, it's not about race. We're not saying that for the children it's about race, or it was about race. We don't know what it was about, but as it's playing out in the public eye, and as we're hearing all this stuff on YouTube or Instagram or Facebook, it is getting black or white, and that is just how it always is when there's two people of different races that get into a situation like this. So I wanted to say that. And yeah, I appreciated everybody coming up. It was a full great panel. Even with Leon's craziness, everybody brought some great points of view and perspective. So yeah, I feel like it was a great show tonight.
That part, like you said, it's an unfortunate thing. I think it popped off so fast and stuff happened so quick, emotions. If the story is told correct, they sitting under the tent. The guy told him to get out of the tent. He said, I ain't going nowhere. And they said, well, we're going to throw you out of here. He said, if y'all touch me, something going to happen. And then something happened.
It's really scary because I can put myself in that position, man. And I can't be a hypocrite. We got to teach our kids better. We got to, and it really can't be responsible father around, at least not one that told him to do that, not to carry Hank, and it's a lot of us are cautionary tales. I think I was like 9 years old or so when my mom gave my first blade. It just is wild environments where this is acceptable. I grew up in that environment where don't nobody touch you. If anybody touch you, you stop them. And that young brother, Carmelo Anthony, he played that out right in front of us. And now look, that could have been a Mr. X, a Mr. Walker, Brother Disco, Mr. Ali, Leon King for sure. He just thought it was Leon King, but we got to learn from this,
And maybe we change how we tell kids, because I'm guilty of telling my son to, handle that. And I won't tell him what to do to handle it, and then he might go to school and take a broom upside somebody's head. And I didn't say, I didn't mean for that. I didn't mean for you to pick up the janitor's broom and handle that. But, I can say that I did say handle that. That probably wasn't the best way to handle a bully at school kind of situation, So maybe as parents, and I hear men all the time when y'all talk to y'all daughters, y'all say, if a man ever puts his hand on you, I'm going to jail, or I'm going upside his head, or I'm sending him to the upper room. Well, when your daughter gets into a situation where she might need help, but she might not say anything because the person who she is supposed to run to help for or to get help from is going to do something that could potentially get him into more trouble. So you just eat it as a woman and you don't say anything because you don't want your dad to go to jail or your uncle or someone like that. So maybe it's how we communicate defending yourself or protecting yourself that we should work on as elders to the youth like this.
That part. So what you got, HQ? You get the last word. All right. You get the final word.
Wake up.
I mean, this story makes me sad because it's nothing that you can turn it around, and you can't make it disappear. You can't say it isn't true. You can't. For the young man, I feel for the family that lost a son. I feel for them. I do. And I feel for his family, Carmelo's family as well, because there's nothing he can do to change. Even if we get him, even when he gets off, he still has to live with the fact that he did not mean to take somebody's life. And he's forever changed from that day. He didn't mean to do it. It happened. And this boy was a 3.7 GPA kid. He saved somebody's life before. He saved the kid's life. He saved a young child's life in a swimming pool. So he was considered a hero, this young man, even at that young age.
Amen. Tell that. They need to put that in the news.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad to even think about because it's a life thrown out and not gone, not forever, but forever changed where you might as well have, cut off that projector, that projection he was going to. So just is what it is.
Okay.
It's sad. That's all.
One more question for you, HQ.
Yeah.
Shout out to the brother. Who is this? Top Pro. He says HQ is jealous of Leon's girlfriend. Is that true?
Did you see Leon's girlfriend?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What's your thoughts?
I'm too big to get in his pocket.
Oh, so I don't know. Leon got big pockets.
Ooh, spicy HQ. That's one of those Kendra contestant answers that I've been waiting on. Yeah.
Or maybe Leon trying to get in your pocket.
HQ.
Wow.
HQ.
Yes, sir.
I don't want you in my pocket, baby. I want you in my bed.
Woo! I know that's real, Leon. Huh.
That's all she care about. Cannon, pump, and pump. Cannon, pump, and pump.
Huh?
I love that, man. I love that one. That is hilarious.
That's that cart before the horse after dark right there, Leon.
What HQ?
I got. Can I say one thing, please? I know y'all guys gotta go. I'm gonna be up all night. I got my hair to do. I gotta sit under the dryer, everything.
We know, Leon. We know you gonna be up all night.
Yeah, you know how I do, girl. I do some pretty work at night. Look, do not think that this is going to get better. This is only going to get worse. If you have children and if you're able, and if you ain't able right now, make that time. Bring your kids home and homeschool them. The word says that the women are supposed to teach the children. The older women are supposed to teach the younger women how to love their husbands. If you got kids, if you got a seed on this earth, it's your responsibility to make sure that seed grows. You got to water it. You got to tend to it. You got to know what that seed needs. A woman's purpose is to her husband. That's what Michelle Obama, the first black first lady, and she is black. He mixed. She black. She can't understand that all you got to do is focus on your husband and your kids. That's it. That's it. And you fulfill your purpose. Kids are going to be bullied because there are bullies out here. In the 3rd grade, I took a karate book and I practiced all that weekend because I had a bully in the 3rd grade. That Monday, when he tried to bully me, I put that shit on him. And when I hit him, he had those glasses with that band around them. You know what I'm talking about. When I hit him, they flew off and I ran my ass off. He ran after me and he stopped and he was crying like a motherfucker. And I never had trouble from him again.
What you hit him with? What you do?
I hit him with the iron fist. But today, people don't use a fist. See, I use a knife because when I come to you, I want to hear your last breath. I'm going to cut you.
All right, Leon. No, you don't. You don't want to hear that, Leon.
I'm going to cut you. I'm going to cut you all the way to your feet.
Allegedly. Oh, elevation.
Goodness gracious. All right, Leon. All right, Leon. Goodness gracious. Relax. Relax, Leon. Don't nobody got to get hurt. We up here promoting nonviolence, and we trying to end the show on a good note. And Leon want to end the show with violence.
Last breath. God. See, no, we don't. Again, Leon, me and Mr. X used to be on this kind of time as high schoolers, man. You got to grow out of that. You know, no. Once you see enough trauma, man, you don't want to see that.
So y'all was just fighting and beating up people together? That's what y'all was doing?
Well, I was always at football practice. That was Mr. X. The rest of the crew. I was at football practice.
Those were the thugs. I'm the nerd that they made fun of. Right? But we friends now. But I'm going to tell you, when I was in college and I was working a weekend shift job, and I had to drive an hour and a half one way to get to that job and pay $200 a week. I went to school full time. I lived on campus 5 days a week. I ended up on the president's list. I came out the shower one night. Now, I'm a fat black man. This dude said to this girl, it was only us three in the hall. I came out the shower, had the towel around me. He said, Monique, look at that. I said, hold on, nigga. I went in my room, I put on my white jeans and my boots and my shirt, and I grabbed my Hawk Bill knife.
White jeans? Where you get white jeans from? That's a lot.
It's not Memorial Day yet, you know.
It was the 60s. It was the 60s.
And look, I like white jeans. So, and I went after him. And I didn't get to him. And I went back to my room because people was like, look, Leon, go back to your room. Please go back to your room.
Leon, are you talking about you was chasing people with knives?
Look.
Who the hell is you, Jason? Jason Voorhees? Michael Myers? What you doing?
Look.
Have a mask on.
Let me finish the story. Let me finish the story. Let me finish the story. So, they was like, I already saw myself being kicked out of school and everything, but I knew I had to handle it. So, and the people, I mean, everybody, white, black, came out the room and they surrounded me and they was like, Leon, no. and they brought me back to my room, and I'm in my room and I'm shaking, and I called out to the Lord, and I said, Lord, where were you? And the Lord said, I was there. You didn't get to him, did you?
Amen.
So all we need is some time to think. Think. Like that song said, think.
Leon, was this you? Leon, we got a picture. Yeah. Leon was chasing people around the neighborhood. God damn.
Leon Leatherface. Come on. Where my IG folks? You gotta put Leon. Come on, somebody screenshot, do y'all magic. Leon Leatherface. Oh, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That was a childhood favorite right there. I seen all that.
All right, that's it, Leon. We're getting out of here. That's y'all. That's it. Y'all got your point of work. We appreciate y'all for coming up. Leon, go ahead, do your work. Go ahead.
I'll be glad when I go to therapy on Thursday. Boy, I can't wait for this.
Good night, y'all. See y'all
therapy on
tomorrow at
Thursday.
8.
Jesus
Don't be
Christ
late to the
almighty.
hangover.
Nice to meet you, Leon King. But I'm gonna hate to talk about you on Thursday at therapy, brother. Peace.
Appreciate the
Love you
disco.
guys.
Appreciate you, Jai. Jay.
Appreciate you, Sister J. Brother Disco. Leon, Leatherface Leon.
Oh, man. Whoa. Shout out to the brother Disco. Your therapist gonna be like, I think you need to stay away from this Leon King fella. Just stay away from that's your prescription. Stay away. Appreciate you, Steve and M. Come through. Says funny, good show. God bless America. Indeed. God bless America. Appreciate you. Who's the master? Said Gav hates rabbit holes, except when it comes to crackheads. He's a professional crackhead observer, crackhead connoisseur.
That's true.
Appreciate you, Nugito. Lobotomy. Needs to say nothing else.
Woo. All right. We made it through the show. Wild one per usual. End of the month. I guess we may see y'all again at the end of next month. We'll see.
Listen here. I've been knowing Mr. X longer than y'all. That May is heavy. That's a heavy May. Listen here. We used to do open panels every Saturday. Yeah, almost gave me gray hairs. Almost, but no. Shout out to Leon King and the rest of the panel.
That part. So we'll see. We'll definitely be back up here tomorrow. All right. But yeah, this was
Regal Rumble. It was what it was. But I think we got like every Regal Rumble with all the madness. You know, we learned some lessons, got some messages to take away, positive messages outside of Leon King. Number one message, and I love it because it's something that I have to process myself, and violence is not the answer. It's not. It's really not. And you know what, Jihan, you should be happy that I feel this way because, you know, I kind of had some thoughts of, you know what I'm saying, clipping you in your knock knees when I seen you. But you know what? I'm going to turn over a new knock-knee leaf, and I'm going to leave your egregious knock-knees alone. All right, that's my gift to you. Maybe, perhaps. We'll see how I feel.
That part. So.
Shout out to Steve. Appreciate you becoming a YouTube member. Stick around, brother Steve.
Appreciate you.
Shout out to Goth Baddie. Says, good night. You missed it, Goth Baddie.
Man, missed a lot. Yeah, I'm looking at the calendar here. We'll see. We'll see about next month. Next month is the 31st. So we'll see. Shout out to my wife. I don't think I told SBC Nation, but my wife is currently pregnant. So we'll see. I believe she's due around then. So I'll keep y'all posted, but there probably won't be a show at the end of next month.
Shout out to Mr. X, man. Yeah, I've been keeping my mouth shut. Yeah, Mr. X may have to tell y'all his business. But yeah, that'd be the only reason why. Shout out and blessings to my brother, Mr. X, on this new baby coming into the world. Shoot, we excited, man. Love it. We love the babies over here. I'm excited. Let's get it.
That part. So we've been up here pushing through the madness, dealing with pregnant women and all, and the babies, you name it.
Huh? That's what husbands do. Can we please, us poor D-student backwoods crack baby project boys, can we try to be a good example? Show you guys how to do it. We ain't perfect. You heard we struggle with violence and things like that. But, you know, we're trying to be good role models. Shout out to all of the 80s babies that dare to be role models today. Shout out to the 80s babies.
That part.
Shout out to Hex. He says, I'm sneaking 20 while the usher distracted. Would love to come on the Rumble and rep the replay gang sometimes. Appreciate you, Hex.
Welcome back up, Raquel.
Yeah, man.
You do.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh my God. I have to send you something for the baby. You can't just like say something like that and then like not tell your folks. Like, what?
I knew Raquel was going to say something like, what the heck?
Yes, my wife. I believe she's 8 months now. I believe she's 8 months.
Congratulations, y'all. That is well, listen, I'll figure all that stuff out in the background through email, but I just wanted to tell you to your face, congratulations. That's so awesome. I'm so proud of you.
Appreciate you, Raquel.
You're welcome. Y'all, good night.
Good night, Mrs. Raquel. Hey, shit, too dope.
But yeah, like Mr. Walker said, we made it through. Shout out to Leatherface Leon. We definitely got to do something with this. Leon, I see y'all talk about spinoffs. Leon really need to get into some form of content creation. Clean it up a little bit, almost like Mucho and Diamond. Y'all are some real interesting people, I promise you. Y'all, my guy Jay Prince, Leon, Diamond, Mucho, some of the most interesting people I've ever seen in my life. Y'all got to figure out a way to get rich. I'm here for it.
Man, that's what I'm saying. Like, shout out to the wild folks, Leon King, my brother Beans, you know. I got love for my rough around the edges, downtrodden brethren. I'm bougie, but I know where the heck I come from. All right. Leon King, like he said, clean it up. I'm there. If I know Leon King going live, I am there. This lived experience, his I love Leon King's crafty, self-righteous approach. You know what I'm saying? He gonna hit you with some biblical verses. You know what I'm saying? Then he gonna smoke a little herb, pull out a little dog, do a little dance, listen to some Metallica, and eat a head off a bat. It's intense. It's a lot. You know what I mean? And but you can't turn away. You got to see what the next move is. Leon King, start doing some content, brother. Do something. I mean, you can't do no worse than the knock-knee Tyrant G Honda over at the Health and Network deal. Whatever. He talk about Health and Network. He talk about, you know what I'm saying, politics. He'd talk about cars. He talk about Legos, Fortnite. He just talk about anything. But Leon King, you can talk about anything. Lived experiences, rich. Man, Mr. X got some of our best stories from those old crackheads. They got rich stories. Leon King, you ain't a crackhead, but you know. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's what Diamond said. I only do coke. Leon, we're gonna leave it there. We're gonna table that for now.
Think about it, Leon. Think about it. Appreciate you. Who's the master? Says, congratulations. Baby gonna come out with shades on. Woo, cool, baby. God damn. Shout out to God's Baddie. Says, make a custom CBH SBC onesie. Oh.
Okay, Golf Baddie. I hear you. Sister. Now you're gonna want some royalties, huh?
Yep.
Be like Kendra. That's what Kendra do when people give them idea. We already been working on that. Thanks for the idea and all, but we've been working on that. What?
Actually, we have big time. It's in the makings. Actually, I'm about to send all my babies to school with something. Heck shit.
That part.
Shout out to Project Leroy. Been a day one since day one. Appreciate you, Ninja. Says congratulations, Gavin X.
Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
So like Mr. Walker said, we'll be back up here tomorrow night. We got plenty of Kendra madness. We got something else we want to touch on too. I ain't going to spoil it yet. I don't know if a lot of people seen it. I ain't going to spoil it. We got something else we wanted to touch on. But obviously we got Kendra madness, so we'll see. Stay tuned.
Y'all gotta be here later today to find out what that is. Be there, be square, you jive chickens. See you then.
That part. So we'll be back tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. Shout out to all the show sponsors tonight in the Cash App. Shout out to brother Alfonso. Who else we got? Mo Benjamins. And shout out to Danny Nicole. She hit us with a 50 ball in the Cash App.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Man, shout out to SBC, always coming through in grand fashion. Support y'all interests. Can't thank you guys enough. We ain't even got to tell y'all, but we do got to tell y'all to hit the daggone like button, which is kind of weird. Wipe your foots on the way out, please, and a thank you. So, you freeze up, mistakes?
You hear me?
Carry not. Yep, there you go.
Okay. Shout out to brother King Adams, Sir Artorius, Divine Photos, the brother Top Pro, Project Leroy, Who's the Master, Jerea, Sal Bill. Shout out to Cousin Walker, who also came up tonight. B. Wyatt, Disco Darren, brother came up as well. Mr. Ali.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
And also Q What It Do, one of the big sponsors.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Who else we got? Brother Kareem, brother Odd Job, and last but not least, Don Jeter, the big joker.
Shout out to Don Jeter. Always want a hoodie. Don Jeter, you about to get banned from getting hoodies. How about that, Ninja? VIP that. All right. You got custom hoodies. You want Don Jeter, you want a hoodie? Send me one of your custom hoodies that I ain't got. Send me a custom hoodie that Mr. X made you. He didn't make me. Then maybe, Ninja. Until then, no.
That part. Also, shout out to Old School Gavin came through. Shout out to Cooking with Carlos. The whole SBC Nation. We appreciate y'all. We'll be back up here tomorrow night. Shout out to Rainbow Kid, Black Silver Chair, Frederick Howard, all the gift members, Kim Netter, Frederick Howard. We appreciate y'all.
That part, can't thank you guys enough. Shout out to everybody gifting those memberships at the beginning and throughout the show. Thank you. And whoever gets some, make sure you re-up so that you can show your true support for some backwoods country ninjas.
Also, shout out to $2 Tony and Knock Knee G Honda.
Our two favorite antagonists.
Everybody that came up tonight. Shout out to HQ. Shout out to Raquel. I'm going to drop their links in the chat. I've been meant to do that. We'll do that again tomorrow during the show. Make sure y'all go over and subscribe to Raquel. There's her link as she trying to get to 1K. And I'm going to drop HQ's link. Go check HQ out. She's streaming live more days than not. Go check her out.
There we go. Shout out to Knock Knee Giraffe as well. I think he just got over, I believe, the 500 subscriber mark. All right, we moving. Shout out to the brother Jay Tillman. He been a little tardy, a little absent as of lately, but I still believe in the vision, brother. Jay Tillman, I believe, still working out the kinks till back to the flicks. Shout out to everybody in the SBC multiverse. Even Pink Pill, you know, she won't beat me so bad, but it's cool. Shout out to Pink Pill.
Yeah, even Rose somewhere dumpster diving right now trying to eat, but that's fine.
Shout out to AI Rose. AI Rose don't know how to make a potato sprout in water in the darkness. Talking about she grow a garden. Where you at, Rose?
So we out of here. Shout out to the whole SBC, Carpet for the Horse Nation. Until tomorrow night, I am Gavin X.
I am Mr. Walker.
And we are Carpet for the Horse Productions.
A good morning.